4h-Racing Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
It's going to be very, very tight.
Nein!
but they're Dutch!
Daneben setzen, geht der Flemmer und daneben, das macht dann vorne, wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, nochmal reintauchen. Fährt der da an den Diffusor ran? Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive!
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Nürburgring for the final time in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for season 23-24. We've got a fantastic championship finale coming up here this afternoon. A possible 16 teams have the opportunity to walk away with one of the 5 championships that come with this great series, and we've got a longest race of the season to come. 4 hours in the RAVENOL 4h-Race here for race 5 of the season. My name is Ewan O'Leary, not with our Junior Khaki Party, as you may notice this time around. Lewis McGlade will join me for the final 4 hours of the season. Very excited for this one, Lewis. Have been for a while. More than a quarter of the field today are in with a championship fight, and that is going to make things very exciting for everyone.
Yeah, indeed. Our junior can't make it because he's too busy getting ready for the Formula One. That's the main reason he's not. He's a busy boy. It's fine. No, I'm really looking forward to this. Obviously, we always love going racing around the Nordschleife. That's fair enough. But when you've got so many championships on the line, yeah, this is going to be a tricky race. It's going to be about keeping it out of the walls, surviving, and making sure that you're in the hunt still for the championship, and of course the race at the end of it.
And, as you mentioned to me beforehand, 4 out of the 5 classes could be settled with a winner-takes-all situation. So there may be limited maths, which is a good thing for us. Only SB3T may well be settled with the championship winner not winning the race, if you see what I mean. They will be qualifying at the moment, as will the bottom 4 classes. That's the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, SB10, which is GT4 category cars, in case you've not been with us so far, SB3T, which are TCR style cars, and then VT2, which is a Toyota GR86 category that run around at the back of the field, but have been producing some fantastic racing so far, I think it's fair to say. Don't be fooled by the amount of time left on the clock at the top of your screen. We'll get to GT3/SB9 qualifying before long, but let's tell you about who is currently leading the way in each respective standings. It's the Apex Racing team, currently overall in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. In the SB10 category, we've got the Marlow Racing team in current pole position. They're also second in the standings, by the way. SimRC championship leaders are leading in SB3T, and Nürburgring Esports 487, also the championship leaders in VT2, are leading there as well in the qualifying session. Always limited, of course, how much it will really matter over a 4-hour race, but it's somewhat deceptively difficult to overtake around here, and you can't afford to start right at the back as a result.
No, I always say that if you're racing around here, you want to make sure that you're in really the top 4. You want to be on the front 2 rows, right? Anything below that, and whilst it is possible for you to still take a victory, it just becomes very, very difficult. You're absolutely right. You can lose a lot of time around here. It is hard to pass when you're stuck like kind of in the mid towards the back of the pack. You know, if you've not had a good qualifying system, which is very possible around here, by the way. But if you're in that sort of mid to lower pack, you can lose an awful lot of time in the first 2, maybe 3 laps whilst you're working through a field, at which point you might be ruled out of a victory in its entirety. It is a 4-hour race, which sounds like a long time, but it's not that many laps in reality around here.
And in terms of endurance racing as well, it's very much on the low side, although, as I said earlier, it is the longest race of the calendar. That doesn't mean an extended point system, by the way. It's still the top 8 that will score points and 15 for a win. So that's where you really need to be in terms of still staying in touch in that championship fight. And we've just seen sort of another challenge of this qualifying format as well, where the bottom 4 classes go out together, and then SB9 will be out on their own, the biggest class needing the entire circuit to get their laps in. Traffic is a problem around here, and on a normal circuit, if we were on the Grand Prix layout, for example, you'd be able to sort of time it so that you don't come across everybody, although it would be a bit of a headache and a bit of something to work out. You can't really do that on the Nordschleife. You can't really legislate for over 8 minutes of lap time.
You basically got to hope you get lucky. That's about as simple as it gets. Having a little bit of a on-board look there with Felix Quernbach running up through the carousel. Yeah, you basically just have to get a little bit lucky, hope for the best, and kind of just, even if you've got to accept that you kind of will get blocked a little bit, right? That you will lose a bit of time in that, and you've just got to kind of just roll with it, just keep going, just kind of ignore it for a touch, and just do what you can do. Don't let it get inside your head.
Here is the Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing team, the number 515. They've got a chance of winning the title here today in VT2, although they did win the previous round of the championship at round number 4, so they've got to be wary of that. And the reason why is because they've got some success penalty to take on. If you won the previous race, you have to stay in the penalty box. The opening time, you come down pit lane for half a minute. If you come second, you've got to stay in there for 20 seconds. If you come third, it is a 10-second penalty, and none for off the podium finishes from the previous round. That makes that made, I should say, past tense, the penultimate round pretty complicated, because, and I guess it changes our thinking for this too, because not necessarily the drivers that are leading the championship are actually the favourites, because they may have, as is the case in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, the championship leader has 30 seconds worth of a penalty to take on.
Yeah, like I say, it's those interesting success penalties that we see quite a lot in various GT3 racing. Obviously, I've seen my fair share of that in things like British GT and things like that, where you see these success penalties. It is kind of one of those ones though where you don't really want to win the penultimate round of the championship, right? Because it leaves you in a bad position. Thankfully, it's you deal with the pain early and then roll with it for the rest of the race. This, by the way, one of my all-time favourite liveries in sim racing. It is all the way up there. Yeah, absolutely. I preferred it when it was on the RS3. I think, anyway. I don't know. I kind of ebb and flow with it. But I think this livery looks excellent.
Don't get a lot of RS3 anymore, do we?
No,
unfortunately.
No. I prefer the Elantra.
Okay. Well, that's could be controversial.
Right.
Let us know.
The Veloster's all right, but the Elantra's a hot-looking piece of meat.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's not been quite so hot for Tim Huizinga here this season, despite their successes down the years in this category, in TCR or SB3T as it's called here. They're 11 points adrift in that championship, and to explain the situation there, Sim RC only need to finish in the top 5 and they're guaranteed the title here today. They do have a half-minute penalty, of course, to take on after winning the previous round, but nevertheless, they're in a comfortable position. Considering they've won 3 out of the 4 races so far, they'd be in a strong position. However, they did DNF the other race, so that maybe gives some hope to the others.
Yeah, exactly. As much as you say, like 11 points, it sounds like a very small margin, but in this one it's 15 for a victory. It's not. You've got to basically. You have to win. You're at a point where you must win this race, as Sigma will cross the line and will go top of the SP3T category. So the 801 is still moving pretty quick round here. So I believe they're in their the final moments of their qualifying session anyway, so it might be the last lap for them.
It might well be. You're not just speaking sort of figuratively about Huizinga must win. They actually do.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yeah, both morally and mathematically have to win this race. So watch out for that. Unfortunately, not the best qualifying for them for the most part, but they have done well at the end. So maybe that will leave them in the strongest position by close. Sim RC come in, so maybe that is it, and maybe Huizinga have stolen it at the end. We'll wait and see at the end of that. Final moments of qualifying though, and it looks like everybody's pretty settled where we are. Scherer with another good performance in the Porsche category as well, by the way. They're just under a second ahead of Team Redline in the 130, who are also involved. Team Redline, by the way, have 2 possible chances of winning 2 titles here this afternoon, so they will be a team on the move certainly this afternoon. This is pretty much the end though of the first part of qualifying. The SP9s will be coming up soon, of course. They'll have probably 1 flying lap, maybe 2, to set the best lap time that they possibly can out there on the circuit, so make sure you come back for that, and of course the starting grids for all 4 lower categories.
neues Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der DNLS.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring, where we've got SP9 qualifying coming your way. Before we get to that, we'll have a look through the standings and the results from the first part of qualifying, which has seen the bottom four classes take part. Starting from the bottom, working our way forwards, Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing have taken pole in VT2. Nürburgring Esports are in second position, with Fastlane by Smiler Esports in third. Then it's the two Kaufmann Motorsport cars in fourth and fifth position. They're the only two cars who can't win the title in this category at the very back of the field. So it will be all about those front three, all of whom have different levels of penalty seconds to take on and all sorts of complications as well throughout the course of their race here this afternoon. In SP3T, it is a rather simpler situation as well for SimRC, who only need a top five, of course, but in the early part of qualifying and the early part of this event here this afternoon, it's been Team Huysingveld who have taken the pole position there on a day where they absolutely have to win. Just a tenth of a second separated the two protagonists at the top, with Impulse Racing and Share Esport on row 2. Pro Sport Sim Racing, SP3T in fifth position at a Carlisle, and Sim Racers .de by Racing 77. I think it's fair to say, Lewis, some of those times at the bottom maybe not representative of what we're going to see.
No, exactly. I think we didn't quite realise in that qualifying session how close it was between the top two. Just a single tenth of a second between Huysingveld and SimRC. The thing is, with this category, we typically talk about a lot of slipstream in it. So, you know, if you are 4 seconds off, 7 seconds off, you know, even 17, we're not expecting that to be like a mega lap time from them. So, yeah, if you can start to nail the lap, make sure you're hitting all the apexes, there's a lot of them around here, and keep in that slipstream, maybe you do have a chance of a solid result. And again, most importantly, keep it out of the barriers. Yes, you're in 7th place, 6th place, but you can still work up to a solid result.
Let's have a look at the other standings as well in the SP10 category that will be coming up next in the GT4 specification cars. 4 different cars can take the title here this afternoon in that class, of course, and those top 3 separated by only 4 points. But it was Mahler Racing Team who took the early scalp, with a second over Sontec Racing's BMW and a third different manufacturer in the top 3, with Door Esports there lining up on the second row. It's an all Aston Martin second row too, with Pro Sport there, and those are your contenders in the top 4. The best of the rest was Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, with X-Racer just 2 seconds behind. ATRS Esports were in 7th place, ahead of Nürburgring Esports at just 3 seconds back. And then to round out on the very back of the grid, it was Dop Don't Shop and Lipa Esports Yellow to round out the SP10 grid there as well when we scroll down there in just a moment. I think it's a sort of distillation of the season almost, this qualifying session, with the top 4 in the standings. Top 4 in this session as well, almost in the right order, just not quite.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, Mahler there, Felix Quernbach grabbing that pole. I said before, I do quite like the Sontec racing livery as well. We're talking about that a little bit. Prefer it on the Lamborghini, but still, it looks rather fitting. And again, as always, I always forget. I always feel like I have to remind myself, and you can tell very nicely because they put a zebra on the side of it. So fair enough. The Mahler this time is BS competition rather than Williams. Obviously, they jump depending on which sim racing series. Thankfully, in DNLS, it is always a BS livery. It's very hard to follow that one sometimes, but great lap time from Felix Quernbach. That is the important bit. And I did say before, I saw the X-Racer car. Did not realise that Alexia Loma racer. I've not seen his name in years. Ex-Grand Prix World Championship driver. So certainly someone who knows how to get it done. Obviously, this field is full of some incredible names. It's just every now and then I see a big throwback.
Yeah, and some of those incredible names making their way out onto the circuit right now for SB9 qualifying. So we'll quickly rattle through the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring standings as well, where Share Esport have taken the pole position in the 105. Important to note the distinction between those two cars, which line up on the outs or on the same row together, if you like. Redline and Apex lining up on the other side, if you like. And they're your top four in the standings as well. The four of them, covered by 1.7 seconds. As were Dur Esports, actually only a thousandth actually away from fourth position. Coanda Esports were 6th and 7th with their 108 ahead of the 118. Then Garaika Motorsport in the 103, 3.6 seconds behind in 8th position. 9th place was just below these guys was the WSR Esports Bookkick car. Tyler Herbius getting them into the 5th row with PB Performance's Tom Osterman. Then Halder Motorsport and Mike Halder starting there with Pierre Scholl at the very back of the Porsche category. Going to be such a fascinating one here, I think. Share Esport, somewhat the surprise package. I mean, I'm not sure that many people would have had them down as really contending with the likes of the Apex Racing team and Team Redline. And after all, it's the amount of points that team have gained to have put Coanda out of contention with a round to go, and that takes some doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I said they've been very impressive, it must be said. So I don't know. It's very interesting, but can they get the job done when the pressure is really mounting, is really building up? You know, we're a game of high-stakes poker, basically, out on circuit today. And so for them to go toe-to-toe with Apex, to go toe-to-toe with Redline, it is going to be incredibly difficult. But they've shown they've got the speed and consistency throughout the season, so there's no real reason to particularly question that, as we can see those SP9s are running around now.
Yeah, I failed to mention Kramer Racing, by the way, who are also in the Porsche Endurance category, so it's worth noting they'll be starting from 13th. And by the way, the overall qualifying positions don't actually matter. These classes will be separated, and so there's no worries about someone being mixed up in the order, which Kramer Racing would be, because they'd be starting about 4th in the SB10s if that was the case, but it's not. So they'll be fine. And it will put these SB9s out front, of course. It will put them ahead of the rest by approximately 2 minutes, speeds up the process of them catching the others for traffic reasons and so on, and help keep things, I should say, a little bit cleaner early on as well. Qualifying has begun then, and for some of them, the first laps have begun as well. It's all a bit of a toss-up here in this qualifying session as to whether, do you want that one flying lap coming from the Nordschleife, or do you want that one flying lap with an added banker lap when you start from the Grand Prix layout, which is a little bit slower?
Yeah, I mean, I want to get on my time lapse straight away. The run down into T1, yes, you will carry more speed coming off of the North Side if you were to go around all there. You would carry more speed, but it's just not gonna. It's not worth it. It is absolutely not worth it. Just get out there, get straight onto your lap, and go from there. And the most important bit is get some clean air, get as much clean air as possible, and hope you don't get slowed down. Obviously, you know, unlike the other categories that we've seen qualify around here thus far, where they've all been out on circuit with each other, the SP9s are out there with the luxury of having the circuit to themselves, so they can go full guns blazing around here. So you've kind of got no excuse, really.
And that's somewhat the problem with doing 2 laps as well. If you are sort of a bit too close to someone, but you don't quite realise it, then you might start catching them at the end of the first lap, and you're thinking, well, should I sacrifice this one for the next one, or do I want to carry on with this one, and then maybe my next one will be compromised? It's a bit of a headache when you're doing 2 laps. And by the way, from my count, 5 teams have decided to go for 2 laps, including both Williams cars we saw nose to tailing earlier on. Wonder if they're helping each other in some slipstream ways. We've also got Nürburgring Esports going around, and M&J Downforce along with Pro Sports Sim Racing. So none of the title contenders, which maybe says that your theory is maybe the right one to go for. Just get out there and do your one flying lap, because you're always going to beat your first lap if you're starting from the Nordschleife versus starting from the Grand Prix layout.
But yeah, exactly. Well, you know me, I've raced around here many times. Actually, I haven't. I think I've done the longest race I've ever done around here was a 3-hour race. I did finish on the podium though. I've not raced around this circuit very much, mostly because I'm terrified. You actually have to be quite good to race around here, shockingly enough. We are riding on board with Bruno Spengler. Norby Kish is just up ahead, and they're just getting held up a little bit by the AMG Team MSI car of LS Seppinen. So as they run their way down the hill, down towards the foxhole, that's yeah, it's a little sketchy going side by side. There is a look at the big man himself, Bruno Spengler,
having a bit of a slow outlap, I think it's fair to say, for the long-time DTM driver up until a few years ago, in 2012 champion, of course. Long-time sim racer too, which is what I really admire about Bruno Spengler. Not one of those drivers who's just been around for COVID and then left again, but he is an avid sim racer, drives fairly regularly here, especially in the DNLS, and it's great to have him here for BS competition. A great asset to that team as well. He'll know quite a lot about that BMW that he's racing here this afternoon. He's helped them along to a decent season in what's been a bit of a struggle for the BMWs, to be honest. I think you can only really mark that car against itself, because it's by no means been particularly race-winning contending so far this season. They are the best performing BMW by quite some distance in this championship so far, and that's no surprise really.
No, absolutely not. Got to say, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think Bruno Spengler, we saw him. I saw him like jump into sim race, obviously back in 2020. But like, I've spoken to a lot of people within the BS team and stuff, and he is full focus on the world of sim racing. There are a few, obviously real world drivers that do have that were even before COVID, and but that have like kept that focus and do. Obviously, the main one is one that's not racing today, even though he has done quite a lot of DNLS because he's a little bit busy today, which is Verstappen, who is well invested within the Team Redline camp. Obviously, you got Spengler, Norby Kish, again for BS is well involved with the sim racing, and then you have all of like the young drivers. Those that are doing like F3, F2. I know Alex Dunn's done a round of this. Obviously, he's been racing over in F3. All these drivers, they're really focused on the world of sim racing because they understand like the benefits, the positives, and what kind of keeps the rust up. And also, let's be honest, pretty good fun.
Exactly, they just love to race, and so this is a race, even if the what's the old phrase? The cars aren't real, but the racing is.
Racing is, yeah, exactly.
There you go.
All right, Heindorf.
Stole that one there from him. By the way, just on the Max Verstappen point there, as you may know, if you're watching this broadcast, in fact, you're very likely to know, he might be rather busy later, so not driving here today. But he isn't averse to checking. Exactly, yeah. He isn't. Well, what I was going to say actually is that he isn't averse to checking in before an F1 race. I remember it was a BMW round. I don't think I was doing it with you, but it was a BMW round before the Miami Grand Prix, either last year or the year before. And he was very willing to just check in and watch the first part of the race, even though it was probably 8 or 9 in the morning over in Miami. He was watching, not driving, of course, but just watching, always keeping tabs on what Team Redline are up to, even while away with his real-life commitments.
Like I say, it's not that he's. It's not like for the show or whatever. Like, he does care about what happens with Team Redline. Yeah. Again, as there are with quite a few drivers in the world of motorsport versus their sim racing counterpart. Ash Sutton was always a good example of that with Pure Sims, obviously his team and stuff, but was very focused on what was happening with the Pure Sims team, and would even like I say would do a British touring car round. And then would check out what's happening with the team, and then would do a British touring car race, and then would check out what's happening with the team, because there is like these drivers, a lot of them are like properly invested. Anyway, we've waffled a clock on because a lot of these team drivers, they're either completing their out laps or even just sticking a time lap onto the board, so we can start to see what the shape of the order is going to start to look like. Yeah,
Williams will be setting the benchmark here, I would imagine. They've been helping each other somewhat. Sindre Setsas will be over the line first, followed by his teammate Will Tregurtha, and they go first and second as they're the first two over the line. Still not quicker than the Porsches, interestingly.
Yeah.
But the gap between those two classes very small these days, of course. Still a few more to get over the line. WS Racing and Harley Horton just starting a lap time here for them as we ride on board with the BMW down in towards turn number 1, and ironically into the Mercedes arena, clipping the apex, that very steep drop on the inside of turn number 1, then pulling it wide for the left-hander at turn 2, and sort of almost arcing this into a long corner, if you like, through 2 and 3, braking while turning, hooking the car on the curb on the left-hand side there, and then making the exit through turn 4. It's fair to say that there's not much of a benchmark actually for these guys to aim at this time. Normally, I've got to say, I know this is your first round, Lewis, I don't know what it's like in previous seasons, but normally a lot of teams actually go for the 2 lap time strategy, but actually only 5 going for it this time around, so not much to aim at for these teams who are only doing 1 time.
Yeah, which I find interesting. By the way, Williams have Bever come into pit lane.
Wow.
So that is their time at the moment. They've come down onto the lane. They'll probably have enough time to get some fresh tyres on and then come back out again and maybe set another one. I don't know, but that is interesting. I am glad, by the way, we are running the Mercedes Arena section. Obviously, yeah, sometimes when you race around here, especially with the 24, that's the support paddock, and then you have to run what I still maintain is one of the worst corners in the world of motorsport. But yeah, when you come down turn 1, then you instantly turn left. No, not about that at all. Whereas I do quite like the arena section; it's quite good fun.
It's okay, yeah.
We're seeing this commitment though from Horton.
Yeah,
when you've got 1 up on the board, you've got to make it stick.
Yeah, and this is the one-shot qualifying has actually become quite popular in sim racing recently, and I'm not averse to it, especially although it does count some people out. Some people have really said, I can think of plenty of fairly notable examples saying one-shot qualifying really doesn't suit me very well, but that's what you've got to be good at around here, although it feels a little bit different when the lap is about 4 or 5 times longer than it normally would be.
1 lap qualifying, I think, is the ultimate test of a driver. The pressure is on, and you have to nail the lap. And back in my day, when it came to your lap, you would do a 90% lap, right? Because that would get you a solid lap time onto the board. You can't do that these days. Your lap time has to be 100% committed, as we'll see Yellow de Hau coming down out of Versailles down the hill towards Foxhole. Your lap has to be pretty perfect. You can't afford to have a half-hearted, half-committed lap time.
Arjan Guven, of course, the previous or most regular driver for Commander Esports by Manthey, by the way. Yano de Hau doing the job today, but I think it's worth saying, and congratulations to Arjan Guven, because he missed the 4th round of the DNLS because he was too busy winning Bathurst. Obviously, we didn't know that at the time, but he was about to. So congratulations to him.
Love the guy. He's so good as well.
Yeah. All of them actually in that car on Bathurst and generally very good.
And it was a good colour as well. This one less up your street, is it?
Unlike this car, yeah. It's always good when a Manthey Porsche wins, isn't it? I'm showing a bit of bias there, but anyway, that's okay. He's making his way around miss and into the sort of mid part of the lap now. He's about halfway through. I'm trying to see whether Williams have come back out again here or not. It looks like they are back out again. I wonder, yeah. So they're going for this 2-lap strategy where they start from the Grand Prix out both times, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I said for Siphon earlier, I meant Arenberg. It's fine. I'll remember my Nürburgring corner names at some point. Don't you worry. Yeah, no, I find that very interesting, as we'll see the Apex Racing team at the moment. Clearly, whatever Williams doing, like they're doing an alternate strategy compared to what other teams have been doing. They're just giving something else a bit of a go. So, yeah, very curious. But either way, we're into those final moments of the session. So now your lap time really does count.
This car, by the way, the number 48 Apex Racing team car, will get a 60-second stop and hold, of course, again, for not having a real-world driver, which is one of the rules in SB9. You've got to have a real-world driver. They've got to start the race. They've got to do 8 laps as well. We'll get into the more specific details of that when the race starts. But no real-world driver again for Apex, I'm afraid, and that's going to really set them back. And a couple of other penalties to just tell you about, because they're all in SB9, which is why I've saved it until now. Sontec Racing's number 22 have got a 30-second stop and hold for accumulating too many penalty points throughout the season, as have the number 47 Team Williams car. That's currently in 2nd place in the standings, as you can see on the left-hand side. They've also got a 30-second stop and hold to take in the race. It is a 4-hour race, but realistically, you could take 3 cars out of contention immediately with that.
Well, yeah, the thing is, you don't have enough time to really close back. If there's a 24-hour race, I'd be like, that'll be fine. If they were going to win, they would win regardless of the penalty because they would have the speeds to do so. In 4 hours, you don't have enough time to overcome that. Not really. There is potential, but realistically, on a field like this, it's more out of your hands. You need a bit more luck if you're going to be victorious with a big old penalty. I quite like this for the car, by the way. I quite like the livery on this. It's different. White, green, green.
Well, I've yet to see a livery that I don't like on the Ferrari, to be honest with you.
It's a good-looking car.
Really good-looking car. Really enjoyed having this come into the world of GT3 racing and joining us in the SP9 category in the DNLS 2. They'll be one of the first teams to get over the line and complete their lap time here. Williams, of course, will be one of the last, but most of the cars, anyway, are around towards the back end of the lap now. I don't think Falcon Sim Racing are having a very good time, and they may well have to start from the back of the field in SP9, but it's going to be Line GP who are indeed over the line first, and we'll really see just what the benefit is of them starting from the Nordschleife section rather than keeping it tight out of the Grand Prix layout. There is a look at Robin Strycek for Leiper Esports as he makes his way towards the line in the Porsche.
Yeah, see what these lap times are going to be from these drivers. Obviously, we're in those final moments. This is going to be it for them. What lap time are they going to do? Again, the current top time is by the AMG team Williams at 7 minutes 53 seconds and 610. I should have said 0.6. It's fine. We'll move on. Obviously, that is not the fastest lap time of the session because that is the Sherritt Esports Cup number 105 in the Cup category, the Porsche Cup category. We'll see what the Leiper Esports car can do out through the final complex and up towards the line. Is there going to be a big improvement on the lap times? And no, there is not.
Still no one knocking Williams off top spot for the moment. Leiper go to 3rd position with that time there. Sontec Racing will be coming up towards the line soon, and Sami Matti-Trogen is a real fast qualifier. He goes up to the top. There is a personification of just how good he is in this session. He's been banging heads with Max Verstappen throughout much of the season, and on one occasion coming out on top as well. Don't doubt the credentials of Sami Matti-Trogen, even with a time penalty coming the way of Sontec Racing. Coanda Esports by Manthey going to 2nd. Jan de Houw doing a very good job on his debut in this season. There's Robin Strycek making his way towards the pit lane. He'll be done for the day. Next up will be the BS competition cars and Apex with MSI as well. All 4 of those are in the final parts of their laps as well at the moment. They're only about a minute or so away from completing the time. Norby Kish is leading them around, followed by Bruno Spengler. Unfortunately, BS competition are trailing in the championship at the moment, but they're only 1 point down on Team Redline. This is an important qualifying session for them to get right.
And importantly, the last time we checked in on the pair of these two, they were much closer together, meaning that Bruno Spengler has not been able to keep up with the rapid pace of Norby Kish. So heading down to that final sector, I think we'll see a fairly solid lap time coming out of the Mercedes BS competition car, which does look rather striking. I do quite like BS livery on a Merc. We see it on the BMW all the time, I'm bored of it. But on a Merc, it's something interesting. Norby Kish, I think, might set a decent lap time here. I just think Bruno Spengler's going to be right down the order.
Let's see. We'll get the answers now. Norby Kish over the line for BS competition in the rare Mercedes. Over the line, 52.1. That should be good enough for 2nd, and it is. What about Bruno Spengler just behind? It's 4th place, so 2nd and 4th for BS competition in this qualifying session. And then what have Apex got? It'll be MSI and Apex Racing's 48 car coming over the line together. Gao Valero is driving the 48. Elias Seppänen in the 49, both in the Mercedes, which has proved to be a fairly popular car to choose, I think it's fair to say, throughout this season so far. There goes MSI into 3rd position. Not bad at all. They're right up there with BS competition and where they need to be with regards to this championship. And Apex have gone down to 13th. That is a long way down.
That's why I said, oh wow, I couldn't believe Garvalero. If you're not having a pro driver, then you've got to make the most of having some sim drivers. And Garvalero is pretty rapid, but that will be very, very disappointing to the Apex Racing team squad.
Yep, and unfortunately, a bit of a show as to what their season has been like. Really, it will be M&J Downforce who will be coming over the line pretty soon. Trying to see where the Williams guys are. They don't seem to be doing another lap, are they? I don't see them out there at the moment, but and they're certainly not improving. So final couple of times to come in. As I said earlier, Falcon won't be doing it at all, but M&J Downforce, along with this car, the Pro Sport Sim Racing car, will be, and that will draw to an end our first qualifying. I think it's pretty clear now that Sami Mastrogen is going to take another pole position here by maybe over half a second.
And yeah, very impressive lap time to have put that one in right there. We know Sami Mastrogen is a pretty quick peddler, and the Sontec Racing team have been absolutely rapid in the world of sim racing. When we've seen them do the odd race here and there, obviously they've been well. They've done well in this. They've done well, obviously, in the Fuji 8 Hour, I think it was, when they won that on strategy. That's very impressive. We are racing special events, but yeah, final moments of qualifying. Qualifying's one thing though. Racing's another, and having a team like BS start right with you is going to be they're going to feel the pressure.
Let's see what Mike Bachmann can do over the line here in the blue Mercedes, the number 11 car. 56.6 for him. That will be down towards the back, 13th place for M&J Downforce. And then we've got Pro Sport in the background. Here we go with Fabio Royer making his way down towards the Tiergarten for the final time in a qualifying session this season. 16th, unfortunately, in the standings for them, yet to finish inside the, or better off than 7th place this season. And Royer will look to do that from a position further down the back, unfortunately, as well. Barely under the 8-minute mark for Pro Sport Sim Racing. That will line them up legitimately at the back, actually, of this session. Although we're not quite as far back as Falcon Sim Racing, I suppose. So 17 on the grid, and we've had them all through qualifying. Sontec Racing, pretty deservedly so, on pole for this one by the looks of things.
Yeah, no, exactly. Just flying it. They've played their cards right in all this. That's the important bit. Qualifying coming to a close to the last pole position of the season sorted there, and like I say, it's a very worthy one. Lovely to see a lap time like that. Got to say, the lack of pace difference. I mean, I know the Cup cars are quick, but the lack of pace difference between the SP9s and the Cups, has that been like it all season?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's like this. I remember doing a 6-hour race for another series last season. It was about this time last year, actually. And the field started together, effectively. There was a small break, but not the minute-and-a-half breaks that we have here in this championship. And the SB9s never caught most of the Porsches. Most of the Porsches finished on the lead lap. That's just how quick they are.
Damn, that is impressive. Do they ever get involved with the racing with the SP? Surely. Could lose too much time if they don't.
A little bit, but then again, they don't interact very often. So,
okay.
So you know, it's somewhat limited in that respect. But that's where the 1 minute 30 sort of difference between the classes comes in. That's what we're going to see. And by the way, the FP3T and VT2 classes will be combined because they're the two smallest. But the other three will start alone. And effectively, that puts the VT2s only a couple of minutes in front of the SP9s, which means we'll have lap traffic on lap 2, if not then on lap 3. It will come very, very early on in this race and will be very, very important, of course, over the course of 4 hours. That's the end of qualifying, though. And the SB9s have, of course, just about beaten the Porsches to an overall pole position. And importantly, of course, we've got the championship contenders up there, BS Competition and MSI in second position. You will, at second and third position, you will have noticed, though, that Team Redline in SB9 do not have a representative car here today. So the championship leaders may well be knocked off that perch as long as BS Competition finish inside the top 7. Then they should take the title if, of course, they don't get in here for the race. But that seems pretty unlikely to me.
They won't. So we can call them wimps. It's fine. No, like I say, obviously, sometimes things are very busy. It is a very busy weekend for a lot of drivers, mostly courtesy of the start of Formula 1. And, of course, sometimes getting a pro driver, whatever, can be difficult, especially with WEC going on at the moment as well. So it's just one of those weekends. Bit of a shame. Everything happened at the same time. There is a mathematical chance of them winning, considering they are the championship leaders. But they do need literally everyone to retire, basically, which... fairly unlikely.
Feels somewhat unlikely, doesn't it? We'll be showing you the grid for SB9 in a couple of moments' time, but I'm just doing a bit of maths as to what that actually means in terms of the championship. I think it means that a top 4 will do it for BS Plus competition. Top 7 will put them ahead of Redline. I'll explain that in a couple of moments' time. The Sontec Racing are on pole. I think that's... maybe clear after becoming favourites probably with Redline's absence. BS Competition lining up prime position in second position. MSI primed in third as well. They're the only ones that can take it away from BS Plus as well, if you want to look at it that way too. Coanda Esports by Mantai are in fourth position ahead of Williams in their number 5 car in position 5, which makes me pretty pleased, although the number 7 is in sixth position just behind them, so that's slightly less pleasing. The Team Williams number 50, although they are the number 47, will line up from 7th position, and don't forget about their 30-second stop and hold penalty, which will put them further towards the back of the field when the racing really gets underway. And that is the same, by the way, for the pole sitter of this race. Sontec Racing will have a 30-second stop and hold penalty to serve early on, so that's going to set them back, I think it's fair to say. WS Racing are in 8th position in the BMW. And by this point, by the way, we're well outside of the top 10 overall. We're in 9th place is the Leiper Esports Porsche of Robin Strycek. He's got 5 of the Porsche class cars in front of him here for this qualifying session. So that tells you everything you need to know and everything we've been discussing about the new Porsche Cup car and that category, which is going to be so fascinating to see with 4 teams separated by just 10 points fighting very excitingly indeed for a championship here this afternoon. In that 9th position, as I say, Leiper Esports lining up with RC Car Shop Esports to round out the top 10. It will be Howder Motorsport and Line GP next, and of M&J Downforce and Nürburgring Esports. Apex Racing, who themselves have got a 1 minute stop and hold penalty. Then Pro Sport Sim Racing with Falcon Sim Racing at the back of the field. And as I say, they will be joined up with the rest despite not setting a time. So BS Plus's parameters have certainly changed here in the last few moments. Now, knowing that Redline aren't here, that doesn't really bring many more drivers into the equation or many other teams into the equation. It does now mean that Sontec can theoretically win the championship, but once again, a 30-second stop and hold is going to be something difficult to overcome.
For BS competition, though, I think it's dangerous to think, oh, yeah, well, Redline aren't here, so blah, 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 now start changing tactics or whatever. Go into it, do exactly what you've been doing all season and see where you're like. It's kind of like, don't think too much about the big picture. Just survive the race, get the points. That's the important bit, which is easier said than done, let's be honest. With the stop and hold penalties, this is more so for everyone watching and not me, okay? So we're just going to clarify that one, all right? More so for everyone watching, not me. A little bit for me. The stop and hold, I assume they'll be giving that within the first 3 laps, and they'll have to come into pit lane and do it, or can they do it in the pit stop?
Well, you're going to have to... Stop and hold is one that you have to do in a separate trip down pit lane, as far as I'm aware, and a time penalty is the wording used for something you can serve during a pit stop. So the success penalty, for example, counts as a time penalty and not a separate trip down pit lane. And that will be imposed, by the way, on lap 5. Certainly the 30-second time penalties will be, and all of the stop and holds actually to start off this race will be imposed on lap 5. Had one through in VT2 as well, actually, while we've been chattering along. Race Control have been looking at some stuff that's happened in qualifying. The fast lane car, the 477 in second in the points, has a 5-second stop and hold for joining the pit lane after coming from the north side. That was specifically told at the start of the briefing, wasn't it? We were listening to it. That was specifically said in 2 languages. And unfortunately, they did come down pit lane from the north side. If you're not allowed to do that, you've got to do it from the Grand Prix layout.
We even tried working out what it was when it was in German. I didn't realise they did an English bit afterwards, which was very helpful to us. But it was specifically said, and if your commentators, i.e. myself and Ewan, can even pick up on that, there is no excuse for the drivers. Yeah, it's a silly mistake, especially like I say, it's a stop and hold fight, so they have to come into the pit lane separately. Yes, it's only a 5-second hold, but it's like doing a drive-through and then just stopping for 5 seconds, obviously. It's going to cost you a lot of time, basically.
It is going to cost you an awful lot of time, so that's something to watch out for early on, and unfortunately a big dent in their championship aspirations. By the way, Fastlane have the least amount of seconds of penalty to serve here, and with a win they would win the title, but that's just complicated things for them. We're on the formation lap. The RAVENOL 4-hour race is about to get underway. It's time for us to start predicting stuff, because you may remember, or well, nobody does actually, but I'm going to keep saying this. I predicted the podium places exactly correctly in the right order on round 2, so the stakes are quite high. The standard is quite high. We'll just go for the overall race.
No,
what is going to happen?
Mate.
What?
No, go for all categories, mate. I'm not having this half-hearted affair.
It's going to take forever. That's why we don't do it. we'll just go for the overalls. Who do we think is going to win? A pretty unpredictable race, to be honest, with Redline not here.
I think BS Competition are going to win. I think Commander Esports Manti are going to be second, and I think the Williams 47 is going to be third.
Okay, I'm going to go for BS Competition number 9 winning.
Oh yeah, I did mean the number 9 BS Competition, by the way.
Okay, well, I'm still going to go for it. Yeah, I'll go for Williams number 5 in second and MSI in third, despite their quite difficult start to or difficult race they're going to have with 20 seconds of penalty. It's going to be an uphill struggle for them, but there we are. There's the predictions. Make your own if you want in YouTube and wherever you are chatting along from here this afternoon, as it just about is in Europe. 4 hours ahead of us then, the longest race of the season, and what's been such an exciting DNLS season. 3 out of the 4 rounds so far have been settled with passes and battles on the last lap. Can we see that one last time in 23-24? The pace car will be pulling its way into pit lane, ready for the top class to get underway for one final time. It's the RAVENOL 4-hour race in round 5 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for 23-24. Sami Trogan now in control of this field in the Sontec Racing Lamborghini, leaving it quite a long time to get ready. People getting a bit restless in behind. Finally, he will let us go, and it's a great start from BS Competition in the BMW on the outside. Fortunately, Jono de Houw going backwards in the middle there for Commander Esports. It's 4 wide in the middle there as we pound down in towards turn number 1 for the first time. Sami Trogan will hold the lead through turn 1 on this occasion, and you will notice it's a slightly cleaner start than some of the previous rounds as well, and a good start from the pole sitter for this round.
Yeah, horrific start there from de Houw. Just did not get going. Was instantly passed by the number 7 BS Competition, Bruno Spengler. Bit of hip checks as well coming out of the Mercedes arena section, now working down towards the hairpin. Still plenty of side-by-side within this SP9 category, including a really big send there from the Williams.
Crowd are loving it. There is Sami Trogan leading the way by some distance, and the podium places, in fact, quite separated from the rest of the field. BS Competition in second, followed by Williams. Not a good start for MSI, unfortunately, and what they really could have done. Oh no, it was off the road. Coanda, I think it is, connected with WS Racing in the BMW, and it's a bad start that's gone to worse for Jono de Houw.
Yeah, and they come back on the circuit side by side, coming up towards the chicane on the Grand Prix circuit. De Houw will try and hang it around the outside. You can see in the background there, they still remain side by side though, so very sketchy indeed. But like you say, big drama there on the very first lap for a few of our contenders, mostly the Commander Esports Manti car.
Well, that was quite an energetic start. I think I spoke too soon, really, for saying it was clean, probably, but but never mind. That's what we're here for. SP9 off to a good start, though. Entertaining at the very least. That's this series has been from start to finish. Sami Trogan already with a 1 second advantage over Norwikis in second position, then Sundre Setsas to round out the podium places. In the bottom right-hand side of your screen, it's time for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring to get underway for one final time here this season. It's Redline versus Share Esport on the front row, with Share Esport again represented on the second both on the outside line going down towards turn 1. Oh, everybody stacks up behind. I don't think they were expecting quite such a long hold there, but the green flag finally waves, and down in towards turn 1 with 3 wide for the lead. It's Team Redline right down on the inside there. Gianni Vecchio trying to work his way through into prime position early on in this race, but he can't quite do it. It's still side by side between himself and Luca Alpert, as it's 3 wide in third place as well. Door Esports getting amongst the championship contenders and making a nuisance of themselves by getting up to third.
3 wide as well, with the 2 commanders on the inside of the Apex racing car, still side by side for that race lead. Up and under coming from Gianni Vecchio, trying to get down the inside. A bit of a squeeze off from Michael Gianni, just trying to push out one of those commanders. I think it might be Xander Reed behind him, might have been Bobby Zelensky. But yeah, really, really tricky there. I do believe it is going to be Gianni Vecchio, Grandma Vecchio, up to the front of the field.
Can he stay there? How long can he stay there for? That's going to be the big question here this afternoon. It's still side by side for second indeed. Door Esports are really making a nuisance of themselves here, and they could become the title contenders' worst enemy at this stage. Share Esport have lost out with both their cars now to Door Esports. It's been a good season in terms of pace for that team, now placed second, of course, but when you're not involved in the points fight as a result of races going a little bit downhill, then you are going to annoy some of those around you, but they're not there to please them, so they're just trying to get the best result that they possibly can out of the day. It's the best possible start for Redline, though, in that category, as we get our third one underway now. This is the SP10s, 4 involved in this title fight, and they're all inside the top 4 here too. It's Marla Racing Team and Sontec Racing, who start the day tied at the top of the tree. Starting from the front of the field, again a wild fanning out of the field as they get the green light here on the way down towards turn number 1. Pro Sport looking for a way down the outside. It won the BMW, who's looking for a dive down the inside. Marla Racing Team having to cover that one off, and in the end it was a good start from Felix going back to hang on to that position a little bit more comfortably than we saw in the Porsches.
Yeah, single file all in the in that top 5, so they're all pretty set and sorted. A couple of little looks in all of this as expected. A little bit of brushing over the rear end as they depart the arena section. Nicholas Laubisch in that Dur Esports car getting a couple of little brushes on the rear end from that distinctive black and green Mercedes. So a bit sketchy, and there is a spin in all of that. Not sure which one that was.
Pro Sport have gone around after contact there with, I think, Door Esports and the other Aston Martin. We'll have another look at that in a few moments' time, but it's a bit mental starting off this race. It's one of those corners, isn't it, where you're both diving for the apex. It's not a corner you want to be on the outside for.
It's a really hard corner to actually keep it tight, because it kind of, the way you transition from the Grand Prix circuit into what is effectively, it feels like a relief road between each side of the Grand Prix circuit when you go on a short one. You go over a bit of a lip on the inside. There's a curve on the inside which wants to push you out. It's really, you kind of always wash out with an awful lot of understeer before trying to pull it back to that final, the part, basically the second apex of it. Yeah, very dodgy indeed as the SP3Ts are now going to get racing.
Final start with the SP3Ts and, of course, the VT2s, which will be tagging along with the back of them, but not keeping up with them for very long, as you're about to see. It's the 2 protagonists of SP3Ts side by side on the way down towards turn 1. Sim RC with an 11-point advantage over Team Huizinveld, who have to win here this afternoon. We're racing one last time in the RAVENOL 4-hour race in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, and it's especially lively in VT2 behind, I've got to say. Huizinveld and Sim RC battle side by side, though, up in front, and it's 3 wide for the lead, just behind. Huizinveld to carry on the inside of second position, turn 2, I should say, and into turn 3 as well. That should give them first position, and does, ahead of Sim RC. Then it's Impulse Racing, Share Esport and Pro Sport, the top 5 there. In VT2, we've seen Wolfen Motorsports Sim Racing hang on to their early lead, which has, or hang on to their pole position, I should say, which has given them that early lead.
Yeah, indeed, doing quite good to hang on from Max Noth at the moment in the 5:09. It's actually worked up from the rear of that field going down to T1. So plus 4 positions in a 5-car field. Good effort there, of course, in that 5:09 car, the Kaufman Motorsports Grun car. So excellent stuff. Like I say, it's nice and clean there. Kieran Harrison not able to quite do anything about Fabian Siegmann, who has already pulled nearly 7/10 of a second before we've even got onto the Nordschleife.
That is impressive start for Fabian Siegmann. He really needs one of them, to be honest. He needs those drivers behind to put the pressure on Sim RC. I think it's fair to say Impulse Racing, the ones first in line to do just that. Amazingly, we're coming towards the end of a lap here in SB9 as well. Such as the chaos of an opening of a DNLS broadcast. It is almost the end of the opening lap, and now you sort of start to understand why the lap traffic comes around quite so quickly, because they've realistically only just begun, and these guys are getting towards the end of their first lap.
Yeah, indeed. So very, very solid start from Sammy Matty Trogan. I did see, by the way, I think only just being released from the pit lane is the 33 RC Car Shops Esports car, which is only about 30 or 45 seconds down the road from this lot. So they've had a terrible start to the race as the number 33, and basically already looking at being a lap down after pretty much just over 1 lap.
That is a bit of an odd one, I've got to say. I don't think there was any ruling that said they had to do that, but they have done for whatever reason. Don't know what that's all about, to be honest with you. But anyway, they will be not ones to worry about throughout today's race. It is still Sam Matty Trogan leading now by 1.7 seconds. It's fierce competition, and Williams fighting for second position. We're having a little look back down the field here to see where the battles really are. And the biggest group, by far actually, is the one down here for 11th position. Gael Valera has actually made a very good start here. Not a good qualifying, as we spoke about at the time, but he's made his way through on all of these guys, and now Coanda Esports have arguably got to do the same.
Yeah, but I will say he's not had the best out of everyone on the field. That'll go to the Holden Motorsports car. Volta behind the wheel, gone from 11th to 6th. Very, very solid start within the SP9 categories. Now we return to the Cups. You've got Dura Esports, Team Redline, and then the 2 Sherry Esports cars behind.
Tim Yarshall is on a mission today. I'm not sure what he's eating for breakfast or who's riled him up this morning, but someone has, because he is absolutely on a mission. Already ahead of Team Redline. He must have passed them out on the Nordschleife somewhere, and now he's nearly breaking the slipstream already in this race. I don't think he's quite managed it. Gianni Vecchio is very much still getting the benefit of that, and he might well need it with 2 Scherer cars behind. They're going to push each other to glory, they're going to hope anyway, with this 105 car now pulling to the inside, but now they've got no slipstream at all, but quite clever, because they will get it under the Bilstein bridge as they suck in for this left-hander. Bit of side-to-side contact too, and now the other car wants to follow through as well. Vecchio wants to let one car go, but not the other. Side by side into the Tiergarten they go, as on the outside Julian Raymer looks for the position. He won't be able to get it, but a lively start here in the Porsche category as Redline end up losing 2 places on this lap.
I think it'll be important there for Vecchio to not allow the 2 Sherry Esports cars to go together, but now he's going to have to squeeze down almost into the pit wall, Schumacher Barrichello-esque at the Hungaroring, obviously back in 2010. Now straight down the inside. We are going to see the move from Rain, but I believe Vecchio will have the inside line and will try and hold it. Yes, it's going to cost them time, but like I say, he does not want those 2 Sherry Esports cars to be working together, so we'll hold third position. It was 6 or 7/10 of a second, by the way, going out onto the Dettinger that Tim Yarshall had on the field. That was closed down to 2/10 of a second when they got into the braking zone going into the final corner. That's just a slipstream on that side of the circuit and how much time you lose in it, but he is absolutely flying at the moment.
Exactly, and one thing you mentioned there as well is given Sherry Esport a big benefit throughout this season. The fact that there's 2 of them, the fact that there's those 2 bullets in the gun every single round has meant that they've been able to split their strategy. They've been able to help each other in wheel-to-wheel combat. They've been able to work a bit of a 1-2, if you like, with everybody else, and that's really given them an advantage. And after all, they are 1 and 2 in this championship right now.
Yeah, exactly, and it kind of. It gives them the essentially like the calmness in this race to just go out there, do their standard strategy, follow the standard protocol. Don't do anything too silly, don't do anything too risky, although then again we did just see quite a lot of side-by-side there with Roma and Vecchia, so maybe they're not taking it too cautiously. But the cards are very much in their hands. They can play with quite a lot, essentially playing with house money, as we'll see these SP10s, the GT4s, battling their way up on the Dittinger because Sontek and Cipolla closing right into the back of Felix Quernbach.
So we normally see a bigger train at this stage in the race. Normally everybody's saving a bit of fuel and just running in line. But actually, it looks like we've had a pretty pacey opening lap from Felix Quernbach, and he's reduced the field to 6 at the end of just one time around here, which is pretty unusual, actually. All 4 of the contenders, I think, are involved. No, actually, Pro Sport of course, not involved because they had that spin on the opening lap. So that solves that mystery. But it's... does contain the other 3, only separated by 4 points at the moment, so we'll watch out for those guys and maybe focus on that a little bit more after the pit stops, because all these race leads, I've got to say at the minute, feel slightly shallow given the impending success penalties that everybody's going to have to take on, or everybody that finished in the top 3 last time around. So it feels like the race leads are somewhat made up at this stage in the race.
So you're already jumping straight onto the idea of the championship and stuff.
Yep.
I think we'll wait until the end of the first pit stop of each of the categories, and then start to see what the dealio is. How long do we go? Obviously, we know the SP9s will probably go about an hour.
Well, just
slightly less than, because obviously you do burn a lot of fuel around the Nordschleife comparatively to most circuits, and also you don't have as much. You can't save a lap of fuel around here. It's a little bit too long. What do each of the other ones do? Do you remember?
We should see the Porsches do 3 stops today, so going over the hour by quite comfortably, actually. The SP10s, well, it's going to be quite close, I think, for them, but they could end up doing 4 stops, so just under an hour a stint for them. But in SP3T and VT2, there'll be no stops, and actually they'll have to fulfil 2 mandatory pit stops, which there are today. That's not a particularly constraining ruling on anybody, but something worth bearing in mind. They're not going to end up doing just the 1 stop today. They should be going towards the hour and a half, but as long as they do an hour and 20, then you can make this work on 2 stops in those 2 categories. And yes, I am focusing on the championship already. I do this after about round 2 because I get far too excited.
That's true.
You focus on that,
I focus on liveries.
There's nothing I get more excited about than a championship finale, to be honest with you,
sure.
With points and all that kind of thing. And so I start focusing on it from about the end of round 2. So it's fine in DNLS because there's only 5 rounds, but on a normal series, I probably need to chill out. Anyway, out through the final.
We've had this in FSR, mate, where it's like, oh, we've done 2 rounds of a 10 to 12 round championship, and already it's like, oh my god, this guy did it. I was like, oh,
yeah. I really enjoy it, but I need to contain myself, to be honest. VT2 making their way towards the end of the lap, and this will remain pretty close for the opening few moments, but the pit stops will spread them out a little bit later on. Unfortunately, Kaufmann did go up into 2nd position, but it looks like that has washed away pretty quickly here, as there you can see the SP9s getting towards the Dottinger for the end of their 2nd lap. We're going to be into traffic very shortly.
Yeah, I do like the fact that we've actually got 5 classes. I still remember in iRacing when you could only have 5 cars. I think it might have been before cars when I first started as well. On circuit at the same time. So the idea of having 8 different GT3s was a no-go, as we'll see the BS competition car work its way past the Holden Motorsports car. I said about that great start from Volta, but losing out now to Bruno Spengler, who will now work his way through into 6th position. But yeah, it's great to see, for 1, variety in the GT3 category, for 2, variety in each of the categories. Obviously, we still want a few more cars and stuff, like a bit more variety, but to be perfectly honest, so much better than it used to be. It does feel a bit more like an actual Nürburgring race now.
It really does, yeah. Maybe double the cars.
Double the cars, exactly.
But that's not an easy technological problem to solve. So we'll hold off on that. But great variety, and to have. We've got 53 today, but we've had nearly 60 here this season. That does keep you busy, certainly. Side by side out through the Mercedes arena. This is Holden Motorsport versus BS Competition, and Bruno Spengler versus Yves Volt. And it's the A car that gets to the inside here and should be on its way through into 6th position. You mentioned earlier that Harder Motorsport had made a good start, and that is only continuing.
I'm on I-rating watch now. Bruno Spengler, this also really does confirm about how much Bruno Spengler's been focused on the world of sim racing. His I-rating is 8.5k, right? He's a pretty solid driver on iRacing. Volta, 2.6. Go on, son. Have it. The fact that you've just repassed, someone who's not that far away from being a part of the 10k crowd, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive indeed for him to be involved. There is the Porsche train making their way towards the Dottinger Höhe again. This is the end of their second lap of the afternoon. Bit wide from everybody, but there is no curb on the outside there. You kind of have to use the grass if you're trying to get the best exit possible. And now the games begin. What does Gianni Vecchio do here? Does he overtake? Where does he look? Does he look in front, look behind? Well, if he looks up in front, he'll see a very near change for the lead here. Tim Yarshall is going to get overtaken now shortly by Luca Alpert, or is Luca going to push him here? He's going to stay behind Alpert now. So what happens with the 4th place car? Vecchio goes round him. So now the teammate games really begin, and Scherer want to go through. It's free wide with Gianni Vecchio on the grass. He's going for the lead here from 3rd position. What a great move from Gianni Vecchio. We're only 20 minutes in here, but he's already on the grass. He's already making aggressive moves for the lead.
That was scary, so to say. I think Tim Yarshall won't be too pleased and will want to fire one straight down the inside, coming down to T1. It's exactly what he's going to do. There is the look to the inside as they head their way down into that first corner. Obviously heavy onto the brakes, so awkward to get it hooked up down into that first section. I do remember the Vecchio went around the outside in the previous lap, one of the Scherer Motorsports cars here, to do the same kind of thing. And exactly that, he's going to try and hang on in doing so. The look straight around the outside. Yarshall's still got a slight overlap though, and will he have an overlap leaving the arena section? Just about, but now the advantage is going to really swing towards the 130.
Great momentum. I'll put my teeth in for Gianni Vecchio to take the lead, and a good pass in the end as well, but good fight from Tim Yarshall in the end. Side by side for 5th place as well, as the Apex Racing team come under a bit of pressure from Zander Reed of Coanda Esports, the two traditionally liveried purple and orange Coanda cars, now sandwiching a Apex Racing car there in 5th, 6th and 7th position. What a start to the race we've had though in this category. This has all the looks of an absolute classic in the Porsche category.
Give you a bit of drama as well on the previous lap. I don't know exactly what has happened, but the Coanda Esports Manthey car has clearly had some form of issue. It's still in the pit lane. An awful lot of damage, I do believe, on the Howes car. So I think that might be curtains, unfortunately, for the number 18 Coanda Esports Manthey car in the SP9 category. So a bit of drama straight away.
It's such a shame for them. Not been a great season by all accounts, really. Although they are the highest up of the Porsches, just ahead of Falcon, although only with 4 points at the end of this season so far. Here are the SP10s again on the back straight towards the end of another lap. Nürburgring Esports look to be the last of the 6 who are now struggling to hang on to the slipstream, which is so important in this class, especially around these longer flat-out sections. Looks like we're single file here. We may have settled back into fuel-saving land as well, which happens fairly regularly in SP10 on the Nordschleife.
I mean, it happens quite a lot around the Nordschleife anyway, because the thing is, it's such a fuel-heavy circuit, because you are pinned around here for a very long time. Yes, there's an awful lot of corners, a lot of time between those corners, and for a lot of that time you are pinned. Think of the climb all the way up to Hoax, right? It's a long time to just basically be fully pinned on the throttle. So anytime you can save fuel, take that opportunity, take that advantage, and do so, because it will shrink your pit stop, or maybe a little bit, especially like later on in the race. You're playing long game. No, you're not going to add an extra lap. Realistically onto your stint, but you're just thinking about the long game and thinking about just the stops and how little time you want to be stationary within the box.
It's all very interesting and all very Well, I'm anticipating and getting excited about what's to come in this race. It's going to be the longest of the season, of course, but a very exciting one indeed. Nearly half an hour in, or just over 20 minutes, I should say, into the race so far. It's single file in SB10 over the Grand Prix layout here. We've also got Kramer Racing Esports' Porsche Cup car in the pit lane, by the way. Mark Bowser started that car and is into the pit lane again. And we've also seen the Pro Sport TCR in the lane at some point today as well, as RC Car Shop Esports, who we saw start from there. So we have had some problems out on the North side for a fair amount of these cars already, which is a bit of a shame for them. Still a leading 4 in SB3T, by the way, as I'm sure the SB9s, and in fact most of the SB9s have now gone through the VT2s. The first bit of traffic of this race seems to have been dealt with, and it's the traffic with the biggest closing speed as well, which is always a nerve-wracking moment, especially if you're in the slower car.
Oh yeah, you are not in control of your destiny in that one, let's put it that way. I will say Race Control have dished out those penalties that you were talking about. To give you a little bit of a reminder, the Kramer Racing Esports 112 car has given a drive-through penalty, so they will be working their way back into, well, I think they've already done their drive-through, to be honest. The fast lane by Smila Esports, they've been given that 5-second stop and hold. That's the 477 courtesy as well. We'll talk about the side-by-side first. It's slightly more important because Tim Yarsh is going straight around the outside as they head up towards Milk-Curver. So bravery corner, but he didn't need to make the side-by-side pass into there, so Yarshall back up to the front of the field. Yes, the 477 will get that stop and hold 5-second penalty. Dura Esports' GT4, the 180 will be has a drive-through penalty dished out to it in the number 180, and the Commander Esports Manti car, well, we already saw the drama for them anyway, but they've also been dished out a drive-through penalty to make their life that slight bit worse.
So, when speaking about that top 4 in SB10, now they've all got some sort of penalties served, because 3 of them have success penalty, and now Dora Esports have that drive-through as well. So we're almost on as even down there now. That was a good pass though from Tim Yarshall, and I wonder at what point we're going to see sort of the mindset change in this class, and in all the classes in fact. At what point does it become acceptable to go side by side through the Muck-Curver? It's probably only a final half hour kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, logically, yes. Have you seen these drivers?
Exactly.
Yeah.
When was the last time logic applied to sim racing?
Yeah. I was going to say, logic don't come into it, Chief. So I think if there is the chance of them going side by side into Muck-Curver, then they'll just do it regardless. I did see, coming out of Ironburg down towards, coming up towards Ardenau Force, to be perfectly honest, I did see that Yarshall was having a look to pass even there. And decided better of it, but clearly pinned up the hill. You might as well go for it. Another drive-through penalty dished out. It's such a shame. Is that the one I'm thinking of? No, it's not. Okay. The Holden Motorsports 107, which is in the Cup category, they've also been given a drive-through penalty.
They have. That was for causing a collision with the Nürburgring Esports 111, according to Race Control. So. Lots of the stuff for them to work through, and actually we did see a quite clean race in round 4. It was a little bit investigation heavy for the opening hour of the race, let's say, but for the middle 2, let's say, well, it wasn't a 4-hour race, but you get the idea. the middle part of the race, there was a long time without incident, an accident, or investigation, but there was eventually in the final part of the race, as the real race leading and race winning battles came to a head in more than one class actually in round 4 last time around. We're back onto the back straight again, dotting a time for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and it's Sherry Esport who are getting together, bump drafting one another, and Johnny Vecchio could find himself in 4th place very shortly. Here goes one car, there goes the other. Vecchio with no help other than the slipstream he's got in front of him, and so will Sherry get through with both of their cars? He tries to barge his way into the train, he tries to side draft them both as well. What's going to happen down here into the Tiergarten is all of a sudden Yarshall's very much in the equation now. Vecchio able to get between the two of them, and to be honest, he's done well to stop at 3rd place.
Low exit though, and so I think he might be dealing with a bit of a potential pass going down into T1 as well from Roma. So watch out for that one from the Shura Esports Cup, the second of their 2 cars. There's the look to the inside, picking up a little bit of slipstream from their teammate, but to be fair, Vecchio's been quite good around the outside, but now he's getting slowed down from the second one, and a bit of a hip check as well. He'll leave his nose down the inside and might cause an incident and all that. That was fairly predictable.
Wow, that was close. And in the end, Julian Roma had to just steer out of that one to make sure that he didn't go all the way around. I think that's a very much a notion of where we are in the race. If that was a bit later on in 3 hours' time, I don't think he's turning out of that.
No, I mean, the thing is, I think Vecchio was a little bit frustrated with the hip check and the block down into T1. And so, realistically speaking, was kind of at that point where it's like, you should kind of back out of it. I'm not saying that like he did anything like necessarily wrong in that, but it's like you're looking at it being like, we're very early in the race. Realistically, it's not worth leaving your nose down the inside, risking a penalty, risking the damage that comes with it, and yet still sent it. That shows me that that's a driver that's a little bit irritated with what's happened. And so you got to be careful not letting that red mist take over, to be honest.
You do have to be careful of those kind of things, especially in such a long race. Here's the battle for second position overall though. BS Competition currently holding firm here ahead of Team Williams, the number 5 car that ended up, of course, in so much controversy at the end of the last round. It was Sindre Setsas who is driving here, sharing with Vasilis Penalties just a few weeks ago. In between times, they've well, I'm not sure Setsas drove Bathurst, but Penalties certainly did, and so plenty of driving for these guys in the Mercedes and in various cars actually, which Williams go and do a bit of pick and choosing on occasion as to which manufacturer they would like to run with. But it is a fairly busy time in endurance racing, especially early on. A lot of these teams will have been doing a long race a weekend at this time of year.
Indeed, see if Dura Esports can work their way past. I do have a question for you, by the way, which might
okay.
I want to cause some problems in the world of sim racing, but we'll discuss that after this. It is absolutely fine. The Dura Esports car trying to get their way, and do indeed get their way past Steen Ledger in the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. Nicely done. Okay, are you ready?
Well, but yes.
Arguably, the best team in the world of sim racing at the moment is Redline. Right, when it comes to quantity, consistency, the fact they're all over the place in the world of sim race, they do not just one simulator, they do all of them, they're very fast, blah, 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 blah. Who's the second best these days?
That is a real
yep, it's tough, isn't it?
Mind boggler, I would say. I would have said Urano, other than a couple of
it's now
months
Redline,
ago. Other than exactly, as Nürburgring Esports, just to cover that, by the way, get up to 5th position ahead of 80RS down into turn 1. Yeah, I would have said Urano a couple of months ago, but they're not in existence anymore, unfortunately. We've had plenty of success in this series, indeed, in the past as well. I really wouldn't know where to go with that. There's a lot of teams in the conversation, as I say. So, I don't know. What would you go for?
We were discussing this on broadcast. There's quite a few options. The thing is, who's the second best team is a much more complicated question than who is the best. Because, like I said, if you'd have asked me 2 years ago who's the best team in sim racing, it was always between Redline and Coanda.
Yeah.
And Coanda dropped off quite a bit, and that's not like their speed. It's just their focus because they got busy, they did other things. Blah 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 blah. Coanda are definitely in the hunt for being second best. Sorry, by the way, but it is true. They're in the hunt for being second best. But then we're not talking about just iRacing here. This is about in the entirety of sim racing.
Exactly.
And no, I lean a little bit towards BS are up there. Apex have had their flashes, like very much so. But I kind of lean a little bit towards Williams at the moment.
Oh, that's a good point. Williams, yeah. And they had a very good iRacing special event season last year. So maybe, you might be right in terms of quantity of drivers and the breadth at which they're operating at. Yeah, it's difficult, but it's also difficult to put a definite answer on that one.
Exactly.
To be honest with you, you're right. It's no longer the real glory days of a Redline versus Coanda situation, which it was for many, many, many years. no longer quite the case,
Williams gave me
unfortunately.
a shirt, so...
That's not going to even it out, is it?
Well, Apex haven't given me a shirt, so it's definitely not them.
Oh yeah, that is true. Line GP just worked their way past one of the Porsches, by the way. This is in SB9. That was at Holder Motorsport. So Holder had gotten ahead of BS Competition, Bruno Spengler, but now they're not only 5 seconds further back, they're a few positions further back. And Galvalero looking for his way past into the Tiergarten too.
I think Volta made a really good start to the race, right? Really, just pouncing a few of those problems. We saw quite a few problems on the first lap, and just hasn't quite had the pace and consistency to keep up. He's doing a very impressive job, by the way, but it's just not quite enough. Now defending a little bit late, just coming down the hill. Garvalero pokes it back to the outside before committing as heavily as he can. Getting around the outside, there's contact between the Ferrari and the Porsche going down into the first corner, and the Lion GP car starting to feel that pressure, but it is Holder that lose out.
It is, and that's been a story of the last 10 minutes or so. They've been losing out quite a lot in terms of positions. Out of the Mercedes arena they head. Now trailing the Apex Racing team, first of all, then Lion GP, who are now 9th. It has been a decent start and a decent first stint from Galvalero, I think it's fair to say. You mentioned Holder Motorsport had a good start to the race, but that start to the race could just include the first sector even, but since then maybe not quite so good, although I wouldn't be quite that harsh on Holder. It's been a more sort of well-rounded good start to the race for Galvalero, who's not only made a good initial start and a getaway, but has actually continued that on for the first half an hour.
I do also believe that the Volta in that Holder Motorsports car, I do believe is the lowest I-rated driver currently on circuit in the SP9 category. So I think, you know, let's say big hats off to that. That for half an hour has still been able to kind of keep in the hunt for the top 10. He's doing what he can for the team. They're doing a great job. They're doing an absolutely fantastic job. But like I say, just maybe just didn't quite have the pace to hold on. Here's what it is. We'll see. I've just seen another drive-through. Oh, sorry, another penalty's been dished out. It is a drive-through penalty for the Scherer Esports Cup 1. Which is the 105 car has been given a drive-through penalty. What's that for?
That is for decelerating in the formation before the start. So that's maybe why you saw a little bit of fanning out quite so aggressively at the start. Oh dear, this could be messy. Speaking of, side by side in the BT2 class. Oh my word! And the Porsches go round. Completely terrified, the Toyotas hooked the left-hand side of the circuit, and that split the group up now for good. Apex Racing team caught on the wrong side of that, but it could have been a lot worse for everybody.
That was so cute with the little... Oh, they're still off the road! My goodness me, that was one of the Kufman cars, I believe. It was so cute with them, like, as all these Porsches were coming through, they all, like, huddled up quite close. That was terrifying. Good job they're quite a small car, isn't it?
Goodness me. And it would have been a monumental plane crash as well.
Absolutely.
Goodness gracious. Well, thankfully that was disaster averted. And for some reason the VT2s are a bit more spread out at the moment, by the way. Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing now have a margin over the rest of the field, and Fastlane are further back. That's because of their penalty, of course, that they served at the start of the previous lap. So not the one that they've just begun now, but the one before. So they're now down to 5th position in the field. But goodness me, that was close again. The big moment, though, in terms of the Porsches, is that Michael Jarni had to slow down there. He just had to. Yeah. And look at the gap that's been created.
Yeah, could not do anything there. It's kind of like wrong place, wrong time. That is just the bad luck of it. You know, you got to accept that the bad luck is going to come for someone else in the race. But yeah, realistically, it'll be very frustrating to see that 3-second margin now to the top 5. We'll have to go full guns blazing, full send. Through the forest this time. Got to say, by the way, the penalties that you were discussing at the start of the race have now been dished out by race control. So the Sontec 22 car has got the stop and hold 30. So they'll be coming into the pit lane from the race lead to deal with that at some point in the near future. The 47 AMG Williams has also got the stop and hold 30. And of course, the AMG Team Apex car has the stop and hold 60 for not having a pro driver.
Apologies for all the penalty talk, but I've got a bit more. Stop and hold for the Holder Motorsport GT3. That's the is that the GT3 or the?
That's the 107. It's the 107.
The 107. Excuse me. So we were talking earlier about their great start. I was beginning to join the dots there and thinking, well, was that the reason they got such a good start? No, they did start correctly. Ironically, they had a better start than the one that didn't. But anyway, that's just the bizarre way that motorsport works sometimes. Stop and hold. 10-second penalty for them. We'll report others when we get answers to them. Meanwhile, SP9 has side-by-side into the mud curve again, and here goes WS Racing. You mentioned it earlier. If there's a chance, they'll do it, and they nearly did.
Yeah, that was almost a very scary moment for the Holden Motorsport car that's in the SP9s. Also, speaking of Holden Motorsport, so that 107 getting that stop and hold penalty, the 10 seconds, that's their second penalty of this race, because they had a drive-through earlier on as well. So in 40 minutes, they've dropped 2 penalties.
And they're already half a minute off the lead after nearly 40 minutes. So that shows you
F's in chat.
Everything you need to know about their race so far. Sadly, this Door Esports SP10 has a drive-through to serve pretty soon as well, doesn't it? So that is going to drop the third-place car in this train you're watching at the moment out of the way pretty soon. And you'd imagine that would be now. Yeah, there they go. So that's the only of the championship contenders to not have success penalty, but they've effectively got it now because they've got a drive-through. So it's all very complicated in SP10. That leaves Sontek and Mahler in the positions 1 and 2.
Yeah, like I say, a lot of penalty talk. We do apologise, but if we don't give you this information, people will come into the pit lane, and then you'll have 2 commentators like, "Whoa, something's happened," and we won't know. So that's why we try and keep you as up to date as is humanly possible. So when we do that, you can then sit there and be like, "Oh, these commentators are idiots. They don't know what they're talking about," because we'd already brought it up before. So it's fine. It's more so for our reference as well. But yeah, a lot of penalties to be dished out in the first part of this race. It's not too much of a shock though. Oh yeah, always. Yeah, well, generally speaking, with the start of these kind of races, it does get a little bit messy. It is easy to trip over. For example, the start of the the Cup Series start, like that was all very messy, and so that's been dealt with. Is what it is. Hopefully, it all calms down for at least the next 3 hours and 10 minutes when it comes to what race control need to deal with.
Well, apparently not, because they've just given Sontek a drive-through for the start procedure as well. So
really?
That's 2 out of 4 starters who have, the cars that are in control of the field, who have done it wrong. And it's bizarre, given it's the final race of the season. You'd think they'd be used to it now, especially Sontek and Sami Trogan, who's had to do it before. He's got a drive-through penalty for that. So I was thinking earlier, actually, that maybe Sontek could come back from that first penalty, but especially given the early pace that Trogan has been showing with a 5-second margin at the front, but maybe not anymore.
Nah, I mean, like I say, overcoming 2 penalties. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? Really? No. No, it isn't. You're at the point where you're needing to get a little bit fortuitous, a little bit lucky, as we're right on board with Garth Valero, who does have that stop and hold 60 hanging over his head. Give a little bit of a bump draft to the Lion GP car coming down into that final sector. You see, really, the confidence to be able to get that close. New fastest lap of the race, Norby Kish. Go on, Sam.
Very good lap. He is really in the groove at the moment. Although Sindro Setsas is following him quite well, so Sindro must be at a decent pace as well. Yeah, 54. He was only at less than a tenth off, so he's not going to get quite the recognition for fastest lap, but he's going almost as quickly, and both of them comfortably quicker than the Sontek racing car in the lead of the race. You're currently following, by the way, the battle for 7th place, which has Lipa Esports, the best of the Porsches in the field, heading the train, ahead of M&J Downforce, Lion GP and Apex Racing. It feels like it's been a weird race so far, to be honest. I feel like there's a weird result coming up, to be honest, where someone we haven't really seen very much of this season is going to get a top 5 or something odd like that.
That's the effect of what happens when I come in and ruin things.
Odd things happen.
Exactly, weird things happen. By the way, that lap time from Norby Kish, that would have put him 6th in qualifying.
Goodness me.
That's a rapid lap time from Norby Kish. So, like I say, it's not like that shock that they are going that fast. Obviously, we've burnt a lot of fuel by now. And it's not the highest tyre wear circuit in the world, but still, that's a pretty impressive lap to have pieced together as we keep our eye on Valero, who has not come into the pit lane. You'll kind of want to deal with that penalty pretty quickly, though, because obviously you don't want to...
Well,
I mean, I'd want to get it done.
I think it depends on where the traffic is. If they've just passed a load of traffic, I'd want to give it a lap, to be honest, because so that you'd have to do it again.
That's
the
true.
traffic is very formulaic at the moment, isn't it? Where you're catching a sort of a whole class at once. So you don't really want to do that more than once if you don't have to. And that's why I think some people may be leaving it, and why Trogan has left it actually until now, despite having 2 penalties to serve. Although he will need to be careful with that he doesn't trip any rules with regards to leaving it too long. The Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring makes its way towards the end of another lap, and in the lead at the moment it's Luca Alpert for Scherer Esport Cup, although they do have that penalty to serve. How many times are we going to say that?
Yeah.
Take a shot every time. Maybe don't.
Oh my goodness.
We won't. But it's been the story of the race so far. Penalties, and they're defining the race at the moment.
It's that Oprah meme, isn't it? You get a penalty, you get a penalty, you get a penalty. Just to say, by the way, with the Sontec, because I know you said about the 2 penalties, as we'll see now, the Scherer Esports Cup 1 car coming into the pit lane to serve that penalty. I do not believe... the second penalty has not been dished out yet, so I don't know if they're waiting for the Sontec to serve the first penalty and then they'll dish the second. Either way, battle for the race lead in the car. Oh my goodness!
Off Johnny Vecchio, off on the Mercedes Arena section, and their long-time rivals Coanda will be straight down the inside as a result. This is now the battle for 3rd place as a result of everything that's gone on. Sander Reid with a good chance here to go round the outside at turn 4 and use the momentum to get into a provisional podium place, and he chops in front of the 130 as well to secure the position. The classic battle between the two continues, but he goes too deep. Sander Reid there really with an unforced error, to be honest, and Gianni Vecchio will be back on the outside again, but more importantly gives him the insight for the next corner.
You know who's really happy looking at all that? The 119, the Apex Racing Team car that's just off the rear end, seeing all that battling, seeing the separation. This is now the opportunity for them to maybe pick up the slipstream and rejoin this fight to some degree, especially if there's going to be any more fighting. But yeah, big hip check there coming in from Tim Yarshall right onto the side of that Team Redline car of Grandma Vecchio. But yeah, I don't know. You kind of see that a lot because you need, as you come out of the first corner, you need to pull it back over to the right-hand side to open yourself up for that left-hand. Doesn't mean you can do so when there's a car there. But it's why we do see a lot of hip checks there.
Yeah, we certainly do, and Apex will be gaining as a result. Let's have a quick look at a replay as to what happened here. Now, is anybody really at fault for this? Yarshall versus Vecchio? I think it's Yarshall trying to get back to the racing line there, isn't it, really? And Vecchio doesn't really want to let that happen. And so effectively he does get shoved off the road.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. Like, part of me is saying that, like, that's a racing incident. Part of me is saying that it's Tim Yarshall's. The person who's not at fault for that is actually Vecchio.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have to just move straight over to the right side. He had a fair overlap there to basically say that, yeah, you can't just drive into me. See there being a penalty of some description going to Yarshall, but if it were me in race control, I don't think I'd give one. I'm not gonna lie.
Only very minor if there is one.
Maybe 5 seconds.
Yeah, at most. Yeah, but let's wait and see on that respect, and maybe give penalties a rest. Although it's very difficult to, isn't it? We'll hope that there are a few less of them in the remaining 3 hours 15. Very lively start though to the 5th round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for season 23-24. This is the RAVENOL 4-hour race. Here we'll be back very shortly with more racing here on the Nordschleife with 3 hours 15 to go.
Jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
welcome back to the Nordschleife, where Sontec Racing are leading the way overall here in the final round of the season. It's the RAVENOL 4-hour race for round 5 of this championship, and what an exciting one it has been so far. Drama, controversy, stewards' decisions and everything in between. It's myself, Ewan and Lewis McGlade alongside me for the final round of the season. Arjuna Kankipati not with us, unfortunately, for this one, as he has been throughout the remainder of the season. Battle for second place is the one we're following at the moment. Norby Kish and Sindre Setsas just under 6 seconds from the race lead, but effectively this is going to become the race lead pretty shortly. And Norby Kish would very much like to hang on to it as well, as Team Williams look for their way through into the Tiergarten. It's the first time actually they've passed. I'm not sure if it's the first time they've had a chance to pass, but certainly the first time they've made it stick.
Yeah, so Sindre working his way now into second position. Sami Matti Trogan into the pit lane now, by the way. So this will now become the race lead. So we have seen that Sontec car come in. These two head to the front of the field. Bit of a gap back, of course, to Sepinen in the number 49 car, which was the Williams car that I said was going to win. It was the 47, wasn't it? So now I'm way off. They're miles down the road now. Maybe you were right in picking the 5.
Yeah, but I don't think I've got these two in the right order, to be honest with you. I had these two the other way round than they're running at the moment. Long way to go, of course, but they need to change as far as I'm concerned.
I don't remember. Did I say the BS competition car? We're going to have to go back and look now. I think I said BS competition would win.
Yeah. I think you actually said something different to what you were thinking, because you changed as well when I started reading out mine. So we'll have to find out.
No, it's because I wasn't sure which BS competition, but I did mean the 9.
Yeah. So there we are. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Still a long way to go before we've decided who's won this race. Way over 3 hours remaining. But pit stops will be soon. We're on lap 7 now. These SB9s can traditionally do 7 laps, so it's the time for the first pit stops of the day. And now the drivers and teams will have to decide what on earth they're going to do with their professional drivers and their minimum of 8 laps that they have to do.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's left as 8 laps, because you kind of want it to be a little bit awkward. You know, you don't want it to be like, oh, well, yeah, but you can just do, you'll be fine. Just do one stint and then get out of the car. You want it to be a bit more awkward than that. Of course, the way you could get it to 8 laps is if you did 4 and 4 or whatever, but then you're going to lose an awful lot of time doing so. It's a bit of a risk. I'm sure some teams might have already thought about doing something like that, you know, in the past. But realistically speaking, you don't ever want to do that. Also, to be fair, these days when you have your pro driver in the car, they're normally like pretty rapid. For example, Norby Kish. Do you know how much I rating he's got?
It's probably close to 10k.
It's 9.5.
Wow.
He's nearly in the list. Again, it's the whole question of how many drivers have got over 10k I rated these days. Do you know what the answer is?
Hundreds?
No.
Oh, no. Okay.
No. It's 37.
Okay. That's a bit less than I thought, actually.
When I started commentating, it was 1.
Yeah.
It was Benneker. And then it was a shock when it became 2. But now it's 37 drivers have more than 10k.
Now it's 11k, which everyone's aiming for.
I think it's 3.
Even that's becoming, slightly less of a collector's item these days. By the way, just want to pull you up on one thing. Not because I think you're wrong, but I don't know. I want to see what you think, because you mentioned you don't want to do 4 and 4 laps earlier in the stint. Effectively, these SB9s are going to have to do 4 stops. So if they do 4 and 4, then are they not just offsetting the sort of extra pit stop that they're going to have to do?
No, I think that. Okay, no, that is a fair shout, because if you're going to do your splash, by the way, now that Sontec have served their first penalty, they do get their second penalty that we said about. Bosch, there it is. So that was one that we'd already spoken about before, that's just been dished out now, by the way. No, because you want to, you're going to have to do a splash, right? In a sense, you're going to have to do a shorter stop because of how much you're running slightly less than the hour. Ideally speaking, you would want that shorter stop to potentially be in the hands of your pro driver, or rather of your slower driver, that is the pro or sub driver, whatever, right? You want it in the hands of your slower driver. So if your slower driver is the pro driver, then maybe doing a full stint and then sticking them out for 4 laps and then bringing them back in. It's not a bad idea.
It's all different ways of approaching the race, isn't it? The only concern I would have with that is that if you're doing 8 stints, are you going to be able to make the rest of the race on just 3 stints? Is that, you know, is this race going to be longer than 29 laps? Would be my concern with that. And the answer to that might be maybe.
Might be maybe.
It might be maybe. Definitely maybe.
That is a big call from you and O'Leary there. It might be maybe.
A very tentative suggestion.
How is it on the fence today?
I'm getting all kinds of rashes from sitting on this fence. No, I do actually think it will be longer than 29 laps because if you think about it, these guys can do probably 7.5 in an hour, 7.5 laps, maybe a bit more than that. So if you average that out, that's 30 laps at least, and I think they could actually get round to 31. So effectively, you're probably right. You want to get your real life driver to do 10 laps if you're not very comfortable with them. But even better of a situation, get a co-driver like Norby Kish, and then you've got no concerns about him getting to the 8 laps.
Indeed. Adopt Don't Shop also getting themselves a drive-through penalty. By the way, that's the one that popped up on the screen just there for the 183. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. My predicted race length, by the way, is for Sindre Setsels is 30.8 laps. Okay. Right. That is not taking into account pit stops, though. But even when you account for pit stops, let's be honest, if by that it becomes 30.1, well then you're doing the 31 laps. So I think you're absolutely right. I think it is very close to it being 31 laps of racing, to the point where if I were a betting man right now, I would tell you this race will be 31 laps.
I'd go for that too. I would as well. Based on what we've seen this season as well, we've generally seen them get to the line with about a minute or 2 to go, actually. So generally, we have gone 1 lap longer than you would normally expect. And as you say, remember, of course, when we're talking about this, 30.1 laps still equals 31 laps.
Yeah,
we always round up. Forget what you learned about in primary school, all this rounding stuff. It's always rounded up in an endurance race, and I've fallen afoul of that before in terms of just rounding like you would normally, not realising that, of course, a decimal of a lap still means you've got time on the clock when you're across the line. So these guys are more experienced enough to know that. It's just I'm not. So there we go. But that's all to worry about a little bit later on in just over 3 hours' time. Sindre Setsels still leads the way ahead of Norby Kish then. The battle for first between Williams and BS competition, 2 of the great teams in sim racing, in iRacing specifically as well. And I wonder if they're going to exchange positions on the way towards pit lane here, because effectively these two will be nose to tail on their way into the pit lane. The car that's in front will basically gain a free car length on the car behind, because you're not offering up any slipstream afterwards this overtake. So maybe Norby Kish will fancy himself the race lead again.
I would want to be ahead coming in. It's a bit of an awkward pit lane coming here into the coming in from the Nordschleife. So I would definitely want to be leading for it. So I'm pretty sure Norby Kish will go for it, but it's only if he's really properly close enough, and it's going to be no risk, because they're going to close up in the slipstream. Let's see if Norby Kish does indeed go for it. As the answer to that question is yes, he certainly will. And I don't know if Setsels is going to be able to fight it at all.
Let's see. Down in towards the Tiergarten. He's pretty comfortably behind here, and there's not a lot he can do. Not too much worth losing sleep over right now, though, to be honest. That was a big slide from Kish, but he just about pulls it up in time. Lucky he doesn't really need the exit speed onto the front straight, because it wasn't a very good exit. And he will now pull into the pit lane along with everybody else. If anybody makes it 8 laps in SB9, it's going to be a surprise. We've already seen Nürburgring Esports and Holden Motorsport into the pit lane, along with Sontec Racing, who have clearly made a pit stop as well. Dominic Stabe is in. I wonder whether they did their stop and go and then did a driver change and a pit stop, which I didn't think was allowed, but it might be.
Yeah, I don't fully know. Again, you know the ruling more so than I. Unless maybe they did their pit stop and they're going to do the stop and go this time.
True.
I don't know. Hilariously, by the way, on my screen, the Sontec car still has their livery that they were running in Bathurst, where they submitted the livery for the wrong car. And what I mean by that is, because all the templates in iRacing are the same size, they're all the same, it's a square. right, with different patterns on it for different cars, you know, different templates, right? I think they submitted like it might have been like a Ferrari or something like that. So their car's really broken on my screen. Thankfully, they have submitted the right one for this, because it does look rather good. But it is quite funny to see that even big teams like that can mess up silly little things. Yes,
quite reassuring, I'd imagine, for teams up and down the R-Racing ladder. So, battle for the lead in the Porsche category is slightly less numerous these days. Door Esports and Sherry Sport now the only ones involved, with the Redline, Coanda and Apex, three great teams in third, fourth and fifth position, as they get onto the SB3T cars now as well. These guys should go a further lap here. They should go at least 8 laps, and that will equal a 3-stop race for this class here today.
It is going to really close up, though. Those 3 behind will surely close up quite a lot on the top 2 here. And so we might well see this become a 5-car train for the race lead. By the way, Dominic Stone did not come into the pit lane this time for the Sontec team. So maybe they have dealt with a penalty and they were allowed to do a driver swap in that?
Well, they certainly haven't dealt with their drive-through. So
no, exactly.
I don't know. There's very similar wording here in the regulations between stop and go and stop and hold, which first of all have similar titles and then seem quite similar to me. I'm going to have to interpret them again in a moment.
Read them word for word in a moment.
OK, we'll get to that. Meanwhile, it's side by side between Redline and Coanda. These two are having quite a civil battle for the lead, but it's not so civil back here. Redline versus Coanda again down in towards the Tiergarten, but I think Xander Reed just letting that one go on this occasion, and they'll live to fight another day in terms of the battles. You'd think that everyone will pass the pit lane here, but they're so not fuel limited in the Porsche class today that you wouldn't bet against someone going for something a little bit odd, but none of the top 5 do. So a stop and go penalty requires a driver to head for his pit and stop in his pit place. The black flag will be cleared by iRacing afterwards. In a stop and hold, that penalty requires the penalised driver to head for his pit and stop in his pit place, and the iRacing will hold them for a certain period of time before it's released again. So I don't know what the difference is there, but there's one additional sentence in which one of them iRacing holds them and one of them in which they just hold themselves.
Well, and if they hold themselves, they can surely change things, like they can do a pit stop, which was not a penalty. Yeah, I don't know. That's we need some clarification on that one from race control. So unsure. That is bizarre wording.
It's just similar, really.
Yeah,
that's the only issue. And I could have sworn I saw a time penalty applied last round as well. There doesn't seem to be wording on what that means. I guess it's quite self-explanatory what a time penalty means. So I'm not sure. We'll figure it out as we go along, and at some point we'll reach a point in this race where we won't have to worry about those quite so much in the future. Meanwhile, 3 hours to go in the RAVENOL 4-hour race here this afternoon. Round 5 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, and we've got a battle for the lead in SB3T heading out onto the north side for, again, plenty of battles going on in the SB9 category as well. We've had a lively first hour of this race.
Certainly have, and like I say, got plenty of battles to deal with. I do want to say one very quick thing. Yes, boring penalties, old people, yeah, whatever. So I think, you know how was it a 30-second stop and hold for start? So they are quite a long way off the back of the field. So I wonder if they have taken some form of penalty in stationary time.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. The lane time for me is showing them at 2 minutes 9. Now, that suggests to me that they did everything in one go there. So there's obviously a 30-second loss in there. However, they've lost sort of a minute in relation to everybody else. So I don't quite understand where that extra 30 seconds in terms of loss has come from.
No, me
Because
neither. That's why I was a bit confused as well.
Sorry, their stop was also 90 seconds.
Right.
Which doesn't really make any sense.
Too long, yeah.
Unless they've made a deal to convert a drive-through to 30 seconds again. Surely you can't make negotiations with race control.
No way. We've all tried that. I have successfully negotiated a penalty before, by the way, like that. It was with Jimmy Allison in season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. I negotiated with Jimmy Allison. You're absolutely right, because we had 2 stop-and-go penalties that were. Well, I think we had a drive-through penalty and we had a stop-and-go 30. And we negotiated to do 1 stop and go. I think we did a stop and go 60, and the negotiation went well. I'll say that. We were very shocked.
Well, did you do it as well? You actually did the negotiating.
I started it.
Okay.
I think Bailey was the one that pushed it over the line.
It needed a team effort, I think.
Yeah, Lars did nothing.
I was surprised. He was probably about 16 at the time. Anyway,
yeah, probably.
Anyway, that's a different championship in time.
Very different.
Let's get back to SB10 again. These guys have made stops, by the way. Some of them, anyway. Not these 2, but some have made stops a bit further back. Dory Sports have been in for their drive-through. Mentioned that earlier on. Nürburgring Esports were in this group earlier on. They've made their stop, along with Adrenaline, who weren't all that far away either. But it should be about these 2 as we exit the pit lane again, just depending on where they are in relation to each other. There's contact. Sontek trying to get into the pit lane. Not sure what the slow-up and the hold-up was there for Tatu Sipala, but Felix Kronbach wasn't expecting it, and he gets into the back of him again, very nearly for good measure.
That was not ideal from this group. I think it's very easy to have some form of issues like that into the penalty box. They're going to go to serve that, but that was moments away from being a monstrous crash. They are all fairly lucky in all of that, but I guess, I don't know, come off that, I wouldn't have expected them to be that slow. I don't know what the hold-up was about. I mean, maybe there was a bit of a slide and just couldn't quite get the car going again. They didn't really seem like it was that when we were riding on board with them.
No, I don't know what was going on there, but something was clearly, and thankfully it didn't turn into anything too major. So that leaves most of the SB10s in. They've been in after 7 laps as well, by the way. I know that it's been past the hour for them, but I still think they're going to be caught out, as a couple of teams were actually last round, by not getting lapped by the leader, if you see what I mean. So they're going to have to end up doing an extra lap entirely and sort of still be racing after 15 minutes after the timers elapsed. So you've really got to remember that in SB10. You could legitimately be racing for 4 hours 15 today.
Yeah, exactly. So you do have to be careful. You've got to make sure that you're getting your timings all spot on, which, like I say, that's tricky at the best of times, but it's always one of those ones where you typically on a race you say make sure you've got an extra lap of fuel. Around here, that's a lot of weight. As Holden Motorsport's going to try and get past M&J Downforce coming down the hill up towards that final complex of corners, and Holden working their way back forward, just at least a single position. I said they had a solid start to the race, nearly getting a little bit of a look down the inside from that Mercedes.
They're making out single file on this occasion. So, to update you on the leaders in SB9, because we've not been with them for a while, Team Williams are at the head of the field. Sindre Setsas is actually 3 seconds ahead of Norby Kish now. Team MSI are only 8 seconds further back, although their pit stop was very, very short. 13 seconds in the lane for Elias Seppänen. Now, that does make sense because they wanted to probably keep track position after serving 20 seconds worth of a time penalty in this race. But don't forget that MSI have to win here today, and so far Elias Seppänen is at 8 seconds off the lead, having already taken his short stop of the day.
Yeah, exactly. So they're doing the strategy that you were talking about a little bit earlier on, of basically doing a little splash now, rather than leaving it till the end of the race. So interesting to see how that one. We ride on board with Vecchio. You can see ahead the Sherritt Esports Cup 2 car, that is the 115, and the Dürr Esports car, Tim Yarshall, Julian Riemer, and of course Gianni Vecchio, after that time lost from being receiving a hip check and being sent down the road. As you can see, he doesn't look particularly stressed, does he?
No, but doesn't.
Got a few cans of Red Bull, though, hasn't he?
I noticed that, yeah. Okay. I won't say that because we're not paid by them. But
What were you going to say?
oh no, nothing. It's
curious,
fine.
man.
I was just going to comment on the type of Red Bull that it was, because it's not the regular one, clearly.
Sugar-free, isn't it?
So, oh well, there you go. I think so.
I think it's sugar-free.
Very bizarrely, quick story. Very bizarrely, they dished out a pack to everybody in my block of flats for some reason the other week. So I've just got some in the fridge. I don't even like
Really?
it. Anyway,
I don't like energy drinks.
it's very odd. Anyway, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars are into the pit lane, sidestepping that slight tangent. Gianni Vecchio being one of them, of course. The success penalties will be served now. The first stops of the day will be as well. How many tyres will they take on? That's the big question down there too.
Yeah, exactly. Varying strategies and stuff which they can take into it. You got to work out how to play the long game. Again, said before, this is not a particularly high tyre wear circuit, so you can afford to be a bit open-minded on strategy, as the SP3Ts will almost certainly not come down to pit lane. Far too early for them. As I suspect these lot will get to really the hour 20. They'll want to go slightly longer than that if they can, and basically just confirm this as definitely being a two-stop race. As we'll have a little bit of a look down the inside. Dura Esports coming on the run out of pit lane, basically to the inside of them, and Kieran Harrison trying to go around Fabian Siegmann there, but Sven Winter also filling the gap behind. The three of them extremely close with nothing between them.
And that's been the story of SP3T so far. They want to go through this lap and probably one more if they want to make this on two stops here today, but you'd imagine the SP3Ts will be able to do that. Of course, the fuel and so on does get adjusted, and so the SP3T cars do actually only have 75% of their regular fuel load. I wonder whether that's going to push them or keep them still over the hour 20, or just push them below that hour 20 here and force them into a third stop today.
The only thing with is it like with these cars, so if I were to pick any class on this field to drive in, you know me, I'm a touring car guy.
Yeah.
Well, it would be in the SP3Ts. It's the only thing that ever put me off ever doing endurance racing in touring cars is how long the stint is. I like short stints. I remember, like even when we were doing like the LMP1s back in the day, like they were an hour, sometimes even depending on circuit, like 40 or 50 minutes a stint. That is perfect, right up my street. That way, you can do some double stints. You can kind of play some things on strategy, because we didn't do tyres and fuel at the same time back then. I'm not angry about it. You're angry about it.
I am.
Yeah, no, I am angry about it. Yeah, so you'd be talking about a 40-minute stint, 50-minute stint. And what that would be is you'd go out on the circuit and you would absolutely go full attack for 40 minutes. And then you come into the pit lane, you'd have a breather. And then you'd go out and you'd go full attack. I actually remember Rudy Van Buren, who obviously has driven in this throughout the season. That's a bit of a look there from Vecchio, trying to get past Siegmann. Obviously a bit of lap traffic problems for him. Rudy Van Buren was doing a race at Monaco, right? And he did 6 pit stops, because the tyres were that bad in this certain series. I'm not going to drop them, don't worry. It wasn't FSR, it's fine, it's the other one. It was 6 stops. That is literally, you're doing a 12-lap stint into the pit lane, 12-lap stint into the pit lane. He said it was quite good fun.
Oh, was it? Oh dear.
It's just pushing constantly.
Well, I guess so, yeah. But would he not get stuck behind people a lot? I would have thought
no, because everyone else had to do the same thing.
Fair enough.
You literally could not save the tyres to go that far.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not sure how we got there, but I've entirely forgotten. But there we go. Oh yeah.
So tyre strategy.
What I was going to say, yeah. Remember when we did the race in the summer, the 24-hour race? 2 hours did feel like it was getting towards the long side, didn't it? It was just under 2 hours, because the fueling SP9s, as we know here, and same everywhere at the moment, can't quite reach an hour as they used to. That made its own strategy complications, even in a 24-hour race. But
I feel saved, it's fine.
It was, well, yeah, I couldn't do it though. So you did feel, just under 2 hours, getting a little bit on the long side, and that's I guess the advantage with this race is that maybe you can switch out a little bit more regularly, and maybe after one stint in the TCRs. However, if you're doing 3 stints today in TCR, you're effectively getting someone to do 2 hours 40 in a row, which is quite a long time.
Yeah, but you can switch twice in the race, can't you? Like, there's no rule on how many
That's
times
true,
you can switch
actually.
drivers. So if it were me running the team, I'd say an hour and 20 minutes. Whoever's starting the race is ending the race.
True.
So you do your hour and 20 minutes at the start, then stick another driver in, and then put the first driver back in. That's how I would play it. Because like I say, 2 hours 40 behind the wheel of a car like that around a circuit like this, it can be boring at points because I suppose it's not exactly that fast. And it's just like, it can be very long-winded, and that mental focus around here, you need it at 110% at all times, because as soon as it's not there, you are going to crash.
Yeah, true. I'll take your point on that. Let's go back to SB10. Oh, and Sontek in the wall through Garbenkopf. And Nicholas Laubis reporting the news immediately to his teammate, or teammates. You can see him there on the left-hand side of your screen. That was an unforced error from the looks of things by Tatu Siepela, who, in his attempts to get the best run possible off of Garbenkopf and onto this straight, actually got into the wall. So that puts Sontek down to 5th position, just under 10 seconds off the race lead, currently held by Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, trailed by Nürburgring Esports in a class that has really been turned upside down by those first pit stops.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any damage on the car, so I think he's okay in the is similar in the 188, but yeah, unforced error for sure. Well, I mean, Laubis is seemingly fairly calm about it. Again, the old joy of seeing the webcam zones, you can start to judge the room and what the dealio is. I can't help it.
Yeah,
I really can't help it. But he's got a TV at the end of his bed, which is a little bit, sus.
like one of those people that... Why is that sus?
No comment.
People just like to watch TV in bed. What do you mean? I don't.
Yeah, but it's no, because at the end of the bed, then you've got to like look down. And that ain't the answer, Chief.
I didn't see. Yeah, you got to look down. Okay, fine. Look, okay, I'll take your point on that. It's like, anyway, we'll get back to more room talk later, as I call it.
We'll keep it relevant.
We'll try to. No promises though. Bottom three of the race, by the way, out of the race. Haven't quite updated you on who is out just yet, but it seems that RC Car Shop Esports never really got going in this race. They did emerge from the pit lane, but only for a lap. Kramer Racing Esports didn't qualify very well, unfortunately, haven't raced very well, and they're out of the race too. As well as Coanda Esports, who I think did re-emerge from their problems earlier on. That you saw them have damage down on pit lane, but they're back in again now, and it doesn't look like they're going to take any further part of this season either.
I don't actually believe they did. I think that Jono Howe did one lap time. It was the 8:06 right at the start of the race, okay. And then the second lap was in the pit lane, and that was curtains for them. I saw Elvis Rankin leave a while ago. I did have a chat with Elvis Rankin earlier on. I said, "Are you going to win today?" And he said, "Well, it depends on my pro driver." So, well, there we go. Chuck him straight under the bus. Sorry, Elvis.
That's very hard. Harsh.
Yeah, I think he was definitely joking.
Oh right, okay. I'm glad about that.
I wouldn't have said no. He's devastated. He's with a terrible pro driver. No, obviously it's just a bit of a joke.
He's furious. If he sees Jono Howe, he's going to knock him out.
Yeah. No. It's just a joke. It's just a joke.
Okay.
Don't worry.
That's.
Or maybe he is serious. To be fair, I think he still lives in Corby.
Does he?
I think so. I joked about it the other day. I was talking to him. I said, "So whereabouts are you living now?" And he said, "You'll never guess." I was like, "It's not still Corby, is it?"
Oh wow.
So
very interesting.
There we go.
Yeah, that is interesting to know. Of course, location of his former team, by the way, for those
yes, exactly.
Don't know.
Apex.
Maybe that doesn't mean Corby doesn't mean a lot, maybe to someone listening to this. But I don't know. That's the Apex Racing team, of course. Good afternoon, by the way, to everyone who is watching along with us for this round of the championship, including someone in YouTube chat, by the way, who said. Watching from Kentucky, and I've got the hypercars on in the background and the DNLS in the main screen. I think that means maybe not listening to us and listening to some hypercars instead, which is fair enough. But at least you're watching the proper endurance racing which is happening today. You've got months to watch hypercars. This is the final race of the season here in the DNLS.
Mate, even I've got the hypercars on. What are you talking about?
Okay. Great.
No, I'm joking. I don't have it on at the moment because I can't find the stream of it. So I'm focused very much on what I'm commentating on because we're professionals.
Yep.
It is good seeing the hypercar era at the moment, but we're not going to talk about that.
No.
That's all right.
We won't.
Moving on.
We'll see in about 10 years' time when one of them tries to break some sort of record around here, although that's going to be very difficult to do.
No one's beaten that.
Never?
919. The 919 lap?
Yeah, you think never?
I wouldn't say never, but I was watching a very interesting video from Scott Mansell, Driver 61, who was saying, who was going through the circuits that had lap records that weren't set by an F1 car.
Okay.
Right?
That's good.
And obviously this one came up.
Yeah.
Do you reckon an F1 car could beat that lap time?
Yeah.
A modern F1 car?
I think so.
I don't believe so. I mean, they've got...
Oh, sorry. I say modern. I don't quite mean modern, actually. Oh, no! Apex down the inside, and that was so close to disaster for the second placed and championship protagonist Wolf Motorsport VT2 car. That was exceptionally close.
Yeah, that was very silly from the number 48, still being driven by Valero. Just far too aggressive coming down. Obviously could not get that car stopped, slapped at the rear end, and somehow they all remained relatively on the race circuit and only interrupted our boring point. I can't remember, what was it? What were we talking about?
We were talking about whether a modern F1 car can beat the lap record.
Yeah.
I think a 2021 style F1 car could, yes.
Potentially, but then there is the issue with things like batteries. I don't think people realise, for one, how light that 919 was, and for two, how much downforce it put on. Like, it was dishing out not far off the same level of downforce as an F1 car.
Yeah.
And it didn't weigh much more than one either.
A big one around Spa, which is, I think, an even more difficult feat, although briefly. I think they came back again in 2021 and beat it again, didn't they, in Formula 1? But yeah,
those 21 cars were ridiculously quick.
It was absolutely ridiculous indeed. So maybe not that generation who'll beat the time, but they might well come around here in the coming years for a bit of a showcase, if you like. That'd be cool to see when we get a little bit further down the line. From the very fast, of course, to the very slower. I'm going to call it slow because it is the slowest class around here. It's the VT2s. It's the battle for second place. And by the way, what I said earlier on is not entirely true, as it turns out. These guys have got a 75% limit on their fuel as well, and so they've all actually already been into the pit lane for some form of pit stop. It has allowed Fastlane back into the equation again, and so it means that they should all be making, in fact it should mean that all of the classes of cars today are making 3 stops, and actually the SP3Ts and VT2s were just 1 lap short, I think, from making it on just 2 stops.
I want to give you a nice one about, well, obviously not these, but a GT86, a nice little fact about from my point of view.
Go on.
I learnt how to heel toe driving this circuit in one of them.
In iRacing. I thought you meant in real life.
No, it wasn't in iRacing. It was on
oh, okay.
Because iRacing, heel toe in iRacing is not the same. It's not the same. It's fine, but it's not the same. Like, heel toe in AC is very satisfying. And when you actually go around a lap time and you actually can heel toe properly, it does teach you a few things about car balance, and it is very satisfying.
Yeah,
and really hard, by the way.
I can imagine it's hard. I've never done it, but it looks hard. So I don't intend to try, to be honest with you.
Try. It's a good thing to learn.
Yeah, maybe. But it takes a lot of time to learn, I think it's fair to say. This is the battle for 4th position, once again, between Dory Sports and Sontec Racing. Now, is Tatu Siepel going to get Galvenkopf correct on this occasion? Yes, he does. And the thing I love about these sort of professional sim racers and the real top level of sim racers, he didn't go in there with any sort of tentativeness because he'd went off last time. He went for it absolutely full on, doing almost exactly the same thing as he did the lap before, and it came off better this time.
Yeah, I mean, I still maintain, I think Galvenkopf's actually one of the harder circuits, harder corners on this circuit, because for one, the length of the Dettinger is obviously incredibly long, and you lose an awful lot of time if you don't maximise the corner, right? So there is the obvious one there. But also the line in Galvenkopf, for one, it's slightly off camber, a couple of points on there. You've got what feels like about 3 apexes going around there, and if you hit the first one, trust me, you're going off in the barrier. You've got to be patient on when you turn in and how you get the car around that corner. Really, really tricky. It is a really hard corner, and like you say, when you've lost confidence in it, you're expecting to bin it. Clearly just jumped straight back in it as if it ain't nothing but a chicken wang. By the way, Sontek are in the pit lane again. The 22.
Yeah. And for quite a while.
Stationary.
Yeah. I reckon they might have been off somewhere. Because that car has been in the pit lane for minutes. They're behind the entire Porsche category.
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah.
They are done.
So, unfortunately for Sontek Racing, any hopes of a final race win to cap off the season have now gone away. They probably were best hoping for a third in the standings, but other than that, just a good race finally. They've had so much pace this season. It's been almost frustrating to watch them at times because they're so good, especially in qualifying, in the race as well, whether it was with the Ferrari earlier on the season or the Lamborghini as well. They've just been unfortunate in some ways in the races and just not having things quite go their way, and they're going to have to end the season with their best race result as a third place, which is not representative of the pace they've shown this season.
Yeah, indeed. And to be fair, if you look back on the stream to our top three from the SP9 category, Sontek weren't in either of our two. So read into that what you will. We love them. Yeah. Ain't got that much faith in them.
Unfortunately not. And I think I said this in front of the last round or the one before that. It's about when you're sort of predicting these things. I know we do it for a bit of a laugh, but we do take it somewhat seriously about getting it right. It's about
be right.
Exactly. In some ways, it's about who and which teams you trust to get the job done. In some ways, there are certain teams which you just see on a grid and think, yeah, I trust them to first of all get to the end, which is part of the job, but also get a good result at the end of it too. And unfortunately for Sontek, it's just not quite there in the SP9s. Now, it's a different story for whatever reason in the SP10. Exactly the same team, in a different car, of course, in a different class. But for whatever reason, that team just able to get to the line a bit more regularly and get better results more regularly too.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is interesting. Like I said, we do analyse this to a fair degree. It's why generally when there's like a red line car, Bosch, slap those down, probably up there, just because you kind of know what they're like. But yeah, there's something about that Sontek team. I was so impressed when they won the Fuji 8 Hour, the Coach Day Fuji 8 Hour here on iRacing last year, because they did it strategically. They did not put a foot wrong at all, right?
Yeah.
We've not quite seen the same level of consistency basically since,
No.
which is a shame, because for one, I really like that livery, and I hope they have some shirts, and I would take one.
Maybe they do. Just having a look at where we are in the Porsche category, by the way. The reason we've not seen them much lately is because there's not actually any battling, but I will update you on who is where, because it is quite important, and it will be quite a topsy-turvy class, although most of them have done the same number of seconds in the pit lane this time around, which is a little unusual, but maybe a legacy of the fact that this is a more rounded length of race on this occasion. Door Esports are leading at the moment by 10 seconds ahead of Apex Racing Team, who didn't have any penalty seconds. Neither did Redline in third, or the two Koana cars in fourth and fifth. The first car that had success penalties is the 105 Scherer car. They are in sixth position with Luca Alpert. Then it's the PB Performance car, 4 seconds back, and another 5 back to Scherer Esports Cup 2, which is the 115, just in a battle with Garaika Motorsport at the moment. And then Nürburgring Esports round out the top 10 down in that category. So still plenty of racing to happen down there, but now it feels like oh dear, it's Hughes' fault. We just joined him at the exact wrong time. A head in hands moment, quite literally, through Berger, actually.
Yeah, just a touch. Was closing right back down again on the M&J Downforce car of Goodet, but unfortunately now just losing out a little bit of space, and of course the slipstream indeed with it. And you can see that frustration, not looking particularly pleased with himself, but it's so easy to do. And I will say the first hour and a bit of this race has driven actually really very, very well. We've not actually had any, not sorry, we're not going back to penalty talk that much. But we haven't had any penalties since the Adopt Don't Shop car received a drive-through penalty. So Rene had to come into pit lane. That was the last time. Shout out to Rene, by the way, for actually being someone who did give me a shirt. So there is that. What is COO?
In what context?
You're the COO of a company or whatever.
I don't know.
Because he's the COO of Mouse, and I don't know what COO means.
No, I don't know. Either.
Chief Officer.
I don't know what CEO actually stands for either. Shows my level of lack of knowledge.
Chief Executive Officer, isn't it?
Okay.
And CFO is Chief Financial Officer.
Okay. Chief Organisational Officer.
Oh, it could be Chief Organisational Officer.
Sounds official.
That does sound very official, and he's a very official person.
Could be entirely incorrect. Or what if that's also for a word in a different language as well, and then it means something entirely different?
I don't speak German.
Exactly. Neither of us do. So.
No, that's true. And it has been abundantly clear today.
Yes. So that's that then. On board with Sontec Racing, and now we're going to get an interesting phase in the race where those that generally tend to do a little better in the races are starting to come through on those who have benefited from early penalties and early success penalty of some of the cars further behind. Nicholas Laubisch has just got past Jochen Alt in the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW, and now Tato Siepeler, who we're on board with right now, is going to do the same.
Vince Cusi's dropped in, Chief Operating Officer, so very close, very close. Also, well done. He was driving yesterday, was Vince Cusi in Friday Night Prime Time, so I don't know how he got on in that. I just saw he was in it. I was very impressed.
I was in it in some ways too.
Were you?
I was on his car.
Were you?
My face is on his car.
Is it really?
If you don't check that Discord, so no, you won't have seen it. But I'll send it to you a bit later on. Yes, I was there with him as moral support in picture form.
That's really nice. That is really nice. I'm not on that car at all then, that's fine. He's not a fan of me, it's fine. He likes you more than...
Oh,
he likes me. On there as well. Okay, yeah, no, fine. Who else is on there? Is Cam on there? Is Zach on there? It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, it's just me and Arjuna, who he generally tends to pester on these broadcasts.
That is so true. So he DNF'd. Woof. Oops.
Probably because of me.
There you go. Yeah, is that the moral support you're giving him? Yeah. Oh dear.
Morally took him off the track, I think, is what happened there. Through Garminkopf again for this battle for third position. Has Tato Siepeler got a good enough run? Is he going to be able to overcome the slipstream that Adrenaline Motorsport will get from the Aston Martin in front of them?
We'll have to wait and see. Like I say, as they roll their way back up, it's not been quite the recovery charge from Tato Siepeler at the moment, but closing in. Is there going to be the opportunity to get a pass? Of course, Laubisch ahead of all of this was fourth at the start of this lap, but obviously has moved up the single position on Jochen Alt, and I believe Siepeler is going to try and do the same thing, get to the outside, but it's got to be a very brave attempt through this part to try and sneak his way past, keeps the overlap, dabs on the brakes, stays behind for now, but oh my goodness me, that was close to the rear end of Nicholas Laubisch.
And he might have done the work there, he might have done the groundwork for an overtake for turn one here. Tato Siepeler is surely going to have another go right now. He didn't fancy risking it all into the Tiergarten there. The stakes are high, of course, and they do hold the advantage at the moment over Marla Racing Team. Now down the inside goes Tato Siepeler into turn number one. He gets the move done, and very nicely as well, parks the car on the apex off of the corner two to stifle any comeback from the Adrenaline Motorsport car behind.
I've now seen the picture of that car, by the way, but
you are there, supposedly.
So I'm either a pufferfish or an anime girl. I'm not sure which one I'd be more offended by, if I'm perfectly honest.
It's quite the cursed livery, if I'm honest with you.
Yes, I mean I've had seen and made worse. So, but yeah,
but you're not right in front of the driver's head.
He just really likes you.
Oh, clearly, yeah. You. Get a bit worried.
Poor guy.
Oh no, I've met him. Dear me.
Have you?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, met him in the Netherlands a few month or so ago. So yeah, he's taller than me as well. I think he is anyway.
Well, I mean that's not hard though, is it?
No, exactly. Zach still thinks he is, but.
What are you, 5'4"?
That is So offensive. Thank you very much for that. That's great. Anyway, back to the race. These guys should get away now from Adrenaline Motorsport. It's been a good drive from Jochen so far, but he is going to struggle to stay with the likes of Nicolas Laubich and Tatu Sipala. Of course, Nicolas Laubich, a crossover from Urano, no longer part of that team with its folding at the end of 2023, but at least he still found a place for himself on the DNLS, and to be fair, I'm not surprised he didn't find it very difficult to find a team.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, look, once Urano kind of split, you know, we weren't sure where a load of the drivers were going to go. The expectation was that, to be fair, quite a lot of them were going to get picked up by Redline. Shock, they did. But obviously, Redline don't have enough space for everyone. So, and to be fair, sometimes they maybe don't want to drive in a team where it's like you're another Coventry, because they've got so many solid drivers now, and you kind of want to be in somewhere where you can make your own destiny. Someone like Dura and like really solid points to have done so. I mean, I think they're, you know, one of their first high-profile drivers was obviously the likes of Moritz Lerner back in 21.
Thought earlier than that, maybe.
It might have been 2020. It might have been 2020. No, I think it was 21, because we were discussing it, because it was my first iRacing special event was Daytona, and that was when Moritz Lerner was out of contract when he'd left Williams.
Okay.
It would have been 21.
Okay.
But they're a solid outfit in the world of sim racing, and they're not just limited to iRacing.
Exactly, yeah, that's the good thing. Speaking of Moritz Lerner, by the way, a driver who's returns to the iRacing sim, or at least did return last weekend for the Bathurst 12-hour. A bit of a stream team with Yuri Kazdor. Unfortunately, had issues early on, but they did hopefully have fun on their return to iRacing. Not much driving on here for them these days, but good to see them back again. We've just crossed over 2.5 hours remaining in the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for the 23-24 season. Such an engaging race so far, but so much still to come here. The championship finale, all of the points implications that comes with it too, along with 5 race wins remaining in this final round as well. Stay with us for more action in a few moments' time.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back to the Nordschleife, where we've got 2.5 hours remaining, 2 hours 25 to be specific, remaining out here in the 5th round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. Let's have a look at where the standings are in this race. You're currently following the leaders, who are only 1.5 seconds apart. AMG Team Williams and BS Competition currently 1 and 2 in this race, with the other BS Competition car, the BMW, in 3rd. It's Nürburgring Esports 4th, ahead of Lippert. Then M&J Downforce, the last car within a minute of the leader. Holder Motorsport, and then Team MSI. If things were to stay as they are with regards to the championship, BS Competition would win by 10 points over Team Redline. They need to finish 7th or better today to get ahead of Redline, and finish 4th or better to guarantee themselves a championship ahead of MSI. The drivers a bit further down from this, the likes of Team Williams, after their penalties and goings on in the opening moments of this race. They're down in 9th at Approach Sport to round out the top 10. WS Racing are 11th out of the Apex Racing team, and then Falcon Sim Racing in the 13th position. That's the last of those really in contention at the moment, to be honest. We've seen Lion GP make some, well, I'm not really sure what's happened to them actually, but they're about 4.5 minutes off of the lead. You can see them down in 14th place. Sontec Racing are a couple of laps down, although I reckon they're on their way to retiring from this race. And then it is Coanda and finally RC Car Shop Esports, who you can't see there, but they round up the 17 at the front there. But it's all going to change because we've got the leader in Team Williams in SB9 into the pit lane there. So we will get to that shortly. But first of all, we'll go through the Porsche category, and it looks to be side by side actually for 5th position there. Pretty important moves being made between Scherer and Coanda. It's all behind Door Esports, who are leading the way by 10 seconds out of the Apex Racing team. Team Redliner in 3rd position, previously ahead of the 2 Coandas, but now the Scherer Esport Cup car has got in between them in 5th position, with PB Performance and the other Scherer car in 7th and 8th position. Pretty complicated situation down here at the moment, I've got to say, because as things stand, Apex and Scherer's 1-1-5 would be tied on points, so we'll leave that for a little while just yet. It's been an interesting Porsche race though, Lewis. It's spread out a little bit now. We're sort of getting those faster cars working their way through the slow ones a bit again now though.
Yeah, exactly. So, like I said, championship-wise, we'll hold fire on that one for a little bit. We'll discuss that probably a little bit more in the final hour to see exactly where things are. So we won't worry too much about our little brains and various maths. So it was a very important move for Luca Alpert on Bobby Zelensky. Great to see him out on circuit as well. But yeah, to go back to your point, by the way, on SP9, I think the Sontec car has retired. By the way, because I did see, as much as I saw him leave and then rejoin, did Dominic Stive, I do believe that car is DONE. It is gone from the race, and the Line GP car definitely had some form of damage, so that one is that. I think they might have used a fast repair, and when you can use a fast repair, you get a penalty for doing so.
Yeah, I think it's a drive-through because they've just done one, so put 2 and 2 together there. That's left them 4.5 minutes off the lead, unfortunately, in SB9. Let's go to SB10, where we got Frozen Speed by Grid and Go leading the way, but a very exciting battle for 2nd place going on, and you can see it on your screen. Door Esports have just gotten through on Nürburgring Esports in the break there, and Sontec Racing are trying to do the same as well. Round the outside through turn 2, and pretty bravely dives down the inside at 3 as well. So it's Door, then Sontec in those next couple of positions. Adrenaline Motorsport are just hanging on in the BMW. You can just see a bit further back. Then it's X-Race, Amala Racing Team and Adopt Don't Shop. As things stand, Sontec would be leading the championship only by 1 point ahead of Door Esports. So that just shows you the importance of that fight on your screen right now. Then there's Lipit Esports Yellow and ATRS Esports and Pro Sports Sim Racing, who've had a difficult day so far, not only with that spin at the start, but with half a minute's worth of success penalties as well, has left them rooted to the bottom of the SP10 standings. We have got SP3T still to work out here today as well. SimRC, of course, as I said at the start of the day, only needing a top 5, and they're certainly doing that at the moment, despite having to serve 30 seconds worth of a penalty as a result of their opening round. They're 4th, just 28 seconds behind Impulse Racing. Hoisingveld still very much in contention for the race win there, with Share Esport 3rd, then it's SimRC, Carlo Esports, SimRacers.de, and Pro Sports Sim Racing in 7th position. Could be quite a good race for the win here between Impulse and Hoisingveld.
Yeah, Norbert Leitner obviously in the race lead now, but do expect pole sitter Fabian Siegler to potentially close his way back down up to the rear end of Leitner. In fact, did so by about 0.3 on the, or about half a second rather, on the previous lap, and has been looking consistently faster, considering over the first stint they pulled out quite a large gap. It was a shorter stop for Leitner. I think it was down to success, but not to be perfectly honest. But either way, expect that Hoisingveld car to return to the battle for the race lead.
Here's the VT2 standings to end off. It's a 1/4 minute's lead for Kaufman Motorsport. Unfortunately, nothing to play for them today other than a race win to shoot at. It's Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing who are in 2nd, ahead of Nürburgring Esports, then the other Kaufman car. And a long way off is the fast lane by Smiler Esports car. Their stop and hold for 5 seconds earlier has really disadvantaged them, unfortunately. And that set them a long, long, long way back in the field. As things stand, Wolf Motorsport would be winning the championship on countback as a result of ending on the same points as Nürburgring Esports. That's the kind of thing we're getting to in VT2. Unfortunately, though, for Fastlane, it's been over before it's even really started. Entering the pit lane from the Nordschleife during qualifying is a really hard one to take.
So silly, because again, as we've said before, it was one of those rules and stuff. It's not even a rule that you have to flick through the rule book and be like, oh, it's under Article 7A.45B. You know, it was said by race control before qualifying, clear for everyone to hear. And you just sat there being like, oh, what a silly mistake to make. But it is what it is. The mistake has happened. It's going to mean that I'm sure the opening hour and 41 minutes of this race has been very tedious. The next 2 hours and 18 minutes will also be very, very tedious indeed. So not been ideal as we ride on board with the NASCAR Coke Series driver, of course, Zelensky, seeing exactly what the dealio is at the moment.
I was having this conversation with someone like Bobby Zelensky doing so much in the way of top competition. I don't think I was actually having this. I was having this conversation actually about Parker White, who does also just quite a lot of multi-discipline. Let's not forget iRacing and sim racing generally. There's a point where you can get to too much, and I'm surprised that drivers like Zelensky and Parker White haven't quite got there, to be honest, or don't seem to have got there, because they're doing so much, and so much of their racing doesn't relate to each other in any way, that I'm surprised they're not sort of lagging behind in all of them in some ways.
Yeah, there is the whole thing with like doing something like Coke Series, is it's so different to all of this that it's kind of it's not like, for example, getting used to a GT3 car and really hammering that one around. So having to jump between that and the Cup Series car. Like, I actually find that slightly more impressive. Like, you know, like with PESC, for example, like drivers doing high-level GT3 stuff and then PESC, because the cars and the way you race them, they aren't different enough. Right, where your brain kind of still thinks about them in a very similar way. Whereas at least people like Bobby Zelensky, you know, they're still kind of, I don't know, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to kind of like justify it myself. But either way, he's had a I think it's one top 5 so far this season. Which I can't remember. Was that the last round at Vegas? No, I think it was at Daytona.
Very exciting race at Vegas, by the way. I
really enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed it as well. People, I saw a lot of people complaining in the comments about the finish. I was like, it's just entertaining, isn't it?
It was a bit of a meme of a finish.
Were people not entertained? I mean, I don't know.
I think it was just silly and unnecessary.
That's true, but I was still entertained.
Look, my boy Casey gained a couple of extra positions from it, so I'm happy.
Well, there you go. Meanwhile, got a bit of VR action here for Niels Richter in the simracers.de car, but I can see a TV screen also on the right-hand side. So what's going on here?
No, it's because when you're running in VR and you connect your VR to your monitor or to your computer, you're still projecting the game out on the screen. Like your computer, because it does so. It just does so.
Okay.
That's just how it works.
Seems like a tremendous waste of energy.
Kind of. Well, when you take your headset off, you still need to be able to see the screen. You still need to be able to see the menu and be able to click on it and stuff. That's just how VR works. I didn't realise it until I started doing a little bit of VR stuff. But yeah, no. When you're playing the game in VR, the game is still running on your computer, which is pumping it out to the monitor, which also helps for streaming and stuff as well. So
I can imagine that. Yeah.
But I will say, you're a brave boy racing around here in VR. As much as it's all very immersive and all this kind of stuff, I've said before about the problems with racing in VR and sim racing. It is immersive, and to some degree it can be faster, and I'm not even talking about like performance issues or whatever, like your computer, because it doesn't really add that much, to be perfectly honest. It's more, what if you have, like, I don't know, an itchy eye? What do you do with that? You can't do anything.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, right, now, hold on, let me get this finger under my headset and try and move that around, like, try and just, get that itch right there. Oh, you get a little bit sweaty? No. And trust me, having a screen like that slapped on your face, it can get a little bit warm. So from that point on, I've done one race in VR, one actual, proper race in VR, and decided I would never do it again. I wouldn't do it again for the foreseeable future until technology changes. As much as it was very enjoyable, and I like hot lapping with VR on, I don't like racing with it.
And also, there's the problem which you didn't seem to think was a problem actually, but that Arjuna pointed out to us before, is that if you wear glasses, it can be a bit
fine.
irritating. You think it's fine, Arjuna thinks it's not.
That's because Arjuna's an idiot.
So I'm just putting it out there. There's about a 50-50 chance if you wear glasses you'll be irritated too. But yeah, it's a good point, because it does cover approximately 50% of your face. And,
yeah, it's warm.
And it's warm, and yeah, itchy. So I agree. I wouldn't choose it, especially for long stints. And when it came out, I don't know if you remember this. You were almost certainly commentating at the time. I don't think I was, but there's the problem of, or it used to be the case anyway, that there was the problem of having it too close to your head for so long is actually not very good for you. And so doing a long stint in endurance racing is actually not possible. There was one time I felt there was some people saying, you might start to feel a bit travel sick if you wear it for long periods of time. I'm not sure that's entirely true anymore. But when it first came out, there was all sorts going on about that you couldn't endurance race with it.
Yeah, that's generally because like the screens that used to be on the VR headsets used to actually be like quite small. As well, we can see on board with the with BS competition. Obviously, Carl Jansen's going to try and find his way past Schwedenkreuz. I'll talk about that in just a second, as the Williams esports driver will get to the inside and will commit into Schwedenkreuz. We're trying to get to the outside of Arenberg as well, and will almost just about do so. Could be a fantastic move from Jansen, but he's going to get dumped a little bit on traffic here. BS competition, though, Herman moves over to the right-hand side to allow him to pass. So that was almost very sketchy indeed. Anyway, now that's calmed down. We'll go back to my point. The VR headsets used to have like really quite small screens in there, so you'd actually get very little peripheral vision, and that was what was making people quite sick. Is the effectively the lack of much peripheral vision. These days they're still fairly small for the most part, but you do get a little bit more vision in your periphery, and that does help a little bit. But there is the whole thing of, because you're moving but you're not moving, that can cause there are still times when I get a little bit like, ugh.
Yeah, and that'd be my worry if
it's not that bad in the car.
Say you're doing 2 hours here. I've never used VR in a car actually. I've never owned one actually either.
Well, I will bring my VR headset to you and you can do some VR golf, yeah? How about that?
Goodness gracious. It's even worse than real golf. Goodness.
No, it's
I suppose
not.
you have to
It's
walk
so
between
good.
the holes. But,
It's so, yeah, there's no walking.
But
It's so good.
well, I've seen Arjuna get very excited about it. Yeah, it's really taking the commentary sim racing world by storm, as if I mean you two.
And we play frequently.
I know, including at small hours of the morning.
1 o'clock in the morning last night. Yeah, I won, by the way.
Oh, well
6
done.
under, don't worry about it.
Okay. Congratulations if you know what that means. 6 under. To me, that means you've buried someone 6 feet under.
That is true. It was Arjuna.
But yeah, anyway, let's get back to the race. We got off a wild tangent. So that was Team Williams getting past BS competition. These two have both made their second stops of the day. Williams did so 1 lap before BS competition, which meant they did about 4 or 5 laps maybe on that previous stint. So they've still got a bit of time to give up, if you like, with a shorter stop later on in the day. So they're battling second and third, but it will be for the lead. Bruno Spengler is seemingly doing another 7-lap stint for, well, I'm not really sure why, but it's clearly the BMW wants to continue on for as long as possible in the race lead here.
Yeah, indeed. Kind of curious to see if there's any going to be any weird strategy calls or anything from anyone. Like I say, because obviously we know a couple of the categories have got some splashes and stuff to deal with, but realistically speaking, I don't know. Oh, a penalty. We'll talk about that in a second, as we'll see if there's going to be any move here. The Sherry Esports Cup 1, the 105, has received a penalty. A 3-second hold in the pit lane, and another one. Race control, nothing for ages. Getting 2 in 1 go. Lion GP receiving a stop and hold penalty for 30 seconds.
Yep. So, was that for? Oh no, that's for penalty points. Excuse me, that's not for drive-throughs. Right. This is the battle for 7th in SB10, but yeah, while that's going on, we'll just cover that for the Porsche class. The 105 car was actually getting itself very near to championship winning position in the field, and now that's both Scherer cars, isn't it, that have had problems today. Their other car is down in 7th position at the moment and 45 seconds off the lead. So from what was a comfortable situation with the top two having 8 points over the rest of the field, they're all of a sudden looking at neither of them winning this title, and that would be so heart-wrenching for them.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's kind of sometimes how it goes. It is rough, it is sad, but yeah, that's just how sometimes championship finale goes, especially when it's as open as it is. Here, I mean, you've got so many champions that are really, really close. Someone's going to come out of it. Well, I say someone. Quite a few people are going to come out of it, and the other side pretty upset, pretty miffed, and pretty distraught, thinking about what could have been. Alas, that is indeed the scenario for some. As we'll look a little bit further down the order. Bruno Heinrich, any relation
to Lawrence? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No idea.
I'm sure it's a
moderately common name.
Maybe, but I'm not German, so I don't know the answer to that. Unfortunately, I will try and find out in a few minutes' time. Lauren Heinrich actually is not actually that older than me, that much older than me.
All right.
I know you've been and gone with this phase in your life where people are starting to be older in terms of racing drivers and international footballers.
Is anyone in Formula 1 younger than you? No.
At that stage. No.
No, fair enough.
Maybe not.
That'll hit you like a train, and it won't just be one person. It'll be like, there's just 3 or 4 younger than me now.
I don't know. I've kind of had the moment really because Jude Bellingham has been around since I was about 16, and I thought, wow, he's younger than me, and so I've sort of had that moment for about 5 years constantly now.
Yeah.
Because I see him, scoring goals, and I'm not.
No.
In that respect, so there you go. But everyone has that phase, don't they, with the whole age thing? But there we are. It's constantly ticking by.
We all get old.
We do.
One day you will be yesterday's newspaper, thrown into the bin.
Mean?
Well, that's the last time I went to the restaurant. I found. It was on Monday. I found paper. We had the newspapers and stuff from Thursday from the last week. I was like, oh, fantastic news. Oh. There's a shirt I need.
Thursday's news. This is Team Hoistingville. This is Fabian Siegman, yeah. Short sleeve, which is pretty brave today. I'm not sure how warm it is over on the continent.
Team racing, mate.
But it's not very... Well, I guess so, yeah. Get pretty hot and 20. Clearly someone making a joke as well. He seems to be enjoying himself, smiling away as he gets onto the hats and back, and he has closed this gap for the lead now.
Obviously, because he's listening to our commentary, it's hilarious. But yes, he has closed down just 0.6 of a second off the back of Norbert Leitner. You can see a little bit down the road, though. They do have some of the lapped traffic, Maximilian Stroop, and they do also have the race lead in those Toyotas with Koenig and Schultz. So they're all spread out quite a bit, but still a fair way down the road. Pick one up as they head up Flugplatz.
Oh, brave move. Wow. Well, say brave.
It was pretty brave.
Not sure that's the word that the Toyota driver would use, to be honest with you. But
what do you think? What do you think they would have used?
Don't think we can quite repeat it.
Right.
Well, stupid, I think maybe is one word they'd use. But anyway, it's maybe that's a bit harsh. You kind of got to do those things, haven't you? Really, if you're trying to keep up in a battle for the lead like this. And he did that. Kind of marks a fairly important stage in the race now where everybody's sort of lapping each other in a pretty consistent manner now. So in an SB9 you'll be coming across all different types of car classes all the time at this stage. There'll be very few clear laps, although I did notice that Kevin Harris Jr. clearly doesn't have that much traffic because he just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, Big Kev driving away, flying around the circuit. Unfortunately, obviously a little further back, further down the order than where he would definitely want to be, but it is what it is. Still just got to dig deep at the moment and pick us up. Well, they're 36 seconds off of the race lead. That MSI car.
Yes, and they've also sort of made their entire short stop already, and I reckon I reckon they're banking on this race being 30 laps. If this race goes 31, I think they're in trouble because they only did a 2-lap stint. And so if they're doing 4 other stints of 7 laps, that's only 30.
This has to be going 31. From what I'm seeing, this absolutely has to be going 31.
Well, in that case, they'll need a splash.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, from what I'm seeing at the moment, I do not see this being a 30-lap race. Even looking at them, again, this does not take into account the pit stops and such. But even from them, their estimated race time is 30.9 laps, right? And like I say, yeah, sure, they're not going to do that because obviously once you take into account the pit stops and stuff. But you're not going to be in the pit lane for nearly 8 minutes in this race. Bit of a look down the inside there from the WS racing car on the Holden Motorsport. Yeah, you're not going to be in the pit lane for that long, as we'll see some side-by-side here.
And see, down the hill, oh dear, in SB9. It's the WS racing car recovering from that early incident, of course, with the Coanda Porsche making its way through. As we get back to the leaders, Carl Janssen still just ahead of Lucas Herrmann, and clearly Herrmann hasn't been able to repass, or hasn't been willing to repass maybe that Williams car just up in front of him.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit of fuel-saving games, just a touch, and maybe even just like, what's the point in risking it right now? You know, we've got a long way to go in this race. Let me just settle in, and then we'll start making some moves. But it does seem as though it's BS competition versus Williams for sure at the moment. We'll see what it's like up towards Bravery Corner as to whether Herrmann's going to try anything, but I find it very unlikely right now, just to navigate some of the traffic. Obviously, that was Janssen pulling straight in ahead of that Toyota just to open the corner at Look Curve so you can go through it as quick as possible. Desperate to get the most out of this car and this track.
Aggressively pulling to the racing line, I think, is the word I'd use. This is the SP3T battle again as well. Seems the VT2s are everywhere at the moment, aren't they? It's
only 5 of them, yeah.
No, and they're spread out equidistant across the road, clearly. The Impulse car still ahead of Huizinga at the moment. I do get the feeling that given Huizinga have already offset their 10-second penalty with in relation to Impulse, that they might actually find it very difficult to work their way through and then pull away here.
Maybe. I mean, look, if there's one thing that I will say about this category is how fast Siegmund has been so far today. Like, that car has been absolutely rapid. Yeah, obviously it started from the class pole position, which was obviously very impressive. Fair enough. I don't know what the game plan is here. Again, the whole thing of you're sat there being like, okay, if I get past, I'm not really going to be able to pull away. So is there much need in me passing right now, or should we just not waste the time and play the longer game?
I don't know really what the best idea is here, to be honest. It's a difficult one to call. These guys, of course, about halfway through a stint at the moment, and the interestingly, Simos C car has just caught Sherry Sport, and here they are for 3rd place. So Nicholas Heider looking for a podium position for Simos C on a day where they only need a top 5, of course, and right now they are certainly covering that, with Carlo Esports a long way further behind. One of the SP9s will briefly split them. These guys do seem pretty close now. I think the waiting around might be over. Siegmund might be looking for his way through here.
Here he does, no doubting. Obviously, we'll have we'll have an opportunity to pass. It's kind of at the point where it's like, if Siegmund wants to lead at the end of the Duttingenhoe, he will be in the lead at the end of the Duttingenhoe, right? This car is obviously fast enough to pass, but also has the slipstream advantage. Holding over to the left-hand side, and Norbert Leitner will remain there. Gets a little bit pinched there as Siegmund does pull out, and it will be the 801 taking over the race lead then in the SP3T category. And look at those two in the background. That is your race leaders in the SP9. Bit of an overlap, bit of contact, I think, as well. Yes, there is. I did wonder if they were getting a little bit close there.
They certainly are. And through go the leaders, 3 wide. And BS Competition will be hoping that they manage to get through here too, but they're going to struggle. They'll flash the lights. The Impulse car will take the normal line. The Huizinga car won't, and that will only extend the battle for the lead in SP3T and SP9 all in one go. So in the end, Six Sigmund could have gone through if he wanted to. Well, I'm surprised he doesn't want to at the moment, if that is indeed the case.
I think he did. I just think that, like, Norbert Leitner played the air game, like, pulled up to the rear left quarter panel, and I think maybe got a little bit too close, because there was definite contact between the pair of them to the point where I thought Sigmund might have actually got spun round. But Norbert Leitner got very close. We're past the halfway point now in this race. That was a dicey fight that I don't think either of them would have enjoyed that much. And I believe I've just seen the switch for the race lead now, and contact between the pair of them as well. So that's fun.
Yes, Sigmund is indeed through now. As we go back to the Porsches again. Now we haven't seen the Falcon Sim Racing SB9 out there today. They didn't start the race, unfortunately. Didn't qualify. They did start, but from the back of the field. Penalty coming in for Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing. They were the championship leaders on the road, but they've got a 1 second stop and hold because their success penalty wasn't quite long enough.
Oh dear, that's so silly.
Second time that's happened today, and that's not happened all season from my memory.
That's weird. That is weird. Yeah, it's not like it is in real life, where you'll have essentially a marshal or part of the stewarding committee which will time you. They will be the ones that will tell you when to go. As much as I'm sure there is something in that vein, you're effectively timing yourself.
Yep.
And it's so easy to get to like 3, 2, 1, and on like 1 you're going, and it's like that's not the penalty. It's not 9 seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah.
Because also, how do you work it out as well if you've got a teammate telling you? Because there will be a slight delay in that.
Yep.
So how do you work that out? It's very difficult. And if you're really trying to shave off the seconds, you want to sort of offset that. So
Yeah.
it's very difficult to work out. And unfortunately, they've got it slightly wrong. But once again, the situation with that is that they may have gone maybe 1/10 too early, but penalties will always be rounded up to the second above where they should have been, if you see what I mean. So 1 second for them is, I guess, more understandable in my mind than the 3 seconds that Scherer had to serve, because they must have been
bad.
2 point something off, which is quite a long time, really.
Whoa, that is a sick background.
Look at the track map.
That is enormous. That costs more than £10. I can tell you that for free. That's huge.
You could play basketball with that and make it quite easy for yourself.
Yeah, right. No, that is big, and it really shows that if you look at the track map, that the Nordschleife does in fact look like a pig's head.
Does it?
Yep. Look at the track map.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Okay, so at the top you've got the 2 ears. You can see at the top right, basically next to his head, you've got the 2 ears, and if you follow it down from there, you've got a little bit of a snout. You've even got a bit of a mouth as well, as you come up towards Galgenkopf and then go back down. Oh, here we go. What are we going to have here? It's going to be in German, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I don't know what that means. But that's for the Germans amongst you, or the German speakers. What does that mean?
The second he picked it up, I was like, ooh, ooh, and I was like, oh, we're not going to understand this.
So disappointing. It was clearly amusing as well, because he's smiling away. So we're not in on the joke here.
No, but we are discussing whether the Nordschleife looks like a pig's head. And you need to see a full map. Hey.
Yeah, it's not something I've ever saw the map and thought, you know.
Yeah, but when you notice, right? So it was Jake Cooper who pointed out to me about 3 years ago, and ever since I can never look at this track the same way.
Is the sort of mouth area to the right,
to the
where
right,
Horak and stuff. Right, I do see what you mean, but I can unsee it because it just doesn't look like a pig's head.
Okay, hold mate. Nah.
Oh, by the way, we've got lots of stops in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. A lot of the teams have been in here, including Door Esports and Apex as well, who are back on their way out again. Both Scherer cars as well, and of course there'll be penalties down here for the 105 car. Is that going to put the 1:15 ahead? Yes, it does. It actually gets the Coanda car ahead of them as well. So Raphael Renhofer here has got a big job on his hands now, as Apex are back in again. Luca Kita back into the pit lane for a second time in a matter of moments here, and Apex Racing Team could be seeing their championship aspirations in this category fall through their fingers.
Yeah, big shame indeed. But it's, like I say, it's just all kind of falling apart a little bit. It's, like I say, it's frustrating, it's sad, it's disappointing, but it does seem as though it is the case. It's just so frustrating when it just doesn't quite go your way. Like you've run a very solid season, and in the season finale, it just all unfolds. I did see Luca Kita disconnected and rejoined. I wonder if there's no, because it wasn't packet loss. Interesting.
I don't know. Something's happened here in terms of, you know, maybe they didn't fuel the car. I don't know. But the pit stop's already going on for more than a minute, which suggests more than fuel is at play. By the way, most of the stops there were a minute long. I think most of the Porsches this time around, we've seen all sorts of different strategies going on this season, but it seems to be double stint on tyres maybe, or at least some of the tyres, and then change all of them at the halfway mark and then do the same at the end. And actually there's the least variation of any race this season.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you checked, by the way? Have you checked that photograph, sent you?
Yeah, I do. He's drawn the middle in pink, by the way, just to make it a bit more.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Realistic. I don't know. I could still unsee it when I go back to a normal livery. Livery?
Yeah, normal livery. That's fine. No, we'll move on. I did see Ryan O'Connor, by the way, dropped in the chat. You could do with a cold air and with fans when it comes to VR. Talk, by the way, and then said that his basement runs at 65 degrees Fahrenheit, which, by the way, is about 18 degrees Celsius. That is kind of chilly.
That's hot. Well, okay, for room temperature, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not,
okay.
Outside, 18 degrees is lovely. In your room, it's a little chilly.
A little bit on the cold side outside, to be honest with you, but...
yeah, it's not t-shirt weather, really. It's where you still need a jumper.
Yeah.
God, we're so British.
I know. It's
bad, isn't it?
So disappointed, isn't it, just being British.
Just to clarify, by the way, Luca Kita has left the game once more, so that car is done.
Wow. We'll try and get to the bottom of how that happened, but such a shame for the Apex Racing team. They were running just behind Door Esports at the time, and I'm not sure they were quite gaining enough points at the time to beat Scherer, but they certainly had the best opportunity to do so, as we've got another penalty through here.
Race leader.
The SB3T race leader, yeah, Impulse Racing in for a drive-through for unsportsmanlike behaviour with Huizenveld.
Yeah, I was going to say race leader, but what I actually mean was they're now second in place. I wonder if that was the contact on the Daytona, because they did drive pretty much like Norbert did drive into the side of Siegmund. So I wonder if race control had been like, nah, off you go, son, which I do kind of get.
Yeah, maybe. So that settles that really in SP3T. I think Huizenveld are going to be difficult to beat from here. I think they accidentally, or maybe on purpose, protested it twice, but there'll only be one penalty.
Yeah.
A drive-through for Impulse. So I'd say that pretty much settles it in SP3T. Unfortunately, it's just a case of where will Sim RC finish, and with Impulse in the pit lane, or will be, for their drive-through, then it should be second for the championship leaders, which should be more than enough, and of course, worth noting, should be enough for the overall title as well, because they lead that at the moment by 9 points. This is a combined championship standings with all of the categories in, where everybody scores points in the same point system in the DNLS, depending on how many cars are in your category, but effectively for the top 4 categories it's the same point system. So it means we've got an overall point standings where the positions do matter, and the positions do indeed mean prizes. So 9 points was the advantage that SimRC had at the start of the day in those stakes as well, and they only needed a 4th place finish in their class to take those standings as well. So it could be a clean sweep for the SB3T winners this season.
And I will say Norbert Leitner has come in, done his drive-through penalty, and has come out just ahead of Heider. So, well, I say just ahead, there's about 2 seconds between the pair of them. So there might well be about 2nd place in that SP3T category, as SimRC might well charge up to the rear end of them, as well as we can see another one of the SP3T category, being the Scherer Esports car, getting just passed a little bit by some of this laps traffic.
And there's still plenty of it as well. Feels like the sun's going down a little bit at the moment.
Yeah.
Not sure whether we are going to get darkness, but it feels like we're
I think we
getting
might.
sunset.
It is 6:16 in game time.
Today's not today's date, surely. 6:16.
No, it is the. I'm just making sure whether it's America, even though it is the 14th of September.
Oh wow, okay. I guess it's these 5 rounds have been spread out as a normal DNLS season
Correct.
would across the year. We start pretty much after the final NLS round in the real world, or started not long after the final round in the real world, just towards sort of November time in the winter, just as the winter was beginning, and we're not too far away from the start of a new NLS season in the real world either. About a month away.
Month and a bit, yeah, it's April, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 weeks this weekend, so not too close to the start of NLS, but we're not overlapping, which I think is probably a good thing. This is probably a good model for sim racing, to be honest. Real world season in the summer, sim racing in the winter, especially on the Nordschleife when it's going to snow.
Well, yeah, exactly. You can't race in the Nordschleife over the winter. Yeah, no, there are a few championships kind of run the same kind of thing. So you know, there is the potential that is the old standardo. I know, like obviously the World Endurance Championship kind of did it a little bit with the Le Mans Virtual. IMSA obviously did.
Yep.
As well with the IMSA Esports Championships. There is some precedent. Obviously the gap is a bit longer for this, so you've got more space to fill. Some championships do decide though to run their esports championship just at exactly the same time, like how Formula E did it last year.
Yeah, and other examples as well in GT3 racing, for example, which goes on throughout the entire year. But no, we've had a good DNLS season, I think. To any season in which you've had 3 out of the 5, and we haven't seen whether this race will come down to a final lap battle, but 3 out of the 5 with a final lap battle,
Ridiculous.
I don't think we can have any complaints.
Absolutely ridiculous. No, it's just that's so good. It also speaks very highly of the quality of the field, right? That you know, if you have a lower quality field, you don't typically get those battles because the pace differential is much larger, whereas it shows once again that the quality of the field here in DNLS is really high, that they are able to keep that close for basically the entirety of the race. So that is the exciting moment. Did see that battle, by the way, Vasilis Belotsiotis with Shedlick and, of course, Harley Horton that were all involved. And now we're a little bit higher up than that, as we'll see the battle for, I think it's 5th place in class.
Yeah, 5th place, and this is an outlap for Kevin Ellis Jr. And this is my concern. Can they make it on one more stop when they pitted with 1 hour 50 remaining? Surely they've got to hope that this race doesn't go 31 laps, but I don't see a way in which it doesn't, unless it starts raining. Obviously, that's not going to happen. So,
wow, that was a big hint, wasn't it?
We're not far away.
Yeah, exactly. Next week, maybe it would.
Next season, who knows what next season is going to look like? Because goodness me, it could be very exciting indeed. By the time we get round there, of course, there is Kevin Ellis Jr., very helpfully labelled, which Apex are quite good at.
That is good.
Just in case we don't know who they are. Looks like he's at the actual facility as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, because you can see if you look past him, look over his basically his left shoulder, right in the background. Yeah. You can see there's loads of track maps on the wall.
Oh yeah.
Do you know who put those on there?
No.
Me.
Why?
Because me and Arjuna complained for about 3.5 years. No, it's not quite that long. Let's see this move first as we head up towards Bravery Corner. Big Kev, getting to the inside as we head up the hill into Book Cover, and will easily get his way past Bookman. So a nice little one there for Kevin Jr. back now inside the top 5. But Jamie Fluke always used to have track maps on his wall when he was at home, right? And we said that it was disappointing that on his rig at the Apex facility he never had them. And we complained about it for a long time. And then when we did ERWC, because obviously that was in Milton Keynes last year, I thought, I was like, look, I'm only an hour away from Corby, so I'm going to drop by. And they had purchased some track guides for me to stick on the wall. No, I didn't.
No, that's that would be
Alex Simpson definitely did.
That would be more odd. I've got to say, especially if you bought them. Yeah.
Let me drop by the Apex facility and do that. No, I'll tell you what though, the Apex boys, they play a lot of golf. So well, Pete Berryman's actually quite good at it apparently.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm wisely informed. I've not been to a range yet with him.
Everyone plays golf, don't they? Goodness me.
Yeah, you need to get on it, mate.
No, I really don't. What I am going to do, though, is visit the Apex facility in about a month or so for a project I'm working on. So that's good. Look forward to that. But that's an entire tangent. Looks like Sim RC and Nicholas Hyder have gotten through on Norbert Leitner. And so that may well be, unfortunately, I don't want to be too blunt about this, but that may well be the battles we get in SB3T, just instead of something odd happening, because most of the drivers or teams you'd expect to be wherever in the field are now in that position.
Yeah.
That you'd expect them to be in. So while we do have pit stops coming up here for Hoisingveld, Sim RC, Scherer, for example, in fact everyone should be in this time around, or next time, depending on how long they really want to take this stint. That might well be the battling we see from SB3T this season, unless something strange happens.
Which, let's not rule that one out. You never really know. But yeah, no, I think everyone's kind of basically settled in their position. You know, we're settling a little bit like that in the SB3Ts. Obviously, the SB9s are still way up in the air, so at least we get some fun battling in that. By the way, if you receive an Apex Racing shirt and I don't, yeah,
I'm already asking for enough favours from them. I'm not asking for that as well.
Yeah, but they might, if they even hint at the fact of just giving you one without asking, I am going to be absolutely livid. Anyway, Williams,
I'll take
who
it.
have given me a shirt.
And is that translating in the performance? Maybe.
Maybe.
They're leading the way at the moment in the race. The reason we're focusing on Williams, of course, is because of their other car, Vasilios Peliziotis, driving here again against Mark Bachmann on this occasion. 6th and 7th for these two at the moment. Over a minute off the lead, though. It's becoming an increasingly two-horse race at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the control at the front of the field for Carl Janssen after having got past Herman and I think a couple of awkward little bits in traffic as well. I just allowed Janssen to clear out to now 5 seconds. So battle for the race, he's looking pretty calm. Does not mean that it won't come back down again. So if you're only tuning in for battle to race victory, for one, you're definitely the kind of person like me who got bored of watching Formula 1 last year. So there is that. Also, number two, just pump the brakes a little bit on that one for a second, because I think we still might have a pretty solid end to this race. We're going to have plenty of battles up and down the order.
Yeah, I think we are. The percentages, certainly, 75% of races so far have ended in a last lap battle for the win. So
that's quick maths.
It's worth just staying tuned for that. Still an hour 40 to go, though. Still a long way before we get to that stage in the day. So, bit of waiting there. And I think it's fair to say if we are going to get that, Lucas Herrmann needs to make a bit of a move on at the moment, because he has already taken a little bit of a shorter time on pit lane compared to the Williams car. He pitted last time around. He pitted after, didn't he? So he actually has a lap to make up, which I guess will give him a bit of a bit of that time back again. But he is losing time steadily here to the tune of nearly 5 seconds.
It's about a second a lap at the moment to Carl Janssen, who's absolutely flying. I think it was a second on the last. Oh yeah, it might have been. It was a 7:55.9 from Herman on the previous lap, and it was a 54.4 from Janssen. Yes, a second and a half on the previous lap, thus showing the strength and power in that number 5 car that you predicted as being on the podium. I don't think you said it was a winner.
I said number 9 first, number 5 second. Yeah, so
nice. Nice.
Just the wrong way around at the moment for me. And MSI third, but I think with their fuel calamity that they're going to not finish there anymore.
Well, you never know. Don't count out Big Kev, mate.
Well, I'm not counting him out. I'm counting the amount of fuel on board he's got. That's the problem.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will do. But they've got a lot of time to make it. And if we're going to see the championship change hands today in SB9, then it's going to have to come from them, because BS Competition at the moment are comfortably inside the top 7 where they need to be to overtake Redline, who, of course, if you've not been with us so far, are absent today.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, a big shame to not have Redline in here because I think they would have spiced it up just a touch. But yeah, right now we've still got a spicy enough race regardless. As much as the championships are all looking fairly, they're calming down just a touch. Let's put it that way. But obviously, we're still with an hour and 39 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes left to go in this race. There's plenty of opportunities for some of these drivers, teams, and such to get themselves back into the fights. Of course, with those extra pit stops as well, who knows what's going to happen?
Exactly. Still a lot to settle. So stay with us here on the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. It's been great to have you on so far. Still 100 minutes of racing remaining, though, in the RAVENOL 4-hour race to round off this season. And plenty of championships still to settle. Just 5 seconds between the two leaders as well. It's Team Williams who are leading on the North Cypher in round 5 of the DNLS for 23-24.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back to the Nordschleife. Here's the view from the air at the Grand Prix circuit. Just under 50 cars still out there, and well over a quarter of them still in with a chance of winning a title here today. One of the 5 that we have available for the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series for season 2023-24. My name is Ewan Leary, alongside Lewis McGlades for the final round of the season. It's been a very exciting round so far. Still very busy out there on the Nordschleife. And if on the X-Racer car, which we haven't spoken too much of so far, it's Eetu Eskalainen who is driving that car at the moment in 7th position. No longer Alexia Loma, who has made a return here today. There is Eetu driving at the wheel of that 7th place car.
Yeah, it looks about your age. No, it's fine. Obviously, we've not got long left to go in this season, so very curious to see the positions people are going to work their way into in those final moments. Like I say, when it comes to this point, you're desperately focused on moving your way as far up the order as possible, as you would do in any race, but particularly because it's the last race of the season, right? Even if you're battling for the championship or you're in the middle of nowhere, these moves, they mean a lot more.
Yeah, they really do. Everything of heightened importance now as we hurl towards the final 90 minutes of a title-deciding race. BS Competition currently holding it in the SB9 category by 10 points over Redline and by even further over MSI at the moment in the top 3 down there. In the Porsches, it's Scherer who at the moment hold just enough advantage over Redline to hang on there. That's their 115 car. And Fabian Hostad, who's doing enough in the podium places for Scherer. Sontec Racing are leading in SB10, and effectively it's a winner-takes-all down there. They are, as a result, title leaders. And then Toym Huizenveld will return to the lead pretty soon, I would say, of SB3T. But it's SimRC who should go on to win the title there. They are doing more than enough as things stand. And in the VT2 class, a car that can't actually win is heading the way in the form of Kaufmann Motorsport in the 499. It's more likely to be about Nürburgring Esports, who are in 2nd position, and they're comfortably ahead of Wolf Motorsport and Fastlane, who you've got to say in VT2 have maybe thrown it away themselves. Both of them receiving penalties today, where Nürburgring have avoided them.
But we are still, I say early days. We've still got a lot of time to deal with in this one, so I wouldn't necessarily hold on to it. We've got side by side. Ooh, That was going to be very sketchy indeed. The 175 Pro Sports sim racing car getting their way past the 191 local esports yellow. Speaking, by the way, into the pit lane, I believe we did get Carl Janssen into the pit lane on the last lap, so handing over race leading duties to the number 7 car.
Yeah, so the other BS competition car came in too, but the BMW likes to go a bit longer. They've got Norby Kish back in. They've taken that lap of fuel out. I mentioned that BS competition went a lap longer in the second part of the race. Or was that third part of the race? That second. Then they went shorter in the third part, so if you catch my drift. So 3 seconds gained there. So they're actually only 2.5 behind one another now. And I reckon it might be the right call as well to get Norby Kish back in. That's what they've done for the final 2 stints of the season.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kish is fast. He's an absolute beast behind the wheel. Like we said before, 9.5 KI rated. If you're going to have a driver that's going to close down on Carl Janssen and maybe go on the attack of Carl Janssen, Kish might be the one. That feels like I'm being a little bit brutal against Lucas Herrmann, but it's just it's less so of a dig at Herrmann and more so of just complimenting once more the speed of Norby Kish. He's absolutely rapid, especially around here. You know, has done DNLS for ages and has raced the Nordschleife probably more than most on iRacing, to be honest.
Yeah, and it's certainly something that you can improve as a result of, in a way that you do see that those who race around here very often could well really see benefit from that almost without realising. So that is something worth bearing in mind. Really, it's getting dark, isn't it? We are going to see darkness at the end of this season, aren't we?
Surely. Which is great for us because we'll be able to really tell all the cars apart.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah.
There's a lot of lighting around the Nürburgring. Really,
famously, yes.
Yeah.
I heard it's more well lit than Bahrain.
It's true. That is true. That is true. But apparently they turn the lights down to 0% around here. That'd be a fact that Arjuna would chuck out, wouldn't it?
He loves it, doesn't he?
He does every time. He's like, oh yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's an interesting fact.
It is.
Right? It is. When you've heard it 20 or 30 times, though, I'm like, Arjuna, mate, I know they turn the lights down at Daytona to 30% on the endurance. I know it's not for my benefit, it's for everyone else's, but goodness me.
Yeah, that is something with commentary, to be fair, that I do often forget. You're not repeating yourself because not everyone hears everything you say, do they? So
exactly.
So yeah, I always forget as well. Is it actually 20%? I guess.
I think it's 30.
I think. See, this is the thing. This is why I have to keep repeating it because we keep getting it slightly wrong.
Well, I know it's turned down from 100.
Yeah, same.
That's what I know.
But it's anywhere between 10 and 30, and I can't remember.
I don't listen to Arjuna at the best of times. Again, he's not doing this broadcast because he's too busy getting ready for the Formula One, or actually maybe he's about to watch Nottingham Forest get absolutely battered.
Oh, I hope not. Dear me, I'll be crying later in the broadcast if
No, you are playing Liverpool, so...
I know. Here's the current championship situation, by the way. Team Redline not doing enough, unfortunately, not being here on this occasion. Quite a tight fight for third place, and there is some money on the line there. And that's where I've got concern with MSI as well here. Are they going to finish fifth, or is it going to be worse for them today if they have to do a splash and dash? And that could cost them third place in the championship.
But do remember, I'm assuming those points are live as to what they are currently running in circuit now. But do remember that the number 5 car is going to pick up an extra position once the 7 car comes into pit lane.
Yes, true. But is the MSI car going to also gain that place?
Yeah, but you got to remember the percentage of points gained for the 5 car will be higher because going from second to first is a higher drop than going from 5th to 4th.
Yeah, so no, double, in fact. Yeah, so correct.
Scientifically speaking, I know what I'm talking about.
So Williams are in pole position there then. Yeah, I guess it's going to be very difficult for MSI to do anything about that anyway, isn't it? Because if Williams win, then they're on 29 points. Where do MSI have to finish to get to 29? They'd have to finish on the podium, which does very much suggest that they would have to not do that splash and dash. But I've said it multiple times already. I don't see how they're going to avoid it as things stand. Share Esport are getting 2 lots of prize money at the moment in the best paying of the categories in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. They have survived an early scare, I think it's fair to say, to now be back in control of this class.
Yeah, and like I say, doing a really, really solid job. Obviously, running in a solid position. Well, I say one of them is. The 115 is running in a solid position in the race. The 105 is going to be the one they're going to look at and be like, you know, what kind of could have been. Was it, how many penalties is it now? Is it 2 or 3? It's 2. Because they had one for not serving the success penalty correctly, and they had one for the race start.
Could be 2, yeah. Could be 2. That's quite misleading in SP10, by the way. Sontec Racing are actually in the lead. However, it's not quite that much of a gap. Door Esports have fallen off the face of the earth. That's why. So where have Door Esports gone?
Great question.
In the field. 7th place, and they've made 4 pit stops. That's why this gap is quite so big. So we need to get to the bottom of what happened to Door Esports here, because effectively they were 1 and 2. They were in a battle earlier on as well, and it was winner takes all from the 2 of them. We've spoken many times about SP3T, SimRC still in control there, but just to go back to Door Esports, what has happened to them? Have we got any ideas what's gone on?
Pitted, haven't they?
Yeah, twice though, in quick succession.
Yeah, there's not been a penalty that's been dished out for them. I did see... yeah, obviously Benedict Hitz was behind the wheel previously. Nicholas Laubisch is now back behind the wheel. Hitz was... Oh, it feels really brutal to say. Was quite significantly slower than Laubisch. But still, I don't fully know what's happened there.
No.
There's clearly been something.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened either, to be honest. That leaves... the likes of Marla Racing Team really scrambling now to get on terms with Sontec. To be honest, I'm not quite sure how they've ended up so far behind in this race. Maybe they've just not quite had the speed that they were expecting. Niels Koch is driving that car, actually. He was driving the SP9 earlier on in the season for certain rounds, so not the full-time driver there. There's what's happening in the VT2 class. Nürburgring Esports in control as a result of problems for other teams, and Kaufman Motorsport going to vault themselves into the top 3, which of course will get you a bit of prize money in VT2. So it's worth noting these that it's not only about the champions we're looking for, but there's prize money for 2nd and 3rd too.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it is important to get inside that top 3, even like, you know, not even for the prize money, right? The prize money is obviously great, and like that's what a lot of these drivers are playing for, is what they want, obviously. But there is the whole, you know, finishing 2nd or 3rd in a championship, especially if the season's not gone fully your way, but actually moving up in that final round, it is satisfying. It is satisfying, regardless of whether there's prize money up for grabs or not. So, you know, playing those kinds of cards, it is kind of important. So, you know, we're not going to give them a congratulations yet, because we've still got just over 1/3 of the race left to go. And let's be honest, the things that can happen in that 1/3 of the race. Well, you've seen some of the things that happened in the opening 2/3. Yeah, exactly.
We've got a battle for the lead in VT2, by the way, and here they are. Kaufman Motorsports at 499, just ahead of Nürburgring Esports. Now, very interesting situation here, because Nürburgring are on the fringes of a title, of course. How hard are they going to fight for that position for the race win here today? That'll be a question to solve. Here's the 105 car as well, the Share Esport Cup car, still down in 7th place, still recovering from their issues earlier.
Yeah, like I say, I think recovering an issue around here is going to be hard, right, at the best of times. And so, yeah, if you had those issues early, it's just going to be really, really tough to work your way back up the order. There is a look at the MSI car. Kevin Reyes Jr. behind the wheel, Vasilios Belletsiotis behind the wheel of the number 50, number 47, number whatever number else you can throw into it. The second of the 2 Williams cars. It's very confusing. I hate it when teams, when they put a number into their team name. Just don't do it. It's not worth it.
Might be wrong. Yeah, it is a little bit irritating. And this will, of course, help their teammates. If MSI were to finish 3rd, then they would actually finish ahead of Williams for 3rd in those standings, and that would effectively deny Williams a bit of prize money. So I know you spoke, it's not all about that, but it is top 3 in the championship as well, as it's side by side as Marla Racing Team really need to pick up the pace and pick up some places now. They're now down to 6th position as far as I can see. Yeah, so Ito Eskalainen gets through. And just to give you an idea of the pace of Marla compared to the race leader, for example, Sontec Racing, last time around for Niels Koch it was a 26.6. 23-0 for Tatu Sipolo. What a big difference that is between two teams tied on points at the start of the day.
Yeah, which just tells me is like there must be something wrong for the Martin team. Because, yeah, they are a quality squad. We don't expect them to drop off this aggressively, right? I don't know. I'm going off a little bit of a hunch here, but there is more to why that car is struggling than, oh, they're just not very quick this round. That doesn't really make sense to me, right? If they're just not that quick this round, you know what I mean? Like they've driven this circuit a lot. They've done well around this circuit a lot. They're the same drivers. Niels Cock's a really fast driver. Has just been passed by a 4.9k driver, which, don't get me wrong, is still obviously very high, but he's, you know, a driver that we wouldn't be shocked to see in, like, you know, top level special events and things. So there's something not quite right there.
Not in a series that goes to any one circuit. It doesn't make sense. No,
exactly.
So there you go. Sven Winter is battling with the Sim RC SP3T car now. I said rather recklessly earlier on that there was going to be no more fighting in this class. Well, that's clearly not true, because there's all sorts going on here. There's the Impulse Racing car just up front in second as well. Maybe we can settle on the fact that the lead is done, but for whatever reason, Sim RC have dropped back into this battle with these guys again now, with Kieran Harrison on board.
You could say potentially that you might have been a bit impulsive with what you said. Haha.
Too impulsive, actually. Yes.
Yes, exactly. But Norbert Leitner either way ahead of Sven Winter and Kieran Harrison in that fight. Looking back into these turns, back to the battle for the race lead in them. Kaufman trying to keep that car as close as possible. Another one in VR.
Nice. Yeah.
There's no screen ahead.
Well, no visible screen, yeah.
No, it's where we are.
Okay. Oh, he's using a disc stick shift. There you go. Bit odd.
Is he heel towing
often? Doesn't look like it, does it?
Didn't use the clutch. Didn't use the clutch. Whip.
Well, he's competing. He's not looking to enjoy himself. He's just looking to win. And clearly, Nürburgring Esports didn't have any worries about risking the car in terms of making an overtake there. They were pretty willing to do it, and now they're in a real strong position with regards to VT2.
Yeah, he does look fairly comfortable, at least. So there is that. But yeah, obviously I jest there. Drive-through penalty for the ATRS Esports car. That one, not sure why. That's more of a youth thing.
Collision with Kaufman Motorsport. Not the one you can see on your screen there, but the other one, which may have dropped down to the pit lane as a result. No. Well, it's been in. Not sure it had damage repair though.
I believe it might have done. They are a very long way off of the fast lane by Sminger Esports. Very
okay. I'm just seeing the stop length at 23 seconds and thinking that's not really a damage repair.
Yeah, but is that, yeah, if they use a fast repair, maybe they
True.
Yeah, because the fast lane by Sminger Esports cars just basically come through her act, and I guess it's not that far behind, coming up towards the carousel, but either way, it's like 20-30 seconds behind, well, more than that, than the next car.
Yeah, I think fast repair is the answer there. But we're on board with the battle for third position now, as it's a sort of Williams versus MSI fight here between Vasilis Palatziotis and Kevin Ellis Jr., although Palatziotis will be in rather soon. He's only actually made 2 stops so far today, Palatziotis, so that just shows you about how long the stints have been for some of these drivers. Most of them, though, have gone for short stints in the middle of the race, whereas this team may well go for, I think, a very short one at the end from the way this is pointing right now.
Yeah, exactly, and obviously the car that we're on, we're looking at whilst we ride on board with Palatziotis is the one that you were talking about, with the potential requirement of maybe even a splash or something at the end. We are on the 20th lap of proceedings, and with there being slightly more than a third of the race left to go, then maybe, like I say, we are definitely leaning towards the idea of this being a 31 lap race, and I think that time left to go in the race, plus where they are on circuit, plus how much time, like, this is definitely a 31 lap race, definitely.
I just don't know how they've not realised that.
Maybe they've got their numbers better than we are. Maybe we're just calculating around with when they've stopped.
Well,
they need to stop at the end of 24, right?
Yes, yeah.
We'll see.
What are we on now? Lap 20 we're on now.
Yes.
So that means they'll need to do an 8-lap stint here, doesn't it? Because they're coming up to the end of 4 laps here. So
Yeah.
I'm willing to be proven wrong because I'm still sort of expecting Apex to prove me wrong, if you see what I mean. But
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it right now. I'm not seeing the way out for them right now. And it would be such a bizarre mistake for a team like that to make. It really would.
I'd say maybe they've got some decent fuel strats. I don't know. Maybe they've got like a decent position for the final stint where they are. Honestly, I do not know. But what we're expecting is this to be a 31-lap race, and at the moment, by our numbers, they are a lap short on fuel. Which a lap round here is a bit long.
Exactly, yeah. It's not like anywhere else. Let's leave them to it for a little while. Well, fuel-wise, anyway. We'll watch their battle down towards the end of the lap here. They've just been overtaken by Belziotis, who's a lot lighter on fuel, and as a result, probably a bit quicker as well. He's only got one more lap out there again before he'll run out, to be fair, but even so, he will be quicker for the remainder of that lap, you would think. Just passing one of the VT2 cars could hardly get more of an ideal place to do so. And indeed benefits probably from the slipstream and the overtake to set the fastest lap of the race. It says good things for Kevin Ellis Jr. though, that he wasn't holding up Belziotis that much clearly.
Exactly. You know, Kevin Ellis Jr., who was the driver who had the fastest lap of the race before that moment there for the 47 car, to have taken the fastest lap off of the MSI sports car. Yeah, right now it's you kind of want to use Belziotis to maybe save a little bit of fuel but keep the pace up. But yeah, no, again, very, very curious decisions here behind the scenes. But again, we are idiots, so read into that what you will.
Exactly. You can decide for yourselves whether you want to trust us or not.
Never trust a commentator's maths, even Ewan O'Leary's.
Yeah, I'd like to think I'm quite good at it in the commentator circles, but that's not exactly high praise.
In standings-wise, yes.
Yes, that's true. Strategy-wise, yeah, I'm not so good on that front. Sherry Sport have finally made their way through to the top 5, by the way. There's Marcus Deck just behind in the PP Performance car. Raphael Renhofer working his way through, and goodness, it's been a long slog for the 105 team today. Penalties galore, overtakes galore as a result too, but they're finally inside the top 5 now as they look to protect their positions. It is hard work though for just 4 points which they've got at the moment.
Yeah, exactly, but sometimes you just got to dig deep, get that hard work going, you know what I'm saying? Like every 1, 2, whatever, 4 point, whatever, like you got to work hard for it every round. You know, quite a lot of teams have been on the recovery drive today. In fact, I'd almost say over half the grid has had some form of recovery drive today, whether it has been from either a poor qualifying or anything like that. Something like Trogan's rejoined the race.
All right.
For reasons completely unknown to me. Maybe just curious to see what's going on. Oh, to be fair, he might be supporting the other Sunset car.
True, yeah. He might just be watching on with them instead of driving. Maybe he'll get in the way in the GT3. He won't do that.
Well, you're saying that are you suggesting that there might well be a scenario where a certain team might drop a certain car back out onto the racetrack to cause certain problems, which will not be forgotten about forever? And people will still hold it against them even a year and a bit later?
No, I don't think they would do that, no.
No. Do you think anyone went below the double yellow line around qualifying here?
Right, okay.
Okay, moving on.
That's not where I thought that was.
Very specific jokes.
That's not where I thought that was going, actually. But anyway.
Well, it's either that or brake dragging, let's be honest.
Okay, well, there's many
Or put
of
them
these
over
things,
grass.
isn't there? Yeah, exactly. So there you go. Where were we before all of that? I don't know. I don't know. Something about Samuel Trogan, and before that, I don't really remember. But anyway, oh yeah, I was thinking about the Porsche category and whether Sherrod got to the stage where they're back in the top 2 of the championship. Well, they actually are again now. So with 3rd and 5th in the race and Redline 2nd, they are doing well enough now to finish 1st and 2nd in the same order that they are right now. And that's a decent return for a team at €6,500 for the team. Not sure how they would distribute that, of course, but that's not for us to know. That's for them to figure out. It's a great season out for them, and as I said at the start of the broadcast, Scherer's not a team I would have expected to challenge the likes of Redline and Apex and Coanda in what you could argue is the most competitive category of the 5. They've really taken it to them, and they've put themselves right up there with great teamwork, great pace, and what's been especially noticeable is really good strategy throughout these 5 rounds.
Yeah, it's not as like, knocking them or anything, because we know they're a solid team. But it's more so when you're going toe-to-toe with some of the biggest teams in sim racing in its entirety. Yeah, like you say, you've got Apex, you've got Redline, you've got Coanda, all in that category. And you've got 2 cars in that category, which is obviously great. But it's not the fact that one of them's up there, it's the fact that both of them are up there is incredibly impressive in such a strong category. So, wild scenes, as we'll see, once again, Kevin Ellis Jr. up to the rear end of Benesiotis, taking a little bit of speed, a little bit of fuel saving, a little bit of slipstream as we do this enormous climb up the hill towards Bravery Corner. At the moment, like I say, surely this is just the fuel cell game. But anyway, Scherrer Esports, very impressed with how they've been doing.
Yeah, really impressed. As I say, not a team we hadn't heard anything about before. I don't think that's fair to say. That they were certainly around and doing all right. But whether they could compete with the teams that I just reeled off there, I really wasn't sure at all. But clearly, they've shown themselves to be right in the mix, and a great season from them so far. Still an hour and 13 to go of it, though. They're still going to get home. Just under a third of this race remaining now in the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for season 23-24. I think the battles in SB9 are not decided just yet. Between these guys, maybe Williams and MSI, although Williams are about to come in, especially between Williams and BS Competition in the leading 2. That gap now below 2 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Gaps are indeed closed. Now I say we are definitely expecting some form of exciting battle, and you've said before, you've reeled off the scenarios of late race drama. Are we going to be getting some in here? Norby Kish absolutely flying. Said before that the reason why they would have put Norby in for this part of the race is definitely because they struggled a little bit. They lost a fair amount of time. No disrespect at all to Lucas Herman, but it's more just the speed of Norby Kish. He is closing right down on Carl Janssen. I think we are going to have a switch for the overall race lead fairly shortly. Or it's a battle.
Yes, I'll go with that. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Certainly a fight, and I think it could go. This battle could fly to near the end again.
100%.
It's shaping up to be another one of those races where you just don't quite know who's going to win until the very end, especially in SB9. The other categories maybe are more sure, but here not so much. A bit of rear-end damage on the Garaika Motorsport car, and they've caught PB Performance now by quite some seconds, so I'd expect to get through. Oh, on the grass! They tried to get alongside Marcus Deck on the way down the hill here, and that nearly resulted in disaster for both of them, but mainly Garaika Motorsport, who got right up on that curve.
That was very sketchy indeed. Like I say, you've got to be very careful with going for a little bit of a look there. It's the problem with this circuit, especially going around places like that. The straights aren't straight. They kind of wobble a little bit. They drift a little bit, which is kind of what adds to the amount of corners around here, and why no one really knows how many corners there are around the circuit. Which you'd kind of say, surely they do. If you go and Google it, I promise you can very quickly find as many different answers as you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, and then write them all down and count yourself and see what you get to. And I promise you it won't be any of those numbers either.
Exactly. Because are you counting per apex, like miss, hit, miss, which they've just gone round? Do you count that as 1 corner or 3 corners? Really, it's 1. Yeah. But, going through some of the chicanes, do you count some of the little kinks between, say, for example, like Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz? Because they are, some of them are pretty, like, there's a lot of places where it's like, do you count that as a corner? And it's why there is no, I don't believe there's even an official number.
No, they use marshal posts in the real race, which I think says a lot about
they can't be bothered.
I mean, when race control are talking, and they do the slow zones here, of course, in the real, which I think they do really well, by the way, and I think is a really good. I wish the WEC would do slow zones a bit better and do the bit like they do here, because they do it very well on the Nordschleife. And now they do have the advantage of the walls being very close, and so you can see the Code 60 flags very much easier, especially at night time. But nevertheless, Le Mans not exactly, for example, Le Mans is not exactly a wide open, expansive circuit where the gaps are very big. Here is the side-by-side fight. Geraika Motorsport working their way through, and yes, they will secure the place, although Marcus Teck's not giving up here. He'll be back on the outside again for the next right-hander. This will be quite special if he can work his way through here, and he's going to give it a good go, only be on the outside again for this hairpin.
Really superb battle between the pair of these. Once again to the outside. We'll see if Marcus Teck is able to work his way past, and certainly will do so.
Nice.
Going down to the carousel. Beautiful bit of racing between the pair of these. I say switch position, but they'd already switched, and then they switched back again, and then they switched back again. So Marcus Teck, maybe with some pace struggles, is really feeling the pressure of Geraika. And to be fair, my co-commentator at one point, Mr. Mac Backham, is also closing in. He's only 4 and a bit seconds off the rear end of these two, so he might rejoin this or join this fight fairly sharpish in that Commander Esports car.
When did he co-commentate with you?
We co-commentated. It was in Sweden.
I thought so. Sweden, yeah.
I went up to him and I said, look, I want you to come and join me in the commentary booth. Jamie Fluke went with George, and I took Mac Backham. Bless him, stood next to me. You couldn't tell on camera because he's a professional, but I could see close up, with it all being well lit, he was quaking in his boots. Bless him.
Really?
Yeah, he really was.
Why?
And he did a great job because he was so nervous about being stood next to someone as powerful in the sim racing world as me.
Starstruck, I think is the word.
Exactly. He was starstruck. No, I mean, look, for those of you that obviously, you know, you're watching or whatever, or maybe you're a driver and whatever, this job's, I don't want to say it's not like it's not like that hard, but in a sense it's easy for us to jump in and jump out because we've done so many broadcasts, right? When you have to do a live event for the first time in front of people, it can be a little bit like daunting. I'm sure you might have felt a little bit of that back in Munich.
Yeah. But it's that hurdle, isn't it? It's a hurdle rather than a constant barrier.
But for Mac, he'd not really commentated very much at all, and then was thrown into it in front of a load of people on quite an important stage with like championships and money and all this kind of stuff. He took it like an absolute champ.
Did you not find someone who was more versed in the...
Well, no, I wanted Mac because it was because obviously it was when obviously that was his last bit for Porsche.
Oh yeah, true.
He was retiring from professional esports driving.
Fair enough, but he's here now, so I would argue.
Yeah, exactly. He's not retired. It's what actually really irritates me.
Not entirely. His co-owner teammate, by the way, David Williams, is a battle with Raphael Renhofer down here, and that's Scherer now 3rd and 4th, so they really are recovering well now. The 105 really starting to make some progress, and as long as they don't get knocked back with another penalty, then they should be able to hang on with that. Now PB Performance and Geraika Motorsport still going side by side. I wonder whether Geraika's damage is just slowing them down in a straight line, because they actually couldn't get through there.
And they did have a bit of contact as well, by the way, on the Digitale, so I wonder if race control might step in a little bit about this. Very quickly on this category as well, to another car, I'm pretty sure Team Redline are fairly satisfied. They've got Luke Bennett behind the wheel at the moment, not because of pace or anything like that, because Gianni Vecchio disconnected from the server recently due to pack-offs, which is he didn't close the game, whatever, he just got a disconnection. As down the inside, here we go, Geraika making that move on Marcus Teck once again.
So now through, and should be through for good. You'd think that looked like Marcus Teck just giving that one over really in towards turn 1. I did notice, by the way, I don't know if you saw this because you were talking at the time, but I don't think you were looking. But we were following Gianni Vecchio while he was in one of those three-way battles for, I think it was just after his hip check with Tim Yarshu, maybe a lap afterwards. He did disappear for quite a while. I would call it longer than a blink. So much so that the camera actually moved. Oh,
I did see that.
Oh,
yes.
You did? Okay. So I thought at that point maybe he disconnected then, but now that that's happened and you mentioned that, that's just been re-triggered in my mind that maybe they won't see him back in the car again, to be honest, as a result of this.
Which, to be fair, let's be honest, I think they'll be more than happy leaving Luke Bennett behind the wheel. And to be fair, he's only got in fairly recently. What's Luke's nickname? I can't remember.
I don't really have. I've only heard Johnny and Chris Lulham's nickname.
Oh, isn't it Birmingham's Finest or whatever?
No, I forgot what it is though.
No, that's what Bennett's is. It's not Birmingham's Finest or whatever, because
Oh yes, he is. Yeah.
he's from Birmingham, and let's be honest, he's an absolute chav.
Doesn't sound like he's from Birmingham, really. Or have I not talked to him enough?
You've not talked to him enough. He does sound
Okay.
it's not. He doesn't have that strong of an accent.
Right.
Nor does his dad.
Interesting.
Very nice guy.
Very interesting. So it's interesting as some people just don't succumb to an accent.
That's true. Meanwhile, there's people like you.
I don't really
I don't
have
have much of an accent. No.
I don't talk like that. That's Paul Smith.
Yeah, that is so true.
That's Yorkshire. I'm not from Yorkshire. I've never lived there.
Go on, get kettle on. I want the brew.
I don't really like tea.
Do you not like tea? Do you like coffee?
No.
Okay, thank goodness for that. You're like Cam, you are. Cam's like any hot beverage except maybe a hot chocolate.
That's exactly the same as me. Yeah, I'm like Cam, actually. I'll have a hot chocolate if I'm forced to, but I wouldn't choose it.
Literally exactly. When it comes to like having a breakfast or whatever, and it's just all like, so tea or coffee? And Cam will like look around and be like, you got a hot chocolate?
Oh, it's got to be orange juice at breakfast, doesn't it? Come on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
We've
got... How have we got off topic again?
I always drag it off topic. I can't help it.
If I facilitate it. So, anyway, let's go back to the leaders again. This is closing up, isn't it? Nürburgring is catching Carl Janssen. It was half a second last time, or probably 4/10 is more accurate last time around. Wonder what it will be this time as they get towards the line with an hour and 3 minutes remaining, and you'd imagine 8 laps to go. So if anyone can go one more from here, then they might be okay, and Kevin Ellis Jr. can go one more. So, well, maybe he'll be okay. Let's see, though, as they go over the line. It's another gain for Nürburgring. Just 0.2 of a second this time round, though.
Yeah, so Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to stay out on the circuit, so he's going to complete the.
He'll be okay, you know.
But that's completing the 22nd lap. We said he needs to get to the end of 24.
But I'm not sure he does anymore. I reckon this is 30 laps this race now.
Oh, now you're changing your tune, are you?
I am, yeah. I am, because it's around 8 minutes a lap. 64 minutes would be 8 minutes a lap at 8 laps at 8 minutes a lap.
Okay.
They cross the line with under an hour and 3 to go, plus a pit stop left, and they're making up about 5 seconds per lap on like under 8 minutes. So that's only making up what 40 seconds. I think they'll be okay. I think this is a 30-lap race.
And to add to that, because I think we have slowed down maybe a little bit, I don't know why, but I have just gone on board with Carl Janssen to double-check what my little predictor says, and it does say now, and it does adjust a little bit. It's very slow to you, but it does adjust a little bit. It does say 29.9.
Why did we ever doubt the Apex Racing team?
But it did say 30.9 earlier on, which is a whole lap, which is a lot of time. Yes, we should never doubt the Apex Racing team. I'm sorry, I'd still like a shirt. Don't give one to you.
They're not going to give one to me.
They might do, and if they do, they will hear from my lawyer.
Okay. Very interesting.
I don't have a lawyer.
Under what act is that a breach of?
They promised that when they get a shipment of shirt. Actually, to be fair, though, the difference is that I have to have like a bigger shirt. You can just take one of Elvis Rankin's.
I take less material, to be fair.
Wow. That is not a nice way of putting it. That's horrendous. I take less material.
How do I put that nicer? I don't know.
To be fair, I can fit in a smaller shirt. No, actually, no, that's quite rude as well.
It's the same thing. Alexia Loma's back, by the way. He's catching the Nürburgring Esports car in 6th position at the moment. One of the few battles we got going on in SP10 at the moment. And X-Racer were going back a little bit earlier on, but with the Loma at the wheel, maybe they can start to gain some of these places back again and maybe make a run for the top 5 at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Alexia Loma's not been quite at the same speed as, at least from what I've seen, as when we were seeing him back in the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship back in the early to mid 2010s, of course, dominated by Gregor Hooter and Martin Kronka, drivers which I'm sure quite a lot of drivers on this grid have never heard of.
You think?
Yeah, I do actually.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I was on a broadcast the other day, on Thursday night, and I was talking about Gregor Hutu and that, because we were discussing, I think it was like Brendan Lee and stuff, we were discussing like, history of esports racing at the highest level, and we were discussing about people like Gregor Hutu, and to be fair, Alexia Loma and like a lot. They had no idea who I was talking about. Not a clue. Wow. I was like, you've never heard of Gregor Hutu?
Is that the most famous sim racing driver of all time?
The dominant force in the world of sim racing for 20 years.
Probably the best of all time.
I still maintain, I think Gregor Hutu is maybe the best of all time, but he has certainly done the most as a driver for the world of sim racing.
I'll give him best of open wheel all time.
I will say that, yes. Okay, fair enough, because we didn't really see him in too much else.
No, I'll give him best of open wheel all time, because but although he didn't only do sort of one platform, one car, although he did win a lot in iRacing, in the Grand Prix series in the same car. But
you know what his last race was?
Do you know when it was, or what?
No,
it was?
what it was. Well, what and when will be both given away in the same sentence.
I don't know. No,
it was the 2020 Le Mans Virtual. If I
was it
correctly.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he was. I distinctly remember him battling about well, I think it might be like 11 or 12 o'clock at night for third position with Rory McDuff, and I was like, oh goodness me.
How times change.
Yeah, right. That is a driver you do not want to go wheel to wheel with. You know what I mean?
Sorry, Rory.
Yeah, sorry. But yes, Alexia Loma used to be very quick and used to battle with that kind of lot. That is how fast this driver has been on the surface.
Yeah, but sim racing's always getting to a stage where we've got so much history in it now that we're actually getting to the stage where sort of veterans of the series not quite what they used to be anymore. You know what I mean?
Era, mate.
And it's difficult for these drivers to, especially if they've got real world commitments, not only in their social life and their free time, but actually, people have got full-time jobs and stuff that actually is very difficult to compete with these days. If you're going up against professionals who can prepare for this race 8 hours a day for this week, for example, which some of these drivers may have done, then how can you ever compete with that? Even if you are a very talented driver, even with a sort of regular full-time job, it's very difficult to compete with those kind of hours these days.
Well, I've discussed it a few times, how like when you look at a lot of the fast drivers in sim racing, quite a lot of them are quite young, right?
Yeah.
And you'd be like, oh yes, because it's a young man's game, blah, 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 blah. No, well, yes, partially, but also because it is because of time, right? When you're in like secondary school or college or whatever, you don't have quite as many time or life commitments.
No.
As you do, once, whether you're in university or once you have a job and all that kind of stuff, you don't have quite as much free time to kind of really work on that stuff, and you can't spend 25 hours practicing for one event in a week because you've got a life.
Exactly, and that's the problem. No matter how talented you are,
life.
Really, yeah. Well, yeah. Problem when you're trying to go against a professional who's racing a lot. That's the difficulty, but also maybe Aloma not quite so motivated anymore in terms of sim racing. Not quite. As quick as he used to be, not sure, because I actually don't remember him from those previous days. Obviously remember Hutu and all those others, but I don't remember much of Aloma, to be honest with you.
I think he got one.
No, that's what I mean. Anyway, should be making his way into 6th position here, ahead of the Nürburgring Esports car in 6th position. Let's see. It's just drafting past. Very slow overtake, to be honest, on the Dottinger when there's just the two of them. But X-Racer have now made their way up into 6th position now, so that's a good place for them to be. Interestingly, where they are in the championship at the moment, so I guess this race is very correctly reflecting where they've been this season.
Yeah, it does take a fair while for some of these passes to happen, especially in the SP10s. Speaking of passes, by the way, I believe we might get one for the overall race lead fairly soon, because Norby Kish is within a 10th of Carl Janssen now. So that gap has absolutely gone. I don't believe he's going to go for it this time, because I think they're actually a little bit too close. They've just gone down the end of the Dettinger Hoa, and that gap is, it's nil now, basically.
That has crept up on us slightly, I think it's fair to say. True. So we'll get to that. We'll focus on the leaders in a few moments' time. Just want to go to the leader in SP10 where we're seeing them because Marla Racing Team were in the lead of SP10. Now, I was speaking about them being such a long way back earlier on, and admittedly their 3 pit stops have been very long, but the fact that they've just come in, it suggests to me that they are going to get lapped again by these guys, and if they do, their race will be 28 laps long. They've been doing 7 lap stints for 4 hours, and that means that they will be able to do this race on 3 stops, which I wasn't expecting, I've got to say. If Felix Quirnbach gets lapped effectively, then he will make it to the end and maybe win the race, maybe take the title with it too.
Yeah, big moment there as we can see a real close-up view of the crowd at the Mercedes Arena section, and in that big grandstand. Been up there taking some photographs from up there as well of anything not a Mercedes. Yeah, no, I've got some good photos from up there. It's actually quite a good view. I was obviously in the Nürburgring 24 Hour of 2018. Have you been here before?
I've never been here before. No, there's a lot of places I've never been before, but I'm going to start to finally tick some off. So that's good. I'm going to Spa this year, so that's one ticked off the list for me. But Nürburgring 24 is definitely sorry?
Overrated.
Spa. Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks for telling me that. You've got to go though, haven't you? So,
no, it's overrated just because of my mindset when it comes to racetracks. Is that I think I've been to enough now where I just don't care anymore.
That is possible, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I went into Spa and we walked in like where you see Eau Rouge for the first time from that direction. And I looked at it and went, oh yeah, it's steep. Anyway, cool.
Anyway, no, I'm not at that stage just yet. So thankfully, I guess in some ways. So looking forward to that. But yeah, this is certainly one on the list as well. It's got to be on anyone's list, doesn't it? Really, if you're a motorsports fan, especially a sports car fan as well. I can somewhat understand why an F1 fan wouldn't be so interested, but even for them, it's sort of interesting to look at a circuit which F1 cars legitimately used to race on, and so a lot of people, including us, weren't alive even when that was happening. Yeah. But it's remarkable to think that, blimey, they actually did used to do this in a circuit not dissimilar in configuration to what we have now.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Yeah, I've been here twice. I went here in 2018 for the 24-hour, but it's mostly because I was doing an event with Race Room, a driver event. Wow. I wasn't commentating then. That was actually the weekend where I decided, nah, mate, I'm going to be a commentator and I'm not driving anymore. So that's fun. But also I came here in 2021, I think it was, for Expo, which was good fun, actually. Very good fun. And that was the week where I got thrown around the race circuit in a Mazda 3 in the hands of Nicholas Hillebrand.
Very nice. Yeah, it's certainly something you've got to do, have a trip around here as well. Well, there is the important moment, actually. Marla Racing Team are going to be lapped here. I know the SP9 still have to stop, but I reckon they can make up the amount of time required. The battle for the lead will continue, though, out on the Nordschleife in round 5 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. This is the RAVENOL 4-hour race, and just 51.5 minutes remain of it. Make sure you return. The race for the lead is on.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where we've got under a second between race leader and second position in the overall race. It is Team Williams ahead of BS competition in the championship finale of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for season 2023-24. They're making their way around the north side for absolutely nose to tail, as you can see here, through on some SP10 traffic all at the same time as well. Then they go down the inside of one of the hairpins just before the carousel, which you can see here, actually fighting their way through an SP10 battle, as it turns out. But this is the race for the lead. They're on the same level of fuel. They pitted on the same lap last time around. You'd imagine their next pit stop will be pretty similar in terms of length. Lewis McGlade alongside me, Ewan O'Leary. This could stay quite close to the remainder of this.
Yes, indeed. As you can see, yet another penalty dished out. Drive-through penalty for the 870. That's the Pro Sport Sim Racing car. So that's the latest one from Race Control. Don't worry about that too much. That's in the SP3T category, and they were running down the order in that one anyway. Our focus definitely up here for the race victory. These lot should be pitting fairly sharpish. Obviously, Kevin Ellis Jr. did pit fairly recently, dropped down to 4th position. So I think a podium is absolutely up for the AMG Team MSI car, provided we don't go that one extra lap that's still slightly looming, but really shouldn't happen.
So 49 minutes and ticking. The MSI car has now made its final stop of the day, and I think that will be enough to see that car home, actually, now that I've recalibrated it. And we've gone down to a 30-lap race now rather than 31, which we thought it was going to be for much of today. So Kevin Ellis Jr. should be able to get into 3rd position, unless Bruno Spengler's pit stop will be in and out before the 32 seconds between them elapses. I find that difficult to see happening, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's hard to predict what's going to happen over the next part of the race, but look, we've been wrong before. Let's go with that. And that was quite a significant one on race distance, but it's fine. You just never know. We don't know how the dynamic of this track's going to change as well once the that sun dips below the horizon. I don't think it's going to get completely dark, but it is definitely going to set, right? You know what I mean? We're going to have some ambient light around, fair enough. It's going to be great for photography.
Yeah, it's September, isn't it? So the sunset's taking quite a lot longer than I'm used to at the moment in the real world, which has slightly fooled me earlier when I said for sure it's going to be dark. I'm not quite so sure anymore, given how long this is taking. Meanwhile, something that isn't taking quite so long is this gap to come down. Nürburgring has been flying, and now he's on his way past Carl Janssen. What can he do to hold on here in the Williams car? Well, the answer, not very much at all. He swings right over to the right-hand side of the road again to get him in a side draft, and he does draw level again, but not quite enough, I would have said. Nürburgring there was brave in terms of closing the gate, and he is through into the lead. Is that the final time we see the lead change this season? Have BS competition got this one to the line? We'll wait and see in these pit stops. They come in after only 6 laps, clearly both of them playing pit stop games, and with 47 minutes to go, it's time for the final stop of the season.
Yeah, I don't think they took a full tank on the previous one. Expect them to be slightly shorter stints, and they'll do pretty much a similar thing once more. So we'll have to keep our eye as close as possible on that one as we look back in the SP3T category. Of course, it's the Impulse Racing car. It's the battle for 3rd position. Norbert Leitner trying to close down on Kieran Harrison, and they are 3.3 seconds behind Sven Winter as well. So there is potential chance to close back up towards the Share Esport TCR car.
There certainly is, because yeah, it's pretty congested there actually. Now then, who's going to get out first between BS Competition and Williams Esports? They've both been in there for nearly 30 seconds now. They should be on their way out again very soon. It's Bruno Spengler who will overtake them both, of course. Norby Kiss's pit stop was just 8 tenths quicker, and there is now a gap. Carl Janssen doesn't get out anywhere near as quickly, and so the gap actually a second at this stage. Janssen got some catching up to do, and that's against the odds a little bit, given the pace that Norby Kiss was showing just before the stop.
Is that passing the victory then over to the BS competition car? Is Norby Kish, is that number 9 BS competition car going to take victory here at the moment? They have the hold. Norby Kish has been faster than Carl Janssen over the previous stint, and now has the whole shot, and has importantly a 1.1 second gap, where we're not going to have to talk too much about like slipstream and stuff. As long as Norby Kish can keep this car on the road and pointed and quick, etc., and he can keep that gap around a second and a half, I think it's done.
Yep. I think it could be. But we'll wait and see on that one. WS Racing also in with Konstantin Stolzenberg outside of the point-paying positions, although you do get one for finishing the race here, so never mind. This is back with SP3T, of course. Sim RC on their way to another podium here ahead of Impulse Racing. They went a lot longer on their previous stint than the rest. I've been speaking about the SP9 drivers making 4 stops here today and doing strange things with that. Well, the TCRs have had to make 3 today, but they haven't really been particularly constrained by fuel, as the 2 Scherer cars now get together as well. They have made their final stop of the race too, and they're running in formation, ready for maybe a formation championship finish.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll take the photographs as well. Like I said, we are in gold now here at the Nürburgring. I have actually done I've worked on this championship quite a bit. I think I've done 2 rounds, I think, as a commentator before. I think I've done, I want to say 4 as a photographer.
Oh yeah.
So you know, this is primo time to go and take some nice snaps around here, provided you get the right angle and you don't actually get the sun in it, because that's you know my opinion on the iRacing sun.
I don't understand photographs. I think it's fair to say.
You take a photograph of the car and you go, oh, it looks pretty.
You know when someone in real life asks you to take a picture of them with someone or something, they always look and pass it to someone who's next to me afterwards.
Yeah, I don't think I would trust you to take a photograph.
No, I don't know what I'm doing.
You point the camera at the thing and you press the button.
Well, I can do that, but it's all about the
compositions.
All of that stuff that I actually don't know the words for. That's how unaware I am of it.
You don't have to, like, even like most cameras these days, you just stick it in auto and then just like point.
No, I don't mean an actual camera. I mean a phone.
Well, yeah, but even then, you leave it in auto. You don't have to like worry about shutter speed or aperture or ISO. You point it at someone. Look, if anyone asks you to take a photograph, you do 3 in landscape, 3 in portrait, and you give it back.
Now I say no.
No, 3 in portrait and 3 in landscape, give it back. Don't ever take one photograph. But people, if you ever give a phone to someone like random, like to take a photograph, and they just take 1, I'm like, you are evil, because 9 times out of 10, it ain't right. Just take 3, hand it back, walk away.
No, if I'm taking a picture of something on my own phone, I only ever take 1, but on someone else's, I'll always take more. Because I know people are funny about that. I don't really understand why, but
it's because someone always blinks.
That's true. Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, from my Netherlands pictures, actually, someone's always blinking in those as well, exactly. Even though there's about 5 of them.
You just take 3. You just take 3.
Oh dear, poor. There was a child running around, so everyone wasn't really paying attention anyway. Yes, it was someone's child. It wasn't a random one.
I was going to say, goodness me.
It was Tom Aldermeg who was there. So there we go. Sidetracked story. He doesn't race it with. Back for third place with following through at the moment. It's Sim RC versus Impulse here with just over 40 minutes to go. The last pit stops are happening in the Porsche class as well, and these are the last pit stops of the season actually for the entire class. PB Performance have gotten ahead of Coanda as a result, and maybe they'll get out ahead of Scherer Esport. I think they will actually. So oh no, not quite. So Scherer have just got through, quite close actually, but Scherer Esport are now back to 3rd and 4th with Marcus Deck not too far away at all from a podium place.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds, which is not far, but in 41 minutes to close it down to it's a bit too large of a gap for my blood, if I'm perfectly honest. I just want to touch on very quickly the battle for the lead in the SP9 category. Just very quickly, Carl Jansen's doing a really good job. Obviously, they've only done about 2/3 of a lap of the Nordschleife since we last touched it, since they left the pit stops. The gap has not changed. It is still 1.2 seconds.
Yep. So, oh dear, VT2 car off the road there briefly. Here are the Porsches, and here's the battle for the lead. So, Luke Bennett looking for his way past Jonas Wanner. Now, would this change anything? Not particularly, I've got to say. It might get them second in the standings, but it wouldn't be enough to get them first, excuse me, in this current situation. They started the day 10 points behind the 115. And with a top four, the 115 will always stay ahead of that Team Redline car. And the way that they've got the two arranged at the moment has the 105 in the correct position to hold on to second as well. And that's the advantage, once again, another advantage that Scherer have got with their two teams in the same class. They can organise their cars to finish in the right order to maximise their championship positions as a collective.
Yeah, but let's be honest, there are teams like Redline that can't be too miffed about that, considering how many cars they've had in various championships before. Wasn't it? Well, I mean, to be fair, any iRacing special event, it's just a sea of them. It was exactly what we were dealing with at Bathurst.
Daytona as well.
Yeah, there was that race in. It was like one of the Friday night prime times when it was racing at Le Mans, and I'm pretty sure there was one. I think it might have been McEwen. I can't remember if it was McEwen or not. There was one of the Apex racing cars in the middle of Redline, and by a couple, I mean there was 6 or 7 Redline cars. And then in the middle of that, there was like one Apex car. Obviously, that's Friday Night Prime. It's just like, it's just an open race on a Friday night, right? Whatever. But it's the fact of how many cars they had. That was just after they'd taken over the Red Bull side. So they had Sebi winning and all that.
Yeah. So
OP.
So Redline getting a bit of a taste of their own medicine, I suppose.
A little bit.
They wanted to win 2 categories, I suppose. The only problem, they didn't have the resources to
facilities for that fan. That's really cool to say.
One of my favourite clips of all time. They didn't have quite the facilities to facilitate an SB9 challenge as well, unfortunately, in the final round of the season, which is a shame. But there you go. That's the way that it goes. By the way, in the Porsche category, the Scherer cars would actually be tied on points, which is going to look fantastic on the results sheet, although as we know from experiencing this race, not quite as exciting as it's going to look afterwards, because they are just riding around together at the moment, and the 115 would win on countback with 2 wins versus 1. Meanwhile, the Team Redline car goes through on Dory's books. This looks like a bit of an agreement, to be honest, on the way towards the McCurver.
Yep, Jonas Wanner, Jonas W was like, maybe no. Still definitely looks as though there is the want to hunt for a way past, that's for sure. It's not just completely settled on the idea of sitting in second position, but I think in that scenario it was absolutely better to not fight it too hard, going up towards Bravery Corner. Definitely going to get more opportunities to fight your way past back on Luke Bennett. These two, I genuinely think they're pretty identical on pace.
Well, I'm not sure. I think Luke Bennett's a bit quicker, to be honest with you. I'm not sure, by the way, how this gap closed, because the gap was about 15 seconds not so long ago. And now, all of a sudden, it is a lot closer. 4 of those seconds down to the pit stop, of course, but I think most of those seconds, to be honest, have come down with pace, and Luke Bennett might well just be quicker than that Dory sports car, to be honest.
It's Wanner's first lap in the car in this race, or second lap really, in this race. So there is that, and has just made a pretty catastrophic mistake behind. So I was giving all the ups to be like, oh yeah, no, he's as quick as Bennett. Yeah, you might have the pace, but when you make mistakes like that, the gap opens up to 1.1 seconds for the 130. So Team Redline pulling out quite a distance back to the SP9s and the fight between MSI and Williams.
Yeah, so BS Competition have just been in, and they're 17 seconds behind MSI. Williams still have to make a pit stop in this race, although I'm tentatively saying that. I think they've got one lap of fuel to put into that car, despite the fact they've made
22.
3... Sorry?
They pitted at the end of 22, so yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Just doubt myself there. So Panagiotis is behind Kevin Jr. How much this realistically matters for the overall outcome of this race, then I'm not quite so sure. I guess maybe he could get in front of Ellis Jr. and maybe try and slow him down to get BS Competition to overtake them, and then they might be able to get third, but that's all very complicated and might not be what they're attempting to do here, to be honest. So through Schwedenkreuz and into Arenberg they go. No dive down the inside here, and there may not be one, to be honest, from Vasilis Balaziotis. Just in behind in this fourth position with just over half an hour to go.
I will correct myself a little bit, by the way. It wasn't the end of 22, it was the end of 21, because they've done 7, 14, 21, which tells you they're probably going to pit at the end of 28. We're on 26 at the moment. So they'll be out for another 2.5 laps, Will Balaziotis. But you absolutely... But that car, the thing is, that car's running a lot lighter, right? So it might be in Kevin Ellis Jr.'s best interest to not fight. And use that car a little bit to, for one, make sure that the likes of Bruno Spengler is definitely not going to close in, even though you should be able to keep him at bay, 16, 17 seconds behind, fair enough. But even just for security purposes.
Can we call it security? I guess it is, isn't it?
Well, having a car that is lighter and faster behind you is dangerous, right? Because the thing is, they will go into a corner much faster than you will, and that can cause a crash. I remember this because there was one race a little while, like ages ago. This is 2016. I pitted. It was a race that was started out dry, went to wet. I pitted. I came out on the wet tyres and was 10 seconds lap faster than anyone on the slicks because it was slicks. But I got stuck behind Lars Brugman, who was leading the race. And we had a conversation after the race, and I told him what you did there was hilariously dangerous. And he said, what do you mean? And I said, well, I'm a lap down on you, which is fair enough. But at the same time, the spray on, this was on R2, the spray was really thick, like you can't see through it, as in real life. And I was like, I'm going into a corner so much faster than you are, risking your entire race. Just, I thought, I was like, well, you should have let me go, because that was my arrogance.
But I'd say it's a little bit,
but the thing is,
out of...
You can't, when you're going really quickly, you're just going through your corner at your speed, right? Which, yeah, obviously you do take a little bit off. But you can't predict someone else's slower speed. That's like you're adding risk regardless. So for Kevin Ellis Jr., I would recommend to just not bother fighting Balaziotis and just kind of let him go.
Yeah, I do understand the adding risk part. I do think it's still the driver behind's responsibility not to hit the back of you.
That's why I never hit last.
But it is the risk, as you say, that is probably not worth taking. I don't have to tell you, I gained a reputation in a racing league community once for hitting people at the rear. Did you? Yeah, I couldn't stop doing it at a point. I don't know why, but it was very early on in my rather short racing career.
You need to get back behind the wheel properly.
I just don't have the facilities
for that fan.
That's not what he quite says, but
is this bad man, is he?
No, that's not it. You're such a boomer, you know.
I'm such a boomer.
The fact you've just said both of those words is
bad man.
Yeah, especially the second one. But,
cuz.
Anyway, no, we'll keep you guessing for now.
Did you say anything afterwards? Or did you just say you don't?
No, he just said it afterwards. Yeah, but you've not quite got the right turn of phrase just yet.
What did you say after that?
We'll get to it later. There's the leaders there, by the way. Well, not leaders, but third and fourth place battle, just fighting their way through the SP10 leader there. That is. Or not the leader anymore, actually, it's Sontec Racing. So Sontec have made their stop here. It was a bit shorter than Marlow Racing Team's stop, which was expected. However, they are behind the Marlow Racing Team, and they started the day, these two, tied on points. Given the fact that Tour Esports are now a long way off, and suddenly behind both of them, they can't win the championship realistically unless they overtake them all and win the race. That feels unlikely. But here's the margin, 10 seconds. Felix Kruenbach has got exactly that to cling on to for a DNLS title.
Yeah, exactly. And so we'll have to wait and see. Like that could come down to the wire. I still think 10 seconds. I think they'll be fine. But again, if you've got to do any fuel managing and all that kind of stuff over the last race, yeah, we're in for an interesting one. Let's put it that way. With half an hour left to go in this race, and indeed the season, pressure might be mounting on a few drivers and teams' shoulders.
Well, here's the thing that's confusing me about this SP10 leading battle, is the fact that the Marlow Racing Team, as far as I can see, are the only ones in the field, maybe with the exception of Pro Sport, although they're at the very back at the moment anyway. How on earth have Marlow Racing Team been the only team to figure out that they can do this race on 3 stops rather than 4?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It is a weird one, but then sometimes some things aren't as obvious. A lot of teams will stick to a tried and true method, and they won't think, oh, actually, we could probably save. Like, let's say, for example, if you do a stint around here and you know that you can do 7.8 laps, like your fuel will go 7.8 laps, right? That 0.2 is a long way around here. And you may think it's more beneficial just to do the 7 laps and not bother at the 0.8 and just kind of run a lighter fuel load, right? Whereas it is actually more beneficial to save the extra 0.2. It is possible, you don't lose as much time. So there are some things that maybe don't seem quite as obvious on the strategy, and you just kind of stick to what you know, especially when you're racing the same track over and over again. You don't kind of think, oh, how can we think outside the box to make the strategy work? You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing as well with that, though, is that I don't see Marlon Racing Team having gone any longer on their stints than anyone else. They've just figured out that they're going to be lapped twice and not once, as they have been for the rest of the season, because they've been 3 hours and 3 hours and a half.
It's not that obvious, though.
Each.
It's not that obvious to know to kind of like to take a bit of a gamble and know how many times you're going to be lapped.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, no, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's obvious either. It's difficult to work out these things. But I just don't understand. For these teams who prepare for a race like this to have seemingly been caught slightly unaware that is possible is surprising.
It is weird
to me a little bit. But especially, the likes of... It's not just the Sontec Racing who I'm... going up with this, it's everybody. Here are the live championship standings, by the way, with BS Competition leading the race and on their way to a title. You would imagine 14 points the margin to Team Redline, and that's the MSI. Do they recently get overtaken, or are they still third? That maths doesn't quite line up with what I have, but oh, now it does. Oh no, it doesn't. Anyway, it doesn't actually matter because the positions are correct. MSI should stay third, with Williams staying in 4th position and 5th for good measure in SP9. BS Competition have been in control for quite some time in this race, to be honest, and so with MSI looking unlikely to win, all they've got to do now is finish in the top 7, which they are a minute and 50 away from not achieving. That's a very big gap indeed. There's the margins in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Now, this makes it look exceptionally close, and I guess it is. The pressure really on for Scherer Esport, but in reality, they've got quite some margin to those behind, and there's 2 of them as well to go for this title. It's more comfortable than that looks.
Yeah, it looks ridiculously tight. 3 cars separated by a single point. You'd be like, wow, that's crazy. And then you think, oh, actually, the Scherer Esports cars, they're kind of just controlling things at the moment. Yeah. Running things safe and set.
And Redline can't gain any positions as well because they're winning. So that's the thing as well. So it's all in their own hands.
Yeah. All they have to do is make sure they don't lose a position. That's it. That is the only thing that will change things here, is if they lose a single position. Other than that, you just keep going. You keep doing what you're doing. Redline cannot gain anything more. There's no bonus points for doing a triple backflip on the final lap. I don't know. That would get a bonus point from me.
Yeah, yeah. To be fair, yeah, I think more than one. But anyway, Team Redline then leading the race, but may walk away disappointed. You could argue Sarah's only job from here is to make sure they do the formation finish correctly, but anyway, that's to come later. There's the margin in SP10. This is the one that's interesting me most, I've got to be honest. Marla Racing Team have pulled off quite a strategy today. I wrote them off, I've got to say. Sontec Racing may have done, I'm not entirely sure, but they're trailing by 4 points. The gap between first and second in terms of the points you gain is 4, so it's a winner-takes-all situation. Sontec Racing have to get ahead of Marla Racing Team. It's not only a winner-takes-all situation, but it's just a whoever finishes ahead of the other situation at the moment. And Marla Racing Team are winning that fight right now.
Exactly, and very curious to see if they can hang on. Right now, you would say, sure, yeah. But realistically, what was the gap? The gap, I think it was like 10 earlier. It was so it's still 10. I thought it was 12. I thought it would come down 2 seconds. No, that's just me trying to add some spice. But no, it's 10.7.
Yeah. So here it is in SP3T, by the way. 60 points is actually the maximum you can get for a season here, because you take one drop round from your first 3 in this series, which means you can get a maximum of 30 from that first 3 rounds, and then a maximum of 30 from the last 2. That's exactly what SimRC are on course to do as things stand. However, as I mentioned earlier, that is slightly misleading. They are still out there, one of only 2 TCRs left to make a pit stop in the entire season. And here is the Nürburgring Esports team. We spoke about the Porsches looking closer than it is. This looks more simple than it is for Nürburgring Esports. I think the 9 points they've got over the rest of the field is slightly unrealistic compared to the season that we've seen. It's just that the main rivals have had problems today, and Nürburgring Esports are winning. It's giving them an unrealistic advantage right now.
Yeah, well, like I say, I think the difference there is that everyone else has made a mistake on the in the final moments of the season, in the final race of the season, and they didn't. That's the important bit there, is that they didn't make a mistake when it mattered, and the problem is, mistakes now, they really do indeed hurt. We saw the battle there towards for the final step on the podium in the SP9 category, and well, you might be getting your wish. Obviously, you said before, 75% of races have had battles and switched on the last lap of the races this season. Well, they might be trying to make it 80% and make it 4 out of 5 here with Norby Kish and Carl Janssen.
God, we're good at maths.
Indeed, I can work out that 4 of 5 is 80%.
I mean,
and you worked out that 3 out of 4 is 75. I'm really proud of you.
Can't believe it. Well, actually, I can, because we're just good at maths. But anyway, this doesn't normally happen.
No, no.
That's why
we're not normally this off topic.
That's yeah.
Sorry about
well, maybe not now. It's 3 laps to go in the race. And by the way, this, in case anyone's unaware or slightly confused, this is going to remain like this till the end, as you referenced earlier on. There's no more pit stops to happen here. This is a legitimate fight to the end. And I thought, to be honest, once Norby Kiss got through, I thought it'd be away and winning here. However, Carl Janssen has done very well to stay with him. The gap was as big as a second and a half at one time I saw, but that's not the case anymore. Janssen right behind, and now he wants to dictate the pace. He gets alongside, uses the side draft, chases himself to the other pit exit, in fact, as he's trying to run away from the PS competition car, and powers straight past in the Mercedes. So another lead change, 3 to go at the line, and Carl Janssen for Williams is the new leader.
Plenty of time left to go in the race. It is going to come down, realistically speaking, to that run on the Duttinger. But to be fair, that's kind of not doing it enough justice, because you kind of sit there and be like, oh, well, you just sit behind the whatever to the Duttinger and then just go past. You don't really want to be the second car for too long round here for one major reason, and that is traffic. If you're the first car coming across traffic, you could potentially be a little bit more risky, get ahead, and cause problems for that car behind that maybe will then you're kind of forcing their hand on taking that risk, right? So I would rather be the leader right now and then deal with a Duttinger or whatever, or on the penultimate or final lap, right, rather than how things are right now. So we'll see the switch for second.
Here we go. Wolf Motorsport go through on the way down towards the Tiergarten. So they're making a chase for this, but they've got a long way to go to get a race win out of today's race, that is for sure. Into the Tiergarten they go. Talking about the GT4 battles earlier being slow to make your way through. The difference between these two, not exactly much bigger, to be honest, out there at the moment. Into the pit lane. Oh no, just going around these two, there was one of the SP9s. Actually seems to have put off the Toyota there, because there's all of a sudden an immediate gap.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's easy to distract them. Or scare them, because they are tiny. There has been a switch, by the way, in the SP9 category. Vasilios Veletsiotis has got past Kevin Ellis Jr. on the previous lap, so it is no longer a podium at the moment for MSI. It's a double podium for the Williams Esports camp, as we keep our eye on this race lead. Can Carl Janssen pull the gap on Norby Kish? I don't believe so. I think these two, I think they're locked on pace.
Well, I don't know.
I would have said, to be clear, I would have said Kish was going to be much quicker, but it's the fact that Carl Jansen's closed that gap down. That's why I'm thinking that these two are actually pretty equal on pace.
I am slightly amazed by that, to be honest. I really thought Kish would have enough here, but fair play to Carl Jansen. Can't take anything away from him here. He has done very well to surprise us. Maybe surprise Kish, but means we might well get our battle at the end. The wonderful thing about the Nordschleife as well is that there's actually so many flat-out sections that actually the draft makes quite a big difference. So even if you are a little bit slower, you can get away with it round here and stay with someone.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why had Carl Jansen left the pit lane within 7/10 of Norby Kish, we would have been talking about this being the battle like straight from the end of that pit stop, right? Because you were close enough to then take advantage of the slipstream. The fact that they left it at like 1.3, 1.2, that was why we were saying we thought Norby Kish was going to be able to clear away, because he had enough of a gap to break that slipstream. There might have been a mistake in there might have been an awkward bit in traffic, anything like that, we don't fully know. But the point is, and the positive is that we do have a battle on the racetrack, as well as not just for the podium, but also not just for the race victory, but also for the podium.
Yes. Let's. Well, is that going to remain though? I thought that was going to go away. Yeah.
So is it separating now?
No, I mean Belstiotis has to pit in SP9.
He does. Sorry, I completely forgot about that.
2 laps of fuel to put in at the end of this one for Belstiotis. So they've been doing the slightly odd thing and something that no one else has done, apart from actually a couple who've done it. M&J Downforce, as well as Apex Racing Team as well. Jordan Johnson at the wheel of that one, by the way. I haven't seen him much today. But they're doing the relatively odd thing of doing their sort of full stints to the maximum of fuel that they can manage, and then doing a short splash at the end, which you don't see very often.
No, it's the simplest strategy. It's just keep going. Just keep going until you have to stop, and then on the last stop, just take however much fuel you need to do the 2 or 3 laps or 1 lap or whatever it is to reach the checkered flag. Dead simple. It's just I don't believe that's necessarily the best strategy. You're not taking advantage enough of that the lower fuel, in my opinion.
You are avoiding a change of set of tyres.
True.
But with the fuel and tyres being taken at the same time these days, the effect of that is diminished.
I think it's negative.
Yeah. So that may well be, unfortunately, why they'll maybe end up outside the top 5 here. Let's see who comes out on top into the mud curve. Well, Norby Kish doesn't want to go through here, and now I sort of start to believe that with 2 laps to go at the line, that the sort of games start to begin here, because you start to wonder, well, do I want to be leading on to the last lap, or do I want to be second here? And then there's all the risks that come with, of course, being in second position and not having the track position. And to be honest, at some circuits you really get a very noticeable, ideal place to be. But around here, in the season that we've seen so far, with 3 last lap finishes, there hasn't been an ideal place to be, really.
No, exactly. Trust me, they are both already thinking about that, right? Yeah, they are well aware as to what they want to play strategically. We're sat on the sidelines. We don't know what they're thinking. We don't know what their team is telling them. We are just sat back watching, same as all you at home, thinking about who's going to be on top in this race. Speak to your point, by the way, of the 47 or 50 or whatever it is these days, I don't know. By the way, they have joined us. I gave them a lot of stick, right? They may have signed up for the series as the number 50. They have joined in-game as the 47, though.
And they have been doing all season.
Right, so it's clearly an admin error at the start of the season from them. Still stupid, but whatever. Either way, I think they will still be inside the top 5. Because I said M&J still have to make their stop for a little splash. And then the next one behind that is 30 seconds behind. And I don't think it's not going to be a particularly long, fill of fuel. Like, what you're talking 10, 15 seconds. When you account for the time in pit lane or whatever, they're not going to be more than a minute, really, off the race lead.
It's very confusing, by the way, on the numbers front. But
just don't put a number in your team name. Just don't do it.
It can easily go wrong.
Especially for Williams. You've got so many sponsorships and stuff. Like, have a BenQ car, and then we'll have a play seat car, and we can talk about whether it's orange or brown again.
Oh God, oh dear. Yes, and also that's kind of what the car number's for anyway. So Exactly.
Yeah,
anyway,
the normal car number. Yeah.
Anyway, Nürburgring is very close to making an overtake here for the lead all over again, out through the final, well, not the final corner, feels like the final corner, doesn't it really, onto Garmin-Kopf and onto the Duttinger Hut now, and a real important moment now for Nürburgring to try and work his way through. He'll be tucked right in the slipstream and trying to draft on past again. Will he be hoping that maybe Janssen overtakes him on the penultimate lap so that he can do this all over again on the final one? Or will Janssen fight harder for the lead again here? Well, he's certainly chasing Kiss for a bit of a side draft, and now he'll begin to get back alongside again. Nürburgring takes a bit of a long line around the Bilstein bridge there, but backs off again. So, wonder what that tells us about the end of the race. Does he really fancy that position that he was just in, leading around? Is he happy to sit in second?
Yeah, I wonder if if we'll see Nürburgring hang on to that second position. And the thing is, even if you're leading, there are things you can do. For example, if you slow things down a little bit going through Galgenkopf, right, on that final lap of the race, you're making sure there's not much of a gap between you and second place, which seems counterintuitive. But what you're doing is you're then denying the amount of space that they can work into, especially Ciotis, by the way, does come into the pit lane. You're not allowing them to work into a lot of space. If you come out of Galgenkopf and you're, say, half a second behind, you have a higher percentage of chance of passing for the race lead than if you are only 1/10 behind. It feels counterintuitive, but all these drivers know that you need a decent amount of space to get the overspeed through the slipstream. I guarantee we are in for a far more interesting end to the race here than what they'll be dealing with in the Formula One.
I'm not watching that till later, so I'm going to stay clear of...
let's be honest, it will probably be a bit dull.
Thank you. But I wasn't hoping for much, so
Exactly, so it's fine.
I'll enjoy that later on.
Yeah, honestly, from our time of working on like FSR and stuff, you do love a boring race, so, you know, fair enough.
You think?
Yeah. The amount of times we came out of a race and I was like, that was really boring. And you're like, no, it was great. Like, all the straight, like this and that. And I'm like, nah, mate.
I don't know. I feel like my threshold for good races is lower than yours. That is true.
Big time.
But big time. Yeah, maybe true. Back to SP10 all over again now. Frozen Speedbike Grid and Go are fighting with Adrenaline Motorsport for fourth position, and this is what we're watching right now. It's Fabio Busch who's just found his way through. Kind of want to find the gap between Quirnbach and Lasse Urainen. Not entirely sure that's closing quickly enough really for Sontek to get back on terms. After all, they're on 2 laps to go now too. They're just ahead of these guys on the road, of course. Are Sontek close enough to make a late charge for this title?
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. Like I say, there's still a lot to deal with in this category. I think the gap's still, from what I was saying about, I still think they might be a little bit too late. In fact, actually, it's gone out. Was it 10 seconds, wasn't it, last time we saw it? It's now 13. So I think the 189, they are in control. It's like you've got destiny in your own hands. It is you in charge of it. The only thing that can stop this now is a mistake. Or someone else's mistake, but we're not going to wear that.
Well, let's hope not. Because that would be a particularly bad way to go. Yes, exactly, yeah. Darkness pretty much here, but it's going to end in a sort of a nice lighting, as you mentioned. Maybe a little bit on the dark side, but it feels like the sun's coming down on the season, doesn't it? That's the easy metaphor to reach for as a commentator. It does, doesn't it, really, with the end of the day? So 11 minutes remaining in the season, but more specifically 2 laps, including the one that we're on at the moment. And who on earth is going to win the final race of the season? We know pretty much for sure who's going to win the title, but that overall, that is, and in the SB9 category. But what's going to happen now between these two? Is there going to be a last lap challenge? Are Williams going to be able to fend off another last lap incident and accident at the end of another race to hold on for the win? Because don't forget that they did effectively finish first across the line at round 4. They weren't scored with the win though, because I believe because they didn't get to the pit lane again after the line, which you do have to do. You have to drive around the Grand Prix out and get back to the pit lane again under your own power.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that, so they didn't get the win, but that doesn't shuffle everybody up, so that just means nobody won, effectively, from the previous round. Can they do it here on this occasion, though? And can they maybe do it with a little bit less argy-bargy than we saw a few weeks ago?
Yeah, it's a very that's a very real-world rule, isn't it? You got to bring it back to pit lane, which, you know what, I actually quite like.
Yeah.
I maintain I quite like, don't get me wrong, I can't be bothered with it in every single league because it does become tedious. But you know when you're doing like one of those, a big league like this, you know, where you are trying to, like, you're going down the full sim racing route. Like, we want a simulated version of what actually happens in the real world. And I remember, like, even on RF2, where you can do reconnaissance laps. You can set it up so you can skip warm-up and you do a reconnaissance lap. So you have to drive out of the pit lane to the grid, then do the formation lap, and then do the race start. It sounds tedious, but it's actually kind of, there's this level of immersion with it. You know, when you do a league like that, you've got to bring it back to pit lane. Or in qualifying, you can't just hit escape and go again. You have to bring it back to pit lane and go from there. I really like it, to be perfectly honest. There's something about that whole, like, trying to recreate reality.
So, not over the top with it, of course, but I don't think that is over the top.
In odds championships, I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't do it for every season.
Yeah, but this is official enough, I think, to warrant that kind of thing, as you said. So, no, I agree. I think it's a good thing that we've got, trying to mirror the NLS digitally, of course. 9 minutes remaining in the season now, and that translates to a lap when these guys get to the line. Now, Nürburgring either couldn't or didn't get through because he didn't want to last lap around. I wonder whether he'll stay behind in second, ready for a last lap challenge, or whether he'll think, this is my chance to get track position, I've got to get through on this penultimate lap.
Nah, I think he'll want to sit behind, actually. I think he'll want to remain in that second position.
Does that lack of overtake last lap not worry you that he can't do it on the last lap?
I don't think it was. I think it was intentional. To be fair,
okay.
If you like Nürburgring, he's a smart driver. He knows what he's doing. He might well try and climb inside the head of Carl Janssen by trying to make it look like he's going for a move, but not going for a move. Because that's where you can let your guard down and be like, oh no, I've got this.
That would be very good.
Big brain.
Yes. By the way, the Marlin Racing team have got an increasing margin over Sontec. It looks like they're on their way to a title as long as they can make it on fuel and, for goodness sake, make it back to the pit lane, as we spoke about previously. This is the battle, though, for fourth position in SB10. We were talking about it earlier on between Frost Speed, Grid and Go and Adrenaline Motorsport. Two teams who have had a pretty good day, all in all, in the SB10 category. Grid and Go only have 1 point to their name, which suggests they've got to the line once in the entire season, which is not maybe a very good reflection on where they've been, but a lot better from them this time around. And Adrenaline Motorsport have a few more to their name. They've got a decent position, actually. Outside shot of third in the standings today, but are not going to be able to get that as a result of results not quite going their way. Here are the leaders. Nürburgring not quite as close to Carl Janssen on this occasion by the looks of things, or at least to my eye. Janssen starts to move off the white line on the left-hand side here to maybe put Nürburgring off a little bit. Now, will he attempt? He will. He does pull to the right-hand side here. Driver's right on the way to the Bilstein bridge. He does side draft. He's looking pretty intent on going through here. But Carl Janssen doesn't want to give it up, but he hasn't got a choice. Nürburgring goes through. He does want that track position for the final lap.
Fascinating, because this will come down to the Duttinger Hoa on that final lap. 6 minutes 40 seconds left to go, so we are absolutely starting the last one here in the last race of the season. Who is going to win? Where is the advantage? I mean, knowing the slipstream and all that, then maybe you'd have to say it is Carl Janssen who's going straight for it.
Down the inside, both of them want the track position. How hard are they willing to fight for it? Well, just about this hard. It's a Mercedes show in the Mercedes arena as Nürburgring goes for the over and under, and Carl Janssen blocks him off the turn. Amazing defending, amazing racing between them as well. Nürburgring again going for the cutback, but Carl Janssen sees it coming, and he will hang on out the Mercedes arena. That was fascinating as well. The defending from Carl Janssen, the presence of mind to keep it a tight line off of turn 3 there was very smart indeed, and it held him in the lead basically.
That was very impressive. Just it kind of what I wanted. It doesn't seem that impressive the way that Carl Janssen drove, the way that he pulled it up to the apex and basically stopped the up and under. Parked it on the apex and then got back going again. Very, very impressive. Really well done. Lovely bit of action between the pair of them and a great show for them. Let's just hope that we get very much the same thing in about 5 minutes' time when they go down to Digitale for the final time.
Yeah, I can't wait for that as well, to be honest. Very much looking forward to seeing how this battle pans out. And to be honest with you, I don't think Nürburgring will be this aggressive, but there is those other couple of chances you get around the Nordschleife as well, isn't there? Notably on the way towards Schwedenkreuz, which is really barely a half chance on the way towards Arenberg, but most specifically up towards the Muck-Curve after that long flat-out section. Is Nürburgring going to be brave enough to do something there?
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. They are about to head onto the stretch up towards Flugplatz, and of course that run round to Schwedenkreuz fairly sharpish. We'll see if there's going to be a move here between the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go and of course the Adrenaline Motorsport car. Have switched already on this lap. There is not going to be a switch here going down into that final complex as they get ready to start their final lap of the race. I am keeping my eye, by the way, intently on Nürburgring, and so is the broadcast. Good news.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Well, is he close enough for this, really?
Nah.
Doesn't look like it, does it? I said earlier, is he going to be really willing? How desperately does he want this track position? Because actually, he did show last time. I wasn't so confident one lap ago, but actually, this last lap, he did show on that penultimate lap that he is actually capable of overtaking. And it actually, if he gets a good run out of Galbakov, it might not actually be that difficult.
I think part of it is also, it's not even just about track position. I think they're both trying to force mistakes out of each other, because the easiest overtake you ever have to make is the one you never have to make at all, i.e. them going off the road. And so there might be a little bit of that from Nürburgring, like the constant looks down the inside, the closing up, the keeping the pressure in the braking zone, the taking the hold of the risk. Yes, you know that you're going to get a good opportunity on the Döttinger, so, realistically speaking, you could sit off the back and just wait for that. But right now, if you can force a mistake, that will make life 1,000 times easier. That said, Carl Jansen's not really the kind of driver that's going to make a mistake, nor is Nürburgring, not at this point of the race.
No, not really. Down into the next recognised section of corners, starting at Kallenharden, and then through this chicane. Miss hit miss to come as well. Long, sweeping right-hander. And into Versteifen, this sort of odds chicane, if you like. Down the hill almost, and then out on the traction. Nürburgring, bit of a slide on that occasion. And now just setting himself up. Is he starting himself up for a brave move at the Muck-Curve? Or is he just waiting for that very final chance on the Döttinger? It's a real set of mind game. It's almost more in the mind at the moment than in the road.
Yeah, absolutely. They come out of Exmouth and begin this climb all the way up the hill through the Lauda curve towards Bergwerk, and then, of course, that run up towards the Muck-Curve, up towards Bravery Corner, where he'll keep a pin. Now, if he wants to go through here, he will absolutely get an opportunity, I believe, for Nürburgring. He's certainly got the fuel, and we ride on board with him. And you'll see that as we start this climb, the gap should start closing up around about now. That we'll start seeing that number 5 Mercedes get closer, get bigger indeed. He's eating up that slipstream, but is he going to go for a move?
He's going to struggle to find the avenue. Jansen goes through the middle of the road and almost blocks him, to be honest. Wow, that was pretty close to a block. He was down the middle of the road, then pulled it to the left-hand side, took the racing line at the right, and it's always difficult to sort of judge those ones when you're twisting left and right anyway, to sort of take into account the curvature of the road. It's very difficult to stay on your line sometimes, and Jansen certainly made a meal of that and made a full use of that as well to make sure that Nürburgring couldn't get through on that occasion. He really does want track position, just Carl Jansen.
Yeah, exactly. The timer is ticking down, 75 seconds left to go. And like you say, the final opportunities for these drivers. I'll tell you, when it comes to lap traffic, they will not have any. The next bit of lap traffic down the road is one of the cup cars. It's 40 seconds down the road, so it is literally just these two going hammer and tongs. I'm not sure it was definitely blocking, by the way, for Carl Jansen. I'm not sure whether it's against the rules, because he could just be like, I was following the racing line and he didn't have an overlap. Because it all kind of wobbles all over the place around here.
That's what I mean. It's a bit of a professional foul, isn't it, really?
Exactly, it really is.
he's got a good defence there, even if we know the intentions behind it maybe aren't as pure as the argument may make it sound like. So they are in the positions they're in. That's what Norby Kiss has got to accept at this point. I don't think he's in one of those situations where he can say, I'm going to sit behind here and bank on a penalty. That's not going to be the case here. Norby Kiss has got to try and go through here, and it's all going to come down to Galvenkopf.
Exactly. Like I say, there's it is that opportunity for him. I've said before, there are certain things that Carl Janssen can do to delay Norby Kiss. If he goes a little bit slower, pretty much like what he did with the block going down into turn 2 on the Mercedes arena section. If he slowed it down just a little bit on the apex, kind of delays Norby Kiss, keeps that gap as close as possible. He doesn't want to see half a second of a gap. Half a second of a gap, and he is absolutely going past. You can kind of see he's a little slow here of the Klein's carousel coming up toward Galgenkopf, and let's see how fast Carl Janssen goes through Galgenkopf and whether he slows down. They might both try and slow each other down. The gap is just 1/10 of a second. I think Janssen's played that perfectly, but we are going to potentially see a switch here. We're definitely going to get some side-by-side, Ewan.
We certainly are. It's the final lap of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie season, and I think I even heard Norby Kiss lifting off there. They may be both looking for the draft back past here. Kiss trying to do it late enough so that he can't respond here. Janssen trying to make sure it happens early enough so that there is an opportunity for a reply. Here we go. Final lap of the season, final race win up for grabs, and maybe a chance to cap off a championship season for BS competition, but no, Norby Kiss can't do it. Carl Janssen will do it for Williams by the looks of things, into the Tiergarten for the final time. It's going to be the number 5 Team Williams who takes the final race of the season, with Carl Janssen surviving a late challenge, and Norby Kiss will come over the line in second position to take the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series SB9 title for BS competition.
I've got to say, I think Norby Kiss realised the level of danger that he was risking, potentially losing the entire crown. You have a big crash, retire from the race, you could lose everything. It wasn't worth it. They played it smart, backed out of it. MSI will cross the line on the podium, so a slightly differing strategy call. They were able to calculate how many laps there were in the race, unlike us. But still, did a great effort there to get on the podium.
Just missing out Bruno Spengler for the BS competition team. Overall a good day for them, and overall a good season as well. They are the champions by quite a few points in the end, actually. 10 points over Redline, and MSI will be third in those standings. We'll wait for the next of the title holders and the race winners to go over the line, but there'll be another few minutes until Luke Bennett makes his way towards the line here. The rest of the SB9s will be coming through. Will Tregurtha back in the car. I haven't seen too much of him today, but it's a double top 5 for Williams too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we saw him start the race, didn't we? And then we didn't really see him at all since. So it's good to see Will Tregurtha across the line. I haven't spoken to him in ages. I believe they're inside the top 5. Good effort.
A very good effort from him. Who's going to be next over the line in terms of these? Marla Racing Team look to have maybe already taken the flag in SB10 and for their title.
No.
They honour it. Well, I think they're
on the Dittinger now.
Oh, are they? Excuse me. So they're very towards the end. There's Nürburgring Esports. Good season for them, actually. Against the odds, really. But another good performance. Gregor Sinski over the line there. There's the back end of the SB3T field. And there is BS competition celebrating surely with the two teammates, making sure they get round to the pit lane again, as we spoke about earlier on, which is, of course, required. So Marla Racing Team will be there soon.
They're going through it now.
OK, here we go. Marla Racing Team, what a great strategy from them. Just 3 stops today versus most of the others going for 4. And the most impressive thing, I guess, for Felix Kruenbach is pulling away from Sontec Racing at the end as well, despite going longer on their stints. Marla Racing Team, the DNLS champions in SB10 this year.
Yeah, again, and for quite a bit of that, we were thinking Marla are definitely out of it because they weren't looking so hot today. Little did we know they were doing something slightly different on strategy. They were banking on going 2 laps down, and Sontec will come a position short of taking the title in the SP10s. Yep.
Very unfortunate for them in some ways. There is Door Esports as well, who were in title winning position earlier on today. Unfortunately, couldn't maintain that for the very end. Close battle for fourth too. Adrenaline Motorsport just beat Frozen Speed by grid and go towards the end of that one there. We'll see the Porsches over the line last. Next up will be the SP3Ts, and Team Huizenveld are going to take a final race win here, but it's not going to be about them in terms of the title. There is Team Huizenveld in the background. They will win in SP3T in the final round of the season. In fact, only just ahead of Sim RC after all. So Sim RC just miss out on a maximum 60-point score from the season, but they will be the title winners again, not only in SP3T, but they'll be the overall champions as well, with the extra €1,500 that comes with that.
And Harrison was absolutely flying in all of that. As we'll see the battle for the final step on the podium. It's going to be a drag race towards the line. Impulse trying to get it, but it should go the way of Shera Esports TCR. It's super close between the pair of them, but it will indeed be by a tiny, tiny margin. Sven Winter beating Norbert Leitner. I was going to say, Harrison was flying. He was going 4 seconds a lap faster than the Huizenveld car. Again, it's the whole scenario of 1 lap longer. It's in a different result for the race victory.
Maybe. Wow. Fantastic driving at the very end from him. There is Luke Bennett over the line for Team Redline. They are the winners of round 5 of the DNLS. Door Esports finished in 2nd position, but in terms of this championship, what a close run thing it has been. It's not been about those guys at the front of the field, though. It's been about Share Esport, who have had such a fantastic season, and actually they'll end the season tied on points. But the only thing left for them to do now is to form up for a photo finish. The 115, with more wins on countback than the 105, is going to take the title. And as long as the 105 stays in 3rd place, they'll be 2nd. But if not, then they won't be. So they need to think about that in a few moments' time. Having a few photo ops on the Dottinger Ho as well as at the finish line. Fabian Hochstatter just getting ahead of Raphael Renhofer here, but what a great season from them. Unexpected, maybe, uphill battle against some of sim racing's greatest teams. Not exactly an unknown name now, but everyone will certainly know them after this. It's Share Esport who dominate the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and they take the title in the DNLS for season 2023-24. Fantastic season from them. And just up ahead, it was Nürburgring Esports who took the VT2 win for the final round and the title as well. So congratulations to them too. 5 different champions, an overall champion too, and another race settled on the very last lap.
Yeah, indeed. That is 80% of that. That was, like I said, it was definitely fun. A lot to talk about and all of that. A lot of really, really good drives, a lot of really good team play, really good strategy. Very enjoyable. Of course, we still have to wait for a few more to come over the line. But for the most part, I think a lot of drivers will... like I say, a few will leave this round disappointed. Courtesy, the whole what could have been type deal. But still, to end the season like this on a high, solid efforts.
Solid efforts all round. I think in terms of the race win battles that we've had this season, I said it earlier on and even before this round, we absolutely can't complain. 4 out of 5 races coming down to battles on the last lap is an unbelievable statistic to showcase. The only one, of course, not coming down to the last lap was one dominated by Redline pretty much at the end. However, the championship battles in the end weren't quite so close. It's going to be one of those seasons that maybe looks a bit closer than it has actually been in reality. It's still been very interesting and very engaging to look at, especially in the Porsches, for example, and in SP10 especially. The strategy games that were going on there for such high stakes were fantastic too. But it's going to look a little bit closer on paper than maybe it was in reality, especially in that last hour.
So 3 more to cross the line. Line GP, Commander Esports 108, and of course the Falcon Sim Racing team car. And that is everyone across the line, at least as far as I can see. Do not believe there's anyone else left out on the road. No, never mind. No, they bring Esports. So there are still. You forget how long this track is, don't you?
Yeah. It's possible, as I said earlier, that you could be racing a good quarter of an hour after the checkered flag flies. In a VT2 car especially, maybe longer than that, and that's what Fastlane have been doing. Unfortunately not to be their day. They had a chance today with the title, but their early penalty set them back and they were never really able to recover. They'll end the season 3rd and still get a little bit of a result from that, of course. Money-wise, Nicholas Walter the one over the line there. But yeah, as you say, you do very much forget about just what a long circuit this is. There is the Pro Sport Sim Racing SP3T car. Jochen Hummel just pleased to end off the season by the looks of things.
Yeah.
He flashes the lights and weaves across the line.
And that, I believe, is the last car. I've checked the back of each of the categories. I believe that is the last one to cross the line. I am at least 31.5% sure.
Wow.
I would not be good in race direction for this.
Is there any loose cars who are laps down, though?
No.
Not. No? Okay.
Loose cars.
Loose car. I don't know. What's the word for them?
I've just never heard that be used as that kind of term. No, fair enough.
Loose cars.
Are you the driver of a loose car?
That means something different in America, doesn't it? Actually, but we'll not go into that. That's when the racing's actually happening. There's a view of the Nürburgring from the air at this time of night. Can still see quite a lot actually, but sun has just about set at this stage on not only this race but this season as well. What a great season it has been. 17 hours of racing in the DNLS this time around, and 5 great rounds with 4 last lap passes as well. We'll have the last race results of the season for you in a few moments' time, by the way. As soon as they're available, we'll bring them to you. But in the end, it was Williams Esports who took the win. I think played a little bit on the fact that BS Competition couldn't be overly aggressive and couldn't risk it all at the end there, whereas Williams kind of could, really.
Exactly, because it was just about how much they had to lose. Anyway, there's your results.
Here we go. Half a second between the top two, Williams versus BS. MSI managed to fool us entirely all day and make it to the end in 3rd position, just under 19 seconds behind. BS Competition around 3/4 of a minute back. Bruno Spengler doing a lot of driving with Jen Comright today to finish in 4th. Just over a minute back was the other Williams car, and a double top 5 for them. Nürburgring Esports, 7J Downforce and WS Racing all scoring points from positions that they have gotten today. The rest of them who did get to the line will do. Also, the likes of Lightpit Esports, Harder Motorsport, Pro Sport Sim Racing and Apex Racing Team, who also finished on the lead lap, actually, as well. Lion GP finished just behind Falcon, quite a long way back, and they were the loose cars I was talking about. So there you go. That's some new terminology for you. And then not finishing the race at all were Sontec Racing, Commando Esports and RC Car Shop Esports. Shame for Sontec. I guess they could have really challenged for the win today.
Yeah, but it is what it is. We don't fully know what happened to Stipe. That's the problem. Obviously, we know that Commando obviously had their problems as well. RC Car Shop Esports, their race just really didn't get started, to be honest. But yeah, Sontec could have done a lot more, but again, it just wasn't there for them. Pole position, sure, but the race, it didn't even get to even remotely halfway.
No, not remotely. 27 seconds was the margin at the end for Luke Bennett, which is actually very big compared to the gaps that we saw earlier on between 1 and 2, and indeed a battle. Cherry Sport finishing 3rd and 4th, and as far as my maths goes, that leaves the other Sherry car suddenly struggling to finish ahead of the red line car, but they still might be able to. I'm not convinced they do, though. We'll check.
They do.
We'll check that. PB Performance finished inside the top 5, as well as Garaika Motorsport, who actually weren't that far away from getting a podium and a big result today. Coanda Esports disappointing today, and unfortunately that's been a bit of a story of their season. They will come back again, hopefully in a year's time, to do a little better. At the bottom end of their standings, though, 8th place for WSR Esports. Bukiku, we didn't speak about much at all today. The other Coanda car, along with Nürburgring Esports and Harder Motorsport, who did get to the end. Apex Racing Team did not, unfortunately. Neither did Kramer Racing in the Porsches. In the SP10 category, it was Marla Racing Team with a fantastic strategy to take the race win and the championship here too. Sontec Racing 19 seconds back in the end, despite coming out of the pit lane only 10 seconds back. Tory Sports finished on the podium with them, along with Adrenaline, who held off frozen speed by Grid and Go for 4th and 5th. X-Racer finished alone in 6th position after passing Nürburgring Esports in the final hour, with 4h-Race Esports in the 8th position. It was Lipa Esports, Adopto Shop and Pro Sports Sim Racing who got to the end in SP10, where all of them got to the end, which was pretty encouraging indeed. There are the final drivers, around 3 minutes adrift of the race-winning Marla Racing Team Mercedes at the end of 28 laps for them, 30 for the leaders here this afternoon. Team Oisingveld take a last win in SP3T in a season they've otherwise struggled to beat SimRC, who were only 2.5 seconds back at the end. Scherer held off Impulse by mere hundredths of a second. Carla Esports fortunately didn't have the pace, not today, not this season really. Same goes for Pro Sports Sim Racing and SimRacers.de, who actually finished a lap down in the end of that one. As you said earlier, could have been a day where SimRC took the victory on another day, because they were closing in at quite a rate. Kieran Harrison driving fantastically well towards the end of this race, getting to only 2.5 seconds back. One more lap, he could have got there. Nürburgring Esports take the win here in the VT2 category. 30 seconds ahead of Wolf Motorsport. Nürburgring also taking the title with that too. Kaufmann finished 3rd and 5th to end off the season, with Fastlane rounding off the season in 4th position. That's just about going to do it for our season, though, Lewis. A great way to end out, I think it's fair to say. A thoroughly enjoyable championship finale this time around.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, thanks for Arjuna for being too busy watching the Formula One, obviously, to jump in for this one. I've enjoyed jumping in the booth with you. We had a lot of fun. And again, another great race.
Yeah. Absolutely. So a big thanks to everyone who has been tuned in throughout the season to join us in the DNLS this time around. It's been, thoroughly enjoyable to bring this one to you. Don't forget, of course, to catch the real-world DNLS, which is coming up in 2024. We're just 5 weeks away from the start of a new season in the DNLS, and it's a double header as well. So thoroughly looking forward to that one by the time we roll around. But this has been the DNLS for the sort of winter time, if you like, throughout 2023 and 24. Been a season of great last lap battles between so many of the different teams so far this season. Redline have been very much up there and fighting with the likes of BS Competition, MSI, Apex Williams. All those teams have been right in there for race winning last lap battles, and it's been thoroughly enjoyable to bring it to you. That's just about going to do it for us here this season, though, in the DNLS. I've been Neil O'Leary alongside Lewis McGade. Big thanks to the guys behind the scenes producing the programme, of course, throughout 2023-2024. This has been the RAVENOL 4-hour race here from the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and until we see you for next season, it's goodbye for now.